The torchlight flickered against the high stone walls, casting restless shadows over the faces of the crowd gathered in Constantinople's Grand Forum. It was a city like no other, perched between two worlds, the crossroads of continents and centuries. Its air hummed with the sound of traders shouting, priests chanting, and the rhythmic clang of iron from distant forges. This was not just a city, it was an empire wrapped in marble and gold, a heartbeat of an era that refused to be extinguished. Centuries before, Rome had begun to falter under its own weight, the glory of its legions dimming like embers in a dying fire. But while the West crumbled, the East found new strength. Out of Rome's ashes, Byzantium rose, proud, resilient, determined. Its people called it the New Rome, yet it was far more than that. It became something singular, a blend of cultures and ideas, uniting the grandeur of Rome with the wisdom of Greece and the mysticism of the East. One cold winter morning, as the mists rolled over the Bosporus, Emperor Constantine stood upon the ancient hill where Byzantium's foundation would be renewed. He was no ordinary man, his gaze was sharp, his presence commanding, his voice carrying the weight of empires. "Here," he declared, pointing to the sparkling waters dividing Europe and Asia, "here shall rise the city destined to rule for all eternity." Workers and architects toiled under the golden sun, their hands shaping what Constantine saw in his mind, soaring columns, grand squares, and churches that would seem to touch heaven itself. The empire's heart beat loudest in Hagia Sophia, the holy wisdom, its dome suspended as if by invisible threads from the skies. Standing beneath it, one could not help but feel humbled, a fleeting spark in the vastness of creation. On some days, sunlight would pour through the windows, setting the mosaics of saints and angels ablaze, their eyes following every step as if alive. The whispers of prayers, soft as a mother's lullaby, would rise into the dome and vanish into silence. But Byzantium was not just about faith, it was a living mosaic of art, science, and power. Its markets brimmed with treasures from every corner of the known world. Silks shimmered like water under the sun, spices perfumed the air with warmth and mystery. Scholars, poets, and philosophers walked among the crowds, carrying scrolls of parchment filled with words that could ignite revolutions of thought. One such scholar, Alexios, had the kind of mind that saw patterns where others saw chaos. By day, he taught mathematics to children of the elite. By night, his hands stained with ink, he wrote feverishly about the cosmos, the movement of stars, and the delicate balance of nature. His work, though admired, was often dismissed as too daring, too ahead of its time. Yet Alexios was one of many who gave Byzantium its intellectual fire, a light that would illuminate the world for centuries. The city was also a fortress, a bastion of strength against countless foes. Its walls, thick, unyielding, and seemingly invincible, stood as a testament to its resilience. The invaders came in waves, Persians with their swift cavalry, Arabs with their relentless ships, and Slavs with their unyielding determination. Each time, the city pushed them back. And each time, Byzantium became stronger, its spirit forged anew in the fires of conflict. One night, when the moon hung like a sentinel over the Golden Horn, a fleet of enemy ships appeared on the horizon. The air was heavy with anticipation, and the soldiers stationed on the walls whispered prayers as they prepared for battle. Then came the fire. Not the flames of torches or the flashes of swords, but a terrible, beautiful fire that danced on the water, consuming ships whole and casting a fiery glow across the night. It was a sight to strike terror into the bravest of hearts and inspire awe in every soul that witnessed it. Byzantium's secret weapon was no ordinary flame. It seemed alive, almost sentient, as if the gods themselves had sent it to protect their chosen city. Yet life in Byzantium was not always golden. Beneath the splendor of the palaces and churches lay the struggles of its people. A cobbler named Ioannis worked tirelessly in a cramped workshop near the docks. His hands, rough and cracked, shaped leather into sturdy boots for the soldiers who defended the empire. Ioannis rarely complained, but his heart ached for his youngest daughter, Maria, who had fallen ill. Physicians came and went, their remedies failing to ease her pain. One evening, as Ioannis sat by her bedside, the bells of Hagia Sophia rang out. He closed his eyes, murmuring a silent plea to the saints whose images adorned the city. Maria recovered, though no one could say how or why. To Ioannis, it was a miracle. To others, it was the resilience of the human spirit, an echo of Byzantium itself, always on the brink but never breaking. As years turned into centuries, Byzantium became a legend, its name whispered in reverence across lands it had never seen. Its emperors walked a fine line between power and humility, draped in robes of purple, a color reserved for those who bore the weight of crowns. Its legacy was written not only in stone and gold but in the hearts of its people, who carried its spirit long after its walls fell silent. On the shores of the Bosporus, where east meets west, Byzantium lived, not just as a city or an empire, but as a feeling. It was the hope that beauty could rise from chaos, that strength could endure through the storms of time, and that even when the world seemed to crumble, something new could emerge from the ruins. The morning sun bathed the city in gold, and the streets of Constantinople came alive with the sound of footsteps, voices, and the steady hum of a city that never truly slept. From the high terraces of the imperial palace, the emperor could gaze upon the marvel that stretched to the horizon, a city so vibrant, so full of life, it seemed to pulse like a living being. It wasn't just its beauty that set it apart, it was the feeling in the air, a promise of endless possibilities. Beneath the towering walls, caravans from faraway lands entered through the gates, their wheels creaking under the weight of silk, spices, and precious gems. Traders, with sun-worn faces and languages from distant shores, jostled for space in the great market square. The smell of incense from Arabia mixed with the tang of salt from the sea and the sweetness of honeyed dates laid out on merchant stalls. Gold coins changed hands with the soft clink of wealth being exchanged, each coin a story of its own, a journey across deserts, mountains, and oceans to end here, in the heart of the world. At the center of it all stood the great bazaar, a labyrinth of narrow passages and arched ceilings that whispered the tales of countless transactions. A young boy named Demetrius ran through the maze of stalls, clutching a small leather pouch to his chest. His father, a merchant who sold fine glass from Venice, had entrusted him with an important task, to deliver a payment for a shipment that had just arrived at the docks. As Demetrius weaved through the crowds, he marveled at the sights around him, bolts of fabric in every color imaginable, glittering jewelry that seemed to capture the light, and fragrant spices that promised to transform even the simplest meal into a feast. The boy paused at one stall where an old man sat carving intricate patterns into a silver chalice. The man's hands moved with the precision of someone who had spent decades perfecting his craft. Demetrius watched, mesmerized, until a bell rang out from the distant harbor, reminding him of his errand. He sprinted away, the sound of the city following him like an orchestra swelling to a crescendo. Down by the water, the docks were a world of their own. Ships of all sizes crowded the harbor, their sails billowing in the breeze, their hulls groaning under the weight of their cargo. Sailors shouted orders, their voices rough and commanding, while workers unloaded crates filled with treasures from lands Demetrius could only dream of. From India came pearls that shimmered like moonlight, from Egypt, papyrus sheets that held the secrets of ancient scribes. Every ship brought something new, something extraordinary, adding to the city's wealth and wonder. High above the bustling streets, the domes of churches and palaces rose like guardians of the city's spirit. The grandest of them all was Hagia Sophia, a masterpiece of architecture that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Its vast dome, supported by nothing more than faith and ingenuity, floated like a celestial body suspended in the heavens. On feast days, the church filled with the voices of priests chanting in ancient tones, their words echoing off walls adorned with mosaics that shimmered like stars. Candles flickered in the dim light, their flames reflected in the golden tiles, creating a scene so ethereal it felt as if the heavens themselves had descended to earth. Inside the imperial palace, the air was thick with the scent of roses and the murmurs of courtiers. The emperor, draped in purple robes embroidered with gold, presided over meetings with ambassadors and envoys. Each visitor brought gifts meant to dazzle, ivory from Africa, turquoise from Persia, and rare manuscripts filled with knowledge from forgotten civilizations. The emperor listened carefully, weighing each word, for Constantinople was not just a city of wealth, but a city of power, where alliances were forged and destinies decided. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in hues of orange and pink, a group of scholars gathered in a small courtyard. They were scribes, philosophers, and mathematicians, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. A young woman named Theodora held a fragile scroll in her hands, its edges frayed with age. "This," she whispered, "is from Alexandria." Her voice trembled with reverence as she unrolled the parchment, revealing diagrams of stars and calculations of their movements. The others leaned in, their eyes wide with wonder. In Constantinople, knowledge was as precious as gold, and each discovery felt like uncovering a piece of the divine. The city was not without its shadows. In the narrow alleyways behind the grand boulevards, the less fortunate struggled to survive. A fisherman named Nicholas, whose days were spent casting nets into the murky waters of the Bosporus, returned home each night with barely enough to feed his family. Yet even in hardship, there was hope. On Sundays, Nicholas and his wife would climb the steep steps to a small chapel overlooking the harbor. There, with their children by their side, they would light candles and offer prayers, their faith as unshakable as the walls that surrounded their city. As night fell, Constantinople transformed. The markets quieted, the docks emptied, and the streets glowed softly under the light of oil lamps. Musicians played lutes and flutes in the taverns, their melodies carrying through the air like whispers of a shared dream. In the palace gardens, fountains trickled serenely, their waters reflecting the silver light of the moon. The city seemed to breathe, its heartbeat slowing but never stopping. And yet, beneath its beauty and brilliance, Constantinople carried the weight of its own destiny. It was a city of contradictions, wealth and poverty, faith and ambition, innovation and tradition, all coexisting in a delicate balance. It was a place where anything seemed possible, where the past met the future, and where every moment felt like it mattered. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of burning wood and the metallic tang of fear. Atop the mighty walls of Constantinople, soldiers stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The sun, setting in hues of blood and fire, cast long shadows across the landscape, where armies had gathered like storm clouds. The silence was eerie, broken only by the occasional clang of weapons being prepared. Every man on the wall knew what was coming. It wasn't just an attack, it was a test of survival. To the east, the Persians had long been a formidable foe. Their banners, adorned with golden eagles and sacred flames, fluttered in the wind as their cavalry moved with terrifying precision. Stories of Persian warriors were whispered among the Byzantines, men who seemed unstoppable, their swords flashing like lightning, their arrows blotting out the sun. Years earlier, they had swept into Byzantine lands, leaving behind a trail of ash and desolation. One cold winter's day, they had breached the walls of Antioch, their torches painting the night sky with flames. Survivors spoke of their disciplined ranks, the cold glint of their armor, and the merciless march of an empire hungry for dominance. But the Persians were not the only shadow looming over the Byzantine Empire. To the south, across the sands of Arabia, another force had risen, a force driven by an unshakable faith and an unrelenting desire to conquer. The Arab armies were swift and resourceful, striking with a ferocity that left cities trembling in their wake. Their banners bore the crescent moon, their war cries echoed like thunder, and their cavalry, mounted on agile horses bred for the desert, moved faster than anyone thought possible. One fateful summer, they had reached the walls of Constantinople itself, their ships crowding the Golden Horn, their warriors ready to storm the city. The siege was brutal. For weeks, Constantinople's defenders fought to keep the Arabs at bay, hurling stones, arrows, and anything they could find to hold the walls. But it wasn't strength alone that saved the city. One night, as the Arab fleet drew close to the walls, a secret weapon was unleashed. Fire, liquid and alive, shot out over the water, engulfing the enemy ships in flames. The sea burned like oil in a lamp, and the invaders, once so confident, were forced to retreat. Those who witnessed it spoke of the fire with awe and terror, its bright tongues licking the night sky as if it had been summoned by the gods themselves. To the north, the Slavs were a different kind of threat. They came not as a single army but in waves, their warriors clad in fur and iron, their weapons crude yet deadly. They moved through the forests like ghosts, their presence known only when it was too late. Entire villages disappeared overnight, the only traces left behind were smoldering ruins and the chilling silence of what once was. The Slavs were masters of ambush and chaos, striking swiftly and retreating into the shadows. They were unpredictable, a constant thorn in the side of an empire already stretched thin. In one of the empire's border towns, a boy named Petrus stood in the doorway of his home, clutching his mother's hand as distant drums echoed through the trees. The villagers had heard rumors of Slav raiders, but they had hoped the soldiers would protect them. That night, the raiders came. Torches lit up the darkness as shouts and screams filled the air. Petrus and his mother ran toward the forest, their breaths ragged, their hearts pounding like war drums. When the sun rose the next morning, the village was gone, reduced to ash and memories. For the Byzantines, survival wasn't just about strength or strategy, it was about endurance, a stubborn refusal to fall. The empire's walls were its greatest shield, a testament to human ingenuity and determination. Built to withstand the mightiest of sieges, they stood tall and unyielding, their stones bearing the scars of countless battles. Soldiers patrolled the ramparts day and night, their eyes scanning the horizon for the first signs of an approaching enemy. Inside the city, the people clung to their faith, gathering in churches to pray for deliverance. One stormy night, as thunder roared and rain lashed against the windows of Hagia Sophia, a young woman knelt before an icon of the Virgin Mary, her tears mingling with the candle wax that dripped onto the floor. Her husband was a soldier, stationed at the city's outermost walls, and she hadn't seen him in weeks. "Protect him," she whispered, her voice trembling. Outside, the storm raged on, but within her, a quiet strength began to grow. The threats were unending, the enemies relentless, yet Constantinople stood, defiant against the tide. The Persians with their disciplined legions, the Arabs with their fiery faith, the Slavs with their ghostly raids, all had tried to break the city, and all had failed. It wasn't just the strength of the walls or the brilliance of its generals, it was the spirit of the people, a spirit that refused to be extinguished. One summer morning, as the sun rose over the Bosporus, its light glinting off the gilded domes of the city, a fisherman named Nikos cast his net into the water. The threat of invasion was never far from his mind, yet he went about his work with quiet determination. To him, Constantinople wasn't just a city, it was home, a place worth fighting for, worth dying for. The thought gave him strength as he hauled his catch onto the deck, his hands rough and calloused from years of labor. And so, the city stood, its walls a testament to resilience, its people a beacon of hope in a world that seemed intent on destruction. For every attack repelled, every siege survived, Constantinople grew stronger, its spirit shining brighter. The enemies at its gates may have been many, but within its walls, there was unity, faith, and an unshakable belief that no matter the odds, the city would endure. The waves crashed against the sleek wooden hulls, their rhythm steady yet fierce, as if the sea itself were testing the resolve of the men who sailed it. Aboard the lead galley, the captain stood with his hands gripping the polished rail, his eyes scanning the horizon. The salty air bit at his face, and the faint scent of pitch and burning oil lingered, a haunting reminder of battles fought and won. The silence on deck was heavy, broken only by the creak of the oars and the whispers of sailors praying under their breath. Everyone knew the stakes. Byzantium's lifeblood flowed through the sea. Its riches, its survival, and its very identity depended on the mastery of the waters that surrounded it. To lose control of the sea was to suffocate, to be cut off from the vital trade routes and reinforcements that fed the empire's heart. But control of the sea was more than defense, it was power, a force that turned the tide of wars and bent the will of empires. The Byzantine navy was no ordinary fleet. These were not just wooden ships bobbing on the waves, they were precision-crafted instruments of war. Each trireme, with its 3 tiers of oars, moved like a creature alive, propelled by the synchronized strength of dozens of rowers. The oars dipped into the water with the grace of dancers and the discipline of soldiers, their movements a symphony of effort and skill. Above, the sails billowed, catching the wind as if guided by invisible hands. But it was the fire ships that struck terror into the hearts of Byzantium's enemies. These vessels carried a weapon so fearsome it was whispered about in distant lands. Greek fire. It didn't just burn, it consumed. It clung to water, defying nature, its flames roaring with an almost demonic hunger. When unleashed, it turned the sea into a battlefield of fire, its light reflecting in the wide, terrified eyes of those who dared to face it. There was a night, dark and moonless, when the Arab fleet approached the Golden Horn, their sails a shadowy forest against the starless sky. On the Byzantine ships, the soldiers and sailors waited, their breaths shallow, their weapons at the ready. The order came quietly, but its urgency was unmistakable: prepare the fire. A young soldier named Leon stood near the prow of his ship, his hands trembling as he held the nozzle of the siphon that would unleash the inferno. He was barely more than a boy, his face pale but determined. The Arab ships drew closer, their torches flickering like fireflies in the distance. The Byzantines held their ground, their ships forming a barrier that dared the enemy to cross. When the first enemy ship came into range, Leon's commander gave the signal. With a deep breath, Leon pulled the lever, and a jet of liquid fire shot out into the darkness. The flames roared to life, illuminating the night in an instant. Gasps and cries erupted as the enemy ship ignited, its sails turning to ash, its crew leaping into the sea in vain attempts to escape the inferno. The sea became a battlefield of light and shadow, the fire spreading like a living thing, hungry and unstoppable. The Arab fleet retreated in disarray, their confidence shattered, their losses devastating. Leon stood on the deck, his heart pounding, his body shaking not just from fear but from the realization of what he had just unleashed. The power of the Byzantine navy wasn't just in its weaponry, it was in its strategy. The waters of the Aegean, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean were their domain, and they knew them like the lines on a palm. Every current, every hidden shoal, every seasonal wind became a tool in their arsenal. The ships weren't merely vessels, they were extensions of the empire's will, moving with purpose, striking with precision. There was a time when the Slavic tribes sought to invade from the north, their ships crude but numerous. The Byzantines didn't meet them head-on. Instead, they used the currents to their advantage, positioning their fleet where the enemy would be most vulnerable. On the day of the battle, the Byzantines waited, their ships hidden in a narrow strait. When the Slavic fleet entered, the current turned against them, slowing their advance and bunching their vessels together. It was then that the Byzantines struck, their ships emerging from the shadows like phantoms, their rams crashing into the enemy hulls with devastating force. The water turned red that day, and the Slavic threat was broken. Even in times of peace, the navy was a constant presence, its sails a symbol of Byzantine power and protection. Traders felt safe knowing the navy patrolled the waters, its watchful eyes deterring pirates and hostile fleets. Fishermen worked without fear, their nets casting shadows on the surface of the sea as they brought in their daily catch. Children along the coastlines would run to the shores to watch the ships pass, their small hands waving at the sailors who smiled and waved back. But the sea was unforgiving, and its mastery required sacrifice. Storms could turn even the strongest ships into splinters, and enemy fleets could appear without warning. There were nights when the sailors, battered and exhausted, would sing songs of home as they worked, their voices carrying over the waves. These songs, filled with longing and hope, were a reminder of why they fought, why they endured. One winter, a storm caught a Byzantine fleet off guard near the coast of Asia Minor. The waves rose like mountains, the wind howled like a beast, and the rain lashed against the ships with unrelenting fury. On one vessel, the crew fought desperately to keep their ship afloat. A captain named Marcus, his face withered and lined, took the wheel, his hand steady despite the chaos around him. "Hold fast," he shouted, his voice cutting through the storm. The crew obeyed, their trust in him absolute. Hours later, when the storm finally passed, Marcus stood at the helm, his body trembling with exhaustion but his ship intact. The sea demanded respect, but for those who mastered it, it gave power, a power that defined Byzantium. It wasn't just the empire's shield, it was its lifeline, its sword, its voice across the waves. And so, the Navy sailed on, its ships cutting through the waters like arrows, its sailors carrying with them the hope and strength of an empire that refused to sink. The wind carried the sound of oars slicing through the water, a steady rhythm like the heartbeat of a giant. Moonlight danced on the rippling sea, casting ghostly reflections of the Byzantine fleet. The flagship, adorned with golden eagles on its prow, cut through the waves with purpose. At its helm, Admiral Alexios stood tall, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. His hands, rough from years of gripping ropes and steel, rested on the hilt of his sword. The air was thick with anticipation, and the men aboard whispered prayers to the saints, their breaths visible in the chill of the night. The Byzantine navy wasn't born into greatness, it had been forged through trial and fire. Once, it had been nothing more than a scattered collection of merchant vessels and hastily assembled warships. But time and necessity had reshaped it into a force of precision and power, a shield for the empire and a dagger against its enemies. In its earliest days, the Navy relied on small, agile ships called dramans. These vessels were swift and deadly, their design built for speed and maneuverability. They could outpace heavier ships, striking quickly before disappearing into the horizon. Over time, the Byzantines perfected their construction, creating larger versions that could carry more men and weapons. The dramans became the backbone of the fleet, their oars gliding through the water with a grace that belied their destructive potential. The sailors who manned these ships were hardened by experience, men who had faced the fury of storms and the terror of battle. They spoke of the sea as both friend and foe, its unpredictable nature demanding both respect and fear. Many were fishermen before they joined the Navy, their hands skilled in tying knots and hauling nets. On the decks of the warships, those same hands now gripped swords and spears, ready to defend their homeland. One cold morning, as the sun rose over the Bosporus, a fleet of Arab ships appeared on the horizon, their sails billowing with the wind. The Byzantines, outnumbered and outgunned, held their ground. It was then that a new innovation turned the tide. The siphon, a simple yet ingenious device, was brought to the fore. Filled with the fiery concoction known as Greek fire, the siphon spewed out liquid flames that clung to wood and flesh alike, refusing to be extinguished even by water. The effect was devastating. The Arab ships, once advancing with confidence, were consumed by the inferno. Their sailors screamed as the fire spread, their desperation audible even from a distance. The sight was both horrifying and awe-inspiring, a display of the Navy's ingenuity and ruthlessness. That day, the Byzantines proved that they were not only defenders of their waters but masters of them. As the centuries passed, the Navy continued to evolve. New ships were designed, larger and sturdier, capable of withstanding longer voyages and carrying heavier armaments. The Byzantines studied the tactics of their enemies, learning from both their victories and their losses. In one battle against the Slavic raiders, they deployed smaller, faster ships to lure the enemy into a narrow strait. Once the Slavs were trapped, the larger Byzantine ships moved in, blocking their escape and raining down fire and arrows. It was a calculated and brutal strategy, one that left no survivors. But it wasn't just the ships or the weapons that made the Byzantine navy formidable, it was the minds behind them. The admirals were tacticians of the highest order, men who understood the sea like a general understands the battlefield. They studied the currents, the winds, and the tides, using them to their advantage. In one campaign against the Bulgars, an admiral named Theodosius waited for the seasonal winds to shift before launching his attack. When the Bulgars sailed into the open sea, they found themselves facing not only the Byzantine fleet but a sudden gale that turned the waves against them. The battle was over before it had truly begun. The Byzantines also understood the importance of intelligence and preparation. Spies infiltrated enemy ports, gathering information about their fleets and their movements. Maps were meticulously drawn, detailing every hidden cove and treacherous reef. Before every battle, the sailors would gather on deck, listening as their commanders outlined the plan. Their discipline was unmatched, their loyalty unshakable. Yet for all its strength, the Navy was not invincible. There were times when it faced defeats that shook the empire to its core. In one fateful engagement against the Venetians, the Byzantine fleet was caught off guard, its ships surrounded and its men outnumbered. The battle was a massacre, the sea littered with the wreckage of broken ships and the bodies of fallen sailors. It was a harsh reminder that even the strongest forces could falter. But from these losses came lessons, and the Byzantines rebuilt their navy stronger than before. On a spring evening, as the city of Constantinople prepared for Easter celebrations, a sailor named Andreas stood on the deck of his ship, gazing out at the sea. He had seen more battles than he cared to remember, his body bearing the scars of countless engagements. Yet as the city's bells rang out, their sound carried by the wind, he felt a sense of peace. He knew that his service was more than duty, it was a sacrifice for the empire he loved, a gift to the generations that would come after him. The navy was more than ships and sailors, it was a symbol of Byzantine resilience and ingenuity. It was a force that adapted and endured, a reminder that the empire's strength lay not only in its walls but in its mastery of the waters that surrounded it. And as the fleet sailed on, its banners fluttering in the wind, it carried with it the hopes and prayers of a people who knew that as long as the navy stood, the empire would never truly fall. The candlelight flickered against the stone walls, casting shadows that danced like spirits on a midnight vigil. In the corner of a dimly lit chamber, a man hunched over a table strewn with scrolls, glass vials, and strange instruments. His brow was furrowed in concentration, beads of sweat tracing lines down his face despite the cool night air. The smell of burning herbs mingled with the sharp tang of metals, and the faint hiss of something bubbling over a flame filled the room. His name was Myron, and though the world outside might call him an alchemist, to him, he was a seeker of truths hidden beyond the veil of ordinary sight. Myron's fingers moved deftly as he measured out a pinch of powdered cinnabar, his heart racing. For months, he had labored over an ancient formula, one that promised to transform base metals into gold. It was more than greed that drove him, it was the allure of the impossible, the whispers of unlocking a force that defied nature itself. He whispered a prayer to the saints, his voice trembling, and tipped the powder into the mixture. A flash of light erupted, followed by a plume of smoke that filled the chamber. He coughed, waving his hands to clear the air, and when the haze settled, his eyes widened. In the crucible, something gleamed faintly, a promise, perhaps, or just another trick of the light. Alchemy was the heart of Byzantine curiosity, a discipline that blurred the line between science and mysticism. But it wasn't confined to the dark corners of workshops. Across the empire, thinkers, inventors, and dreamers pursued knowledge with relentless zeal, their endeavors as varied as the stars. They built machines that could mimic life, calculated the movements of the heavens, and crafted elixirs they swore could cure even the most stubborn ailments. One such thinker was Sophia, a young woman who studied the properties of light. By day, she worked in the great library of Constantinople, organizing manuscripts and copying texts. But by night, she became a student of the stars. On her rooftop, she positioned a device she had crafted from bronze and crystal, an early telescope of her own invention. Through it, she gazed at the heavens, her breath stolen by the sight of distant worlds. One evening, as Sophia adjusted her device, she noticed something unusual, a small, bright object moving across the night sky. She scribbled notes furiously, her pulse quickening. What was it? A comet, perhaps, or a celestial sign from God? She showed her findings to the scholars of the university, who debated heatedly over its meaning. For weeks, her discovery became the talk of the city, a moment where wonder and fear collided. In the court of the emperor, science and mysticism were not rivals but partners. The greatest minds were summoned to solve the empire's problems, their inventions weaving practicality with magic. Engineers crafted complex aqueducts that carried water across great distances, their designs inspired by a blend of mathematics and divine geometry. Physicians, armed with herbs and incantations, treated illnesses while invoking the protection of saints. Perhaps the most famous of these was Callinicus, a master inventor whose creation of Greek fire changed the course of history. He guarded the formula fiercely, for he believed it was a gift from God, a divine weapon meant only for Byzantium. Legend spoke of Callinicus as a man who walked between worlds, his mind straddling the tangible and the transcendent. When questioned about his invention, he would smile enigmatically and say, "The fire burns because it must." Not all experiments ended in triumph. In a quiet monastery perched on a rocky cliff, a group of monks worked tirelessly to create a potion they believed would grant eternal life. They ground rare herbs into a fine powder, mixed it with honey and sacred oil, and recited prayers over the concoction. When one monk, eager and desperate, drank the potion, he fell to the floor, his face pale and lifeless. The others stood frozen, their faith shaken. Yet even in failure, they refused to abandon their quest. The empire's fascination with the unknown extended to the arts. Icon painters mixed pigments with precious minerals, creating colors that shimmered like the divine light they sought to capture. Musicians experimented with instruments that produced haunting melodies, their notes said to carry prayers to the heavens. Every creation was a testament to the Byzantine belief that the physical and the spiritual were intertwined, each reflecting the other. But there was another side to this pursuit, a darker one that whispered of forbidden knowledge. In the shadowed corners of Constantinople, rumors spread of secret societies that practiced necromancy, summoning spirits to answer their questions. A young boy named Elias, orphaned and alone, stumbled upon one such gathering. Hidden in the rafters of an abandoned church, he watched as hooded figures chanted in a language he didn't understand. His heart pounded as the air grew cold and the shadows seemed to stretch toward the flickering candles. When one of the figures turned suddenly, their face pale and hollow-eyed, Elias fled, the memory haunting him for years. Even in its boldest pursuits, Byzantium never lost sight of its faith. Alchemists and scientists alike believed their work was a reflection of God's creation, their discoveries a way to honor the divine. They whispered of the logos, the idea that knowledge was a gift, a spark of the divine order that humans were meant to uncover. For every experiment, a prayer; for every invention, an offering. One stormy night, Myron sat in his chamber, his head bowed over the same table that had seen countless failures. The storm's thunder shook the walls, but he barely noticed, his mind consumed by a new formula. He worked through the night, his hand steady, his heart heavy with both hope and doubt. When the first light of dawn broke through his narrow window, he lifted his creation, a vial of shimmering liquid that seemed to pulse with its own light. As he held it up, the storm subsided, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. He didn't know if he had succeeded or failed, but in that moment, he understood the truth that bound all seekers of knowledge. It was not the answers that mattered, but the questions that kept them reaching. In the streets of Constantinople, the bells rang out as life continued, unaware of the quiet revolutions happening in hidden corners. Children laughed, merchants bartered, and priests sang their morning prayers. And somewhere, in a workshop or a library or beneath the stars, another mind wrestled with the mysteries of existence, their heart filled with the unquenchable fire of curiosity. The hammer's strike echoed through the workshop, a sharp, metallic rhythm that seemed to reverberate through the very walls. Leo the mathematician wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Before him lay a puzzle of gears, levers, and weights, each piece meticulously crafted to fit into the grand design forming in his mind. His invention would be unlike anything the world had ever seen, a mechanical automaton, an eagle that could spread its wings and bow as if alive. The emperor himself had requested it, and Leo was determined not to disappoint. Leo was more than an inventor, he was a philosopher, a mathematician, and a visionary. Born in an age when knowledge was often guarded like treasure, he had an insatiable hunger for learning that couldn't be contained. He mastered geometry, astronomy, and mechanics, but his true genius lay in applying theory to create wonders. In the emperor's court, Leo's name was spoken with awe and reverence, his mind compared to a wellspring of divine inspiration. The automaton eagle was just one of his creations. He was said to have designed a beacon system that could send messages across vast distances, a feat that seemed almost magical. Imagine standing on the shores of Constantinople and seeing a flame flicker on a distant hill, its light signaling a warning or a command. It was said these beacons saved the city from a surprise attack more than once. To those who knew him, Leo was a man whose mind saw no boundaries, a master of blending practical skill with boundless imagination. In a quieter part of the city, Anna of Antioch bent over her workbench, her hands steady as she measured a tiny amount of powdered herbs. The room smelled of lavender and myrrh, a calming contrast to the fiery determination in her eyes. Anna was a healer, a woman who had studied medicine at a time when few believed such knowledge was fitting for her gender. She didn't care for their opinions. Her mind was sharp, her hands skilled, and her heart burned with a desire to ease the suffering of others. Anna had spent years perfecting a salve she believed could stop infections. She tested it on herself first, applying it to a small wound she had inflicted on her own arm. When the wound healed without any sign of festering, she knew she had found something extraordinary. News of her skill spread quickly, and soon, even the imperial court called upon her for aid. Soldiers carried her salve into battle, and mothers whispered her name in prayers over sick children. Anna's work was as much a triumph of spirit as of intellect, her courage paving the way for others who would follow. Then there was Callinicus, whose name became legend for a creation that burned brighter than the stars themselves. On a fateful night, Callinicus stood on the deck of a Byzantine warship, the winds of the Bosporus chilling his face. In his hands, he held a bronze siphon, its nozzle pointed toward the approaching enemy fleet. When he gave the order, a stream of liquid fire shot forth, igniting the enemy ships in a blaze that mirrored the wrath of heaven. Greek fire, they called it, a weapon so fearsome that its formula was guarded more closely than the emperor's crown. Callinicus was no warrior, he was a chemist, a man who had spent his life experimenting with the elements. He was driven by a singular thought, how to harness the destructive power of fire and make it a weapon of defense. It wasn't just brilliance that led to his creation, it was a kind of madness, a willingness to venture where others feared to tread. The fire he unleashed turned the tide of wars, protecting the empire when its enemies seemed unstoppable. Not every Byzantine thinker created weapons or machines. Some worked in the realm of the intangible, shaping the way people understood the world. Michael Sellos was one such mind. A polymath who dabbled in theology, philosophy, and the natural sciences, Sellos believed that knowledge itself was a kind of divine revelation. His writings challenged conventional wisdom, asking bold questions about the nature of existence and the mysteries of the cosmos. He was a teacher, a mentor to those who sought answers, and his words inspired generations of scholars to come. But not all geniuses basked in the glow of admiration. Some were ridiculed, their ideas dismissed as folly until time proved them right. Nicetas, a humble craftsman, was one such soul. He believed that wind could be harnessed to power a mill, freeing people from the labor of grinding grain by hand. He built a prototype, a wooden tower with blades that turned in the breeze. The townsfolk laughed at him, calling him a fool, but Nicetas persisted. When his mill finally began to produce flour, their laughter turned to astonished silence. The windmill became a symbol of innovation, its turning blades a quiet defiance against the limits of human effort. In the shadow of Hagia Sophia, where the air seemed charged with a sacred energy, another inventor toiled in obscurity. Constantine of Miletus was a maker of clocks, his mind consumed by the challenge of measuring time with precision. He crafted gears so fine they seemed to defy the limits of human hands, assembling them into mechanisms that ticked with a steady, mesmerizing rhythm. His clocks adorned the churches of Constantinople, their chimes echoing through the city as a reminder that time was both fleeting and eternal. These architects of innovation were more than their creations. They were dreamers and risk-takers, people who saw the world not as it was but as it could be. Their brilliance was born of struggle, their achievements forged in the fires of doubt and determination. They were proof that even in the most challenging times, the human spirit could soar to unimaginable heights. And though centuries have passed, their stories continue to ignite that same fire in every heart that dares to believe in the impossible. The sun was setting over the Bosporus, painting the waters in streaks of gold and crimson. On the walls of Constantinople, a soldier gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent warning carried by the winds that trouble was near. The Byzantine Empire stood at a crossroads, surrounded by enemies who hungered for its wealth, its land, its soul. From the east came whispers of armies larger than the eye could see, their banners fluttering like a swarm of locusts. From the north, the rivers carried sleek warships carved with dragon heads, their oars dipping into the water in eerie unison. To the south, distant sands bore the heat of rising powers whose crescent emblems shone as brightly as the midday sun. The empire was a prize like no other, a gem that seemed to gleam more brightly the closer one came to claiming it. But that brilliance came at a cost. To hold Constantinople was to fight without pause, to stand vigilant at the gates of a city that was both a beacon and a target. The Persian Empire, ancient and formidable, had not forgotten its ambitions. Although the Byzantine victories at Nineveh and other battlefields had pushed them back, the Persians were relentless. Their cavalry thundered across the plains like a storm, their generals masters of strategy. Their wars were not just about land, but about pride, the echoes of old rivalries refusing to fade. Then there were the Arab forces, their strength growing with every passing year. With the rise of Islam, they united under a shared faith, their energy and purpose a tidal wave that swept across the sands. Cities fell before them, one after another, their conquests fueled by an unyielding drive to expand their dominion. Their ships began to appear along the coasts, their sails like ominous shadows against the horizon. For the Byzantines, it was no longer just a matter of defending the land, but of protecting the seas as well. From the north came the Slavs and the Bulgars, fierce warriors who moved through the forests like phantoms. Their raids were swift and brutal, leaving villages in ruins and fields burned to ash. Though less organized than the other threats, their unpredictability made them no less dangerous. And with them came whispers of alliances with others who sought to weaken Byzantium's hold. These pressures bore down on the empire like the weight of the heavens themselves. Each battle drained its resources, each victory hard-fought but never lasting. The walls of Constantinople, magnificent as they were, could not stand alone against the combined might of these forces. The empire needed more than strength. It needed something extraordinary, something that could turn the tides of war in its favor. In the court of the emperor, the tension was equally suffocating. Strategists pored over maps, their faces etched with worry. Words like siege and blockade were spoken in hushed tones, as though uttering them too loudly would make them real. The emperor, draped in robes of imperial purple, sat silently, his gaze heavy with the weight of decisions that would shape the fate of millions. He had heard the reports, an enemy fleet gathering in the distance, the promise of an invasion that could breach even the mighty Theodosian walls. The seas, once a barrier of safety, now seemed like a gaping wound. It was at this moment of despair that the idea began to take shape. Callinicus, an exiled chemist from Syria, stood before the court. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed the fire of his conviction. He spoke of an invention that could change everything, a liquid that burned even on water, a weapon so terrifying that it could stop entire fleets in their tracks. The room fell silent as he described its potential. For a moment, there was disbelief. Fire that burned on water? It sounded like the stuff of myth. But desperation is a fertile ground for innovation, and the empire had no room for doubt. The emperor gave his command, and the alchemists began their work. In secret chambers lit by flickering oil lamps, they mixed powders and oils, tested formulas, and whispered prayers to both God and the stars. Every failure brought frustration but also determination. The vision of burning ships, of an enemy fleet consumed by flames, was too powerful to abandon. And then, finally, they succeeded. The formula was a secret, guarded so fiercely that not even the closest allies were allowed to know its full components. The first test was conducted at night, under the cover of darkness. A single ship, stripped of its valuables and set afloat, became the target. When the siphon released the liquid fire, it was as if the heavens themselves had opened in fury. The flames roared to life, consuming the vessel in moments. The water hissed and steamed, powerless to quench the inferno. Those who witnessed it stood in awe, their faces illuminated by the terrifying beauty of the flames. The empire had found its weapon, a gift born not just of science but of necessity. Greek fire was not merely a tool of destruction, it was a symbol of resilience, of the unyielding will to survive in the face of overwhelming odds. With it, the seas became a shield once more, the waters around Constantinople a moat of fiery wrath. For the first time in years, the defenders of Byzantium felt something they had nearly forgotten: hope. The night was quiet, save for the faint murmur of the Bosporus waves brushing against the harbor. Within a dimly lit chamber, Callinicus sat hunched over a table strewn with scrolls, vials, and mysterious powders. A flickering candle cast long shadows across the room, its flame dancing as if responding to the tension in the air. Outside, the city of Constantinople slept uneasily, unaware that within these walls something extraordinary was being born. Callinicus was not a man of war. He was a man of the mind, a craftsman of ideas rather than weapons. Yet the burden he carried was heavier than any sword. A refugee from a fallen city, he had fled the Arab conquests with little more than the clothes on his back and the knowledge he had spent a lifetime gathering. This knowledge, now a closely guarded treasure, was what brought him to the court of the Byzantine Emperor. And it was this knowledge that had given rise to whispers of fire that could burn even the sea. The stories of Greek fire's invention are as layered as the empire itself, each tale shrouded in both wonder and uncertainty. Some say it was divine inspiration, a gift from heaven sent to save the Christian city from certain destruction. Others claim it was born of desperation, the product of an alchemist pushed to the brink by the horrors of war. But all the stories agree on one thing: Greek fire was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Callinicus, according to legend, was the first to harness its power. His family had been known for their skill in crafting oils and incendiary devices, a tradition passed down through generations. But what he sought to create now went beyond anything his ancestors could have imagined. It was said that he took his inspiration from the natural world, the way oil floated on water, the way lightning split the sky and ignited the earth below. He combined these observations with the arcane formulas of alchemy, weaving science and mysticism into a single, volatile force. The first attempts were failures, each one more disheartening than the last. Vessels exploded in his hands, leaving burns on his skin and scars on his confidence. His assistants began to doubt him, their whispers growing louder with every misstep. But Callinicus pressed on, driven by a vision he could not shake. He worked tirelessly, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, his hands trembling as he poured liquids into vials with painstaking precision. One evening, as the wind howled outside and the air inside grew heavy with the scent of burning oil, he finally succeeded. The substance he had created burned with an intensity that defied explanation. It clung to surfaces, spreading like a living thing, refusing to be extinguished even when doused with water. Callinicus stared at the flames, mesmerized and horrified by their beauty. He knew he had created something that could change the course of history, for better or worse. As word of his invention spread, so too did the legends. Some said Callinicus had received a vision from the archangel Michael, who had shown him the formula in a dream. Others whispered that he had struck a bargain with the devil, trading his soul for the power to create a weapon of unmatched destruction. There were even those who believed the fire was not man-made at all but a relic of ancient times, rediscovered by Callinicus in a moment of divine providence. But not all stories focused on Callinicus. Some spoke of the mysterious masters of fire, an elite group of Byzantine engineers who had refined and guarded the formula over the centuries. According to these accounts, the recipe for Greek fire was so secret that it was never written down, passed only through whispers from one generation to the next. The masters were said to be bound by an oath of silence, their lives dedicated to the protection of this powerful knowledge. The secrecy surrounding Greek fire only added to its mystique. Foreign envoys who witnessed its devastating effects returned home with tales of a liquid flame that defied nature itself. Enemies of the empire feared it as a weapon of divine wrath, a punishment reserved for those who dared to challenge Constantinople. And within the empire, it became a symbol of resilience, a testament to the ingenuity and strength of a people determined to survive. One story, often told in hushed tones, recounts the fire's first use in battle. An enemy fleet had surrounded the city, their ships cutting off supplies and threatening to breach the walls. The defenders were outnumbered, their morale wavering as they prepared for what seemed an inevitable defeat. But then, as the enemy approached, the Byzantines unleashed their secret weapon. The fire rained down from siphons mounted on their ships, its roar like a beast awakened from a long slumber. The flames engulfed the enemy vessels, turning the sea into a cauldron of smoke and ash. Those who survived the inferno fled in terror, their screams lost in the chaos. When the battle ended, the waters were littered with charred remains, and the Byzantines stood victorious. To those who had witnessed it, there was no doubt, this fire was not of this world. The invention of Greek fire marked a turning point in Byzantine history, a moment when science, faith, and necessity converged to create something extraordinary. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, a tapestry woven from fact and fiction, history and legend. But whether it was the work of a single man or the culmination of centuries of knowledge, one thing is certain: Greek fire was a weapon born of desperation, wielded with the hope of survival in a world filled with uncertainty. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting the city of Heliopolis in hues of gold and crimson. It was a place of ancient wisdom, where temples whispered of gods long since forgotten and streets buzzed with the hum of traders and scholars alike. Amid the bustling life, a figure moved with quiet purpose, a man whose name would soon echo through the annals of history. Callinicus of Heliopolis was no ordinary man, and though the world did not yet know it, he was destined to leave a mark so profound it would ripple through centuries. Callinicus had always been a man of contradictions. Born into a family of artisans, he had inherited the meticulous hands of a craftsman but harbored the restless mind of a dreamer. From a young age, he was captivated by fire, not just as a destructive force, but as something alive, something that could be tamed and understood. He would sit for hours, watching the flames of a hearth dance and twist, his mind weaving questions no one else dared to ask. By the time he was a young man, his curiosity had grown into obsession. He studied everything he could find: old texts on alchemy, scrolls on the properties of oils and minerals, even the whispered superstitions of traveling mystics. His workshop became a place of wonder and danger, filled with the pungent scents of sulfur and resin, the air thick with smoke and anticipation. But his work was not without cost. Scars dotted his hands, reminders of experiments gone awry, and his neighbors whispered that he was meddling with forces best left alone. The turning point in Callinicus's life came when his homeland was threatened. The Arab armies had swept across the region, their conquest swift and unyielding. Cities fell like dominoes, and Heliopolis was no exception. Callinicus, like so many others, was forced to flee, his heart heavy with the weight of displacement. But he carried something more than sorrow with him. He carried an idea, a flicker of inspiration that would one day change the course of history. In Constantinople, Callinicus found a city both familiar and alien. Its grandeur was undeniable, its walls towering like guardians of a civilization under siege. But beneath its splendor lay a city gripped by fear. The empire was surrounded by enemies, its survival hanging by a thread. Callinicus saw this desperation, and he knew he could not stand idly by. He sought an audience with the emperor, offering not words of comfort, but the promise of something revolutionary. Legends say that when Callinicus first demonstrated his invention, even the emperor was left speechless. It was fire, yes, but fire like no one had ever seen. It clung to surfaces, defying water's attempts to quench it, spreading with a ferocity that seemed almost sentient. Some said it was the work of a genius, others whispered that it was sorcery. But Callinicus himself remained enigmatic, offering no explanations beyond what was necessary. He simply called it liquid fire. As the Byzantine navy deployed this new weapon, its power became undeniable. In battle after battle, Greek fire turned the tide, reducing enemy ships to smoldering wrecks and instilling fear in those who dared challenge the empire. Callinicus, once a refugee, became a hero of sorts, though his fame was always shadowed by mystery. Who was this man who had unlocked such a dangerous force? What drove him to create something so destructive? And most hauntingly, did he regret it? Stories about Callinicus multiplied, each more fantastical than the last. Some said he had been visited by an angel in a dream who whispered the formula to him as a divine gift. Others claimed he had made a pact with darker forces, trading his soul for knowledge that no mortal should possess. Still, others believed he was merely a man of science, his genius a testament to human ingenuity rather than otherworldly intervention. Callinicus himself offered no answers, retreating into obscurity as his invention took on a life of its own. But the legacy of Callinicus is not just one of fire and destruction. It is a legacy of resilience, of a man who refused to let the tragedy of displacement define him. He took his pain, his loss, and his fear, and he transformed them into something extraordinary. His story is a reminder of the power of the human spirit, of the ways in which desperation can give birth to brilliance. And yet, it is also a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the greatest of innovations come with a price. The air in the workshop was thick with the tang of resin and the sharp bite of sulfur. A faint, acrid smoke hung like a veil, curling lazily upward, escaping through cracks in the shutters. On the table lay a collection of curious substances, pitch-black oil that glistened like a midnight sea, yellowish lumps of sulfur, and powders of a hue so vibrant they seemed almost alive. There was an energy in the room, something electric and unspoken, as though the elements themselves were aware of the role they were about to play. For centuries, the formula for Greek fire remained one of the most guarded secrets in human history. Those who knew the recipe were bound by silence, their loyalty cemented by fear and duty. Some said only the emperor and his most trusted alchemists were privy to its mysteries, and even they held fragments, never the full truth. Whispers in the marketplace told of execution for anyone who dared to betray its composition. This shroud of secrecy gave Greek fire an almost mythical quality, a weapon as much forged in fear as in flame. But speculation has never been silenced. Historians and chemists, dreamers and skeptics, all tried to piece together the puzzle of its creation. They looked to the fragments of ancient texts, to the observations of bewildered enemies who had faced its wrath, and to the very nature of fire itself. The theories they wove were as varied as the minds that crafted them. Some believed the heart of Greek fire lay in naphtha, the oily liquid that could catch fire with the mere touch of a spark. Found in the bowels of the earth, naphtha was both a gift and a curse, its volatile nature as dangerous as it was promising. To the untrained hand, it could spell instant disaster. To a master like Callinicus, it was the foundation of something far greater. It was said that the Byzantines gathered it from distant lands, its transportation a perilous task. Every drop carried the weight of potential catastrophe. Others pointed to quicklime, a substance that hissed and smoked when it met water. To these theorists, quicklime was the key to Greek fire's terrifying persistence. They imagined how, once deployed, it might react violently with the sea, igniting anew despite every effort to extinguish it. Quicklime was a creature of contradiction, a substance that seemed to defy the natural laws of fire and water. Perhaps it was this defiance that made it so alluring, so fitting for a weapon meant to bend the rules of combat. Then there were those who swore by sulfur, the brimstone of ancient lore. Its pungent smell and vivid yellow hue gave it an almost otherworldly presence, a connection to fire and fury that felt almost supernatural. In the hands of an alchemist, sulfur could be more than an element, it could be a catalyst, the spark that turned a substance into a weapon. Its very essence seemed to hum with potential, waiting for the right combination to set it ablaze. Resin, too, entered the equation. Sticky and stubborn, it could cling to surfaces like an unyielding ghost. It was the perfect companion to a fire that refused to die, wrapping its tendrils around wood and flesh alike. Theories about resin painted it as the glue that held the weapon's destructive power together, binding the elements into a cohesive whole. It was the element that whispered of inevitability, of a fire that could not be escaped. Yet the theories did not stop there. Some believed the Byzantines employed secret ingredients, substances known only to their alchemists. Perhaps they used ashes from sacred trees, or rare minerals plucked from the depths of the earth. Perhaps they chanted prayers or incantations over the mixture, infusing it with a power that transcended the physical. These ideas blurred the line between science and mysticism, adding an air of enchantment to an already enigmatic weapon. There were moments when those who sought to understand Greek fire spoke of its creation as an art rather than a science. They imagined Callinicus not as a chemist, but as an artist, mixing his paints with care, his brushstrokes deliberate and inspired. They saw the workshop as a studio, each ingredient a color on the palette. To these minds, Greek fire was not just a weapon, it was a masterpiece, born of genius and desperation. And yet, the formula's secrecy gave rise to darker tales. Some whispered that the Byzantines had harnessed something unnatural, that Greek fire was born not of earthly substances but of forbidden knowledge. They spoke of deals struck in shadow, of alchemists who paid for their genius with their souls. The fire, they said, was alive, a beast unleashed upon the seas, loyal only to its creators. These stories, though fanciful, captured the essence of Greek fire's mystique. It was not just a weapon, it was a force, one that seemed to transcend human understanding. The truth, of course, remains elusive. The formula, if it still exists, is locked away in the annals of history, its keepers long since turned to dust. But the theories, the speculation, the endless curiosity, they are a testament to Greek fire's power, not just as a weapon but as a legend. It is a reminder of the human desire to understand, to uncover the mysteries that lie just beyond reach, even when the answers are shrouded in flame and smoke. The flames danced, alive with an energy that seemed to whisper secrets older than the stars. It wasn't just fire, it was a force, a presence that could warm the soul or destroy the world. To those who watched, mesmerized by its flickering light, it was more than a tool. It was a symbol, a mystery, a power both divine and untamed. In ancient cultures, fire carried stories within its glow, each spark a fragment of something greater. There was a time when fire was sacred, its origins wrapped in wonder and reverence. People believed it was stolen from the gods, a defiant act that bridged the mortal and the divine. In Greece, they told of Prometheus, the titan who defied Zeus to bring fire to humanity. The tale was more than myth, it was a reflection of the deep bond between humanity and the flame. Fire was life, warmth, and survival, but it came at a cost. For his theft, Prometheus was bound and tormented, a stark reminder that such a gift was never meant to be freely given. In Byzantium, fire carried echoes of these ancient beliefs, but it also became something uniquely theirs. To the Byzantines, fire wasn't just a symbol of divine favor, it was a weapon, a shield, a mark of their ingenuity. It burned brightly in their hearts, a reminder of resilience in the face of relentless enemies. Yet even as they harnessed its destructive power, they revered its spiritual essence. The flicker of a candle in a darkened church wasn't just light, it was a prayer, a connection to something eternal. The Byzantines were heirs to a world where fire was seen as a sacred bridge between earth and sky. The flames of the altar were believed to carry prayers heavenward, their smoke rising like whispers to the divine. In their churches, light spilled through colored glass, refracted into countless hues that danced on walls adorned with gold and icons. These lights, shimmering like living flames, reminded the faithful of the Holy Spirit, often depicted as tongues of fire descending upon the apostles. Fire wasn't just a physical presence, it was a manifestation of grace, a sign of something beyond human comprehension. But fire wasn't always a comfort. It was feared as much as it was revered. The same flames that brought warmth could turn into a roaring inferno, consuming everything in their path. In Byzantine lore, fire was often a force of judgment, a divine scourge unleashed upon the unworthy. Tales were told of cities engulfed in flames as punishment for their sins, their streets turned to ash under the weight of divine wrath. The firestorm was a reminder that no one could control the will of the heavens, no matter how powerful they believed themselves to be. Yet, for all its destructive might, fire also symbolized rebirth. The Byzantines, inheritors of the ancient world, were familiar with the phoenix, the mythical bird that perished in flames only to rise again from its ashes. To them, this wasn't just a story, it was a promise. Fire could destroy, but it could also purify, cleanse, and make way for something new. This duality was woven into their identity. Their empire itself had risen from the remnants of Rome, forged anew in the crucible of time and conflict. In battle, fire took on a different kind of meaning. Greek fire, their most famous invention, was both a weapon and a symbol of their resilience. It was said to roar like a living creature, its flames leaping across water, defying the natural order. Enemies who faced it saw not just a weapon but a manifestation of Byzantine ingenuity and divine favor. To their foes, it was terrifying. To the Byzantines, it was a source of pride, a testament to their ability to wield the elemental force that had shaped civilizations. But fire wasn't only about war. It was woven into the rhythms of daily life, a constant presence in homes and hearts. Hearth fires crackled in the corners of humble dwellings, their light casting shadows that seemed to dance with the stories of old. These fires were the heart of the home, a place where families gathered, where meals were prepared, and where warmth was shared on cold nights. To extinguish such a fire was to invite darkness, both literal and symbolic. In celebrations, fire became a beacon of joy. Torches lit the way during festivals, their glow reflecting the laughter and music of the people. Bonfires blazed in public squares, their heat mingling with the warmth of community. In those moments, fire was a unifier, a light that drew people together in shared experience. Its flickering glow wasn't just illumination, it was life itself, pulsing with the energy of human connection. Even in death, fire played its part. Funeral pyres burned brightly, their flames consuming the mortal shell and releasing the spirit. In these moments, fire was a guide, a companion on the journey to the afterlife. Its warmth carried the soul upward, away from the confines of the earthly world, to a place of peace and eternity. The Byzantines believed that fire had the power to transcend boundaries, to connect the seen and the unseen. As the flames flickered and roared, their light painted a picture of a culture that understood fire's power and its symbolism. It was a paradox, both a tool and a mystery, a source of comfort and a harbinger of destruction. The Byzantines saw fire as a reflection of their own existence, a balance of faith and strength, vulnerability and resilience. It burned brightly in their hearts and in their history, a constant reminder that even in the darkest moments, there was light. The air crackled with anticipation, heavy with the weight of what was to come. Torches lined the harbor, their light reflecting on the water as shadowy figures moved with purpose. A strange mixture of fear and awe filled the hearts of those gathered, for what they were about to witness defied understanding. In the distance, the faint outline of enemy ships loomed closer, their sails like ominous ghosts on the horizon. The Byzantines stood poised, their greatest weapon ready, a secret so profound that even its creators debated whether its origin lay in divine inspiration or sheer human brilliance. The legend spoke of a vision, a flash of insight bestowed upon Callinicus of Heliopolis, a man shrouded in mystery. Some whispered he had been visited by an angel, its fiery wings illuminating the night as it whispered the formula into his ear. Others claimed it was no divine messenger but the product of relentless experimentation, born of a desperate need to defend the empire against enemies who seemed unstoppable. Whatever the truth, the result was undeniable, a weapon that turned the tides of battle, leaving both allies and foes awestruck. On the deck of a Byzantine dromon, a soldier gripped the strange device with trembling hands. It resembled a dragon's head, its jaws open wide, ready to unleash fury. The nozzle glistened with a slick, oily substance that smelled sharp and acrid. He had seen it before, seen how it leapt through the air like a living thing, clinging to wood, water, and flesh alike. The memories haunted him, enemies screaming as the unquenchable flames consumed them, their ships reduced to smoldering wreckage. It was power, undeniable and terrifying, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was something no human should wield. Scholars argued endlessly about its origins, each theory more compelling than the last. Was it a gift from God, a miracle bestowed upon the faithful to protect the holy city of Constantinople? The devout believed so, pointing to the countless victories where Greek fire had turned the tide, preserving the empire against overwhelming odds. To them, it was proof of divine favor, a heavenly flame entrusted to the chosen people. The very act of using it felt like a prayer, its roar an echo of the wrath of heaven unleashed upon the wicked. But not everyone agreed. Others saw it as a triumph of human ingenuity, a testament to the brilliance and resourcefulness of the Byzantine people. They spoke of Callinicus as a man ahead of his time, a visionary who combined science and art to create something unparalleled. They marveled at his understanding of chemistry, his ability to mix substances that shouldn't work together yet produced an unstoppable inferno. In their eyes, he was no mere vessel of divine will but a genius whose mind burned as brightly as the flames he had created. The tension between these perspectives only grew with each passing generation. In the quiet halls of monasteries, monks debated whether such a weapon could truly be considered holy. Was it right to wield a force so destructive, even in the name of survival? Some argued that its very existence was proof of God's will, while others feared it was a temptation, a test to see if humanity would misuse such power. The question hung heavy in the air, unresolved, as Byzantine artisans continued to refine the weapon, their hands guided by faith or ambition, or perhaps both. On the battlefield, there was no time for philosophy. When the enemy surged forward, their war cries filling the air, the Byzantines acted swiftly. The nozzle roared to life, and the fire leapt forth, a stream of liquid flame that arced across the sky before crashing into the enemy fleet. The water hissed and steamed as the flames clung stubbornly to the waves, defying nature itself. Soldiers on the opposing ships scrambled to escape, their screams mingling with the crackle of the fire. To those who witnessed it, the sight was unforgettable, a vision of both awe and horror, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. The soldiers who wielded Greek fire bore the weight of its legacy. They were both feared and revered, seen as the keepers of a sacred trust. But in their quieter moments, many of them wrestled with doubt. Was it truly God's will that they unleash such destruction? Or were they playing with forces they barely understood, forces that could one day consume them as well? The questions gnawed at their hearts, even as their hands remained steady, knowing that their duty was to protect their home at any cost. In the workshops of Constantinople, artisans worked tirelessly to maintain the secret. The formula was a closely guarded treasure, known only to a select few who swore oaths of loyalty and secrecy. Some said the ingredients included sulfur and resin, others spoke of naphtha and quicklime, but no one could be certain. Even those who knew the truth refused to speak of it, fearing the consequences if the secret fell into enemy hands. It was a burden they carried in silence, knowing that their work was both a shield and a sword. Over time, the stories of Greek fire grew, each retelling adding new layers of myth and meaning. It became more than a weapon, it was a symbol of Byzantine resilience, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there was a spark of hope that could not be extinguished. Yet the question remained, was that spark divine, or was it the light of human ingenuity burning brightly against the darkness? The answer, perhaps, lay somewhere in between. As the flames flickered and danced, they seemed to speak of a world where faith and reason intertwined, where the sacred and the human coexisted in a delicate balance. Whether born of divine inspiration or human brilliance, Greek fire was a testament to the power of belief, belief in a higher power, belief in human potential, and belief in the enduring spirit of a people who refused to be conquered. The lab was quiet, save for the occasional hiss of burners and the clink of glassware. A group of chemists stood around a table, their faces lit by the flickering glow of flames. On the counter lay ancient manuscripts, their ink faded but their words still potent. Each line hinted at a secret long lost to time, a recipe guarded so fiercely that even whispers of it had vanished into legend. The air buzzed with a sense of reverence and danger, as if they were tampering with something meant to remain buried. The lead chemist lifted a vial, his hand steady despite the weight of history pressing down. Inside, a viscous liquid swirled, a concoction of naphtha, resin, and sulfur, or so they believed. The formula was a guess, pieced together from fragments of Byzantine texts and the accounts of awestruck enemies who had faced the fire centuries ago. Each ingredient was chosen with care, yet doubt lingered in every movement. Was this the elusive Greek fire, the inferno that clung to water and consumed everything in its path? Or was it just another failed attempt in a long line of efforts to resurrect the past? The first recorded attempt to recreate Greek fire had ended in disaster. In a workshop tucked away in 17th century Europe, an alchemist had claimed to have cracked the code. His notes described a mixture so volatile it could ignite on contact with air. But the test had gone horribly wrong. A single spark had set the lab ablaze, the flames devouring wood, stone, and flesh alike. Witnesses had fled in terror, swearing they had seen the wrath of God unleashed. No one dared to try again for decades, the memory of the catastrophe etched into their minds. Centuries later, a new generation of scientists took up the challenge. Armed with modern technology and access to ancient texts, they approached the mystery with a mix of curiosity and hubris. They analyzed historical accounts, dissecting every detail in search of clues. The descriptions were vivid yet maddeningly vague: flames that burned on water, a weapon that roared like a dragon and struck fear into the hearts of entire fleets. Each account offered tantalizing hints, but no concrete answers, leaving the researchers to fill in the gaps with educated guesses. One theory suggested that the secret lay in a combination of petroleum-based substances, thickened with additives to create a sticky, clinging fire. Others argued that quicklime was the key, its chemical reaction with water generating intense heat and igniting the mixture. Still, others believed that Greek fire was more than just chemistry. It was an art, a craft passed down through generations of Byzantine engineers who took their secrets to the grave. The lack of definitive evidence only fueled the obsession, each failed experiment driving the researchers to try again. In a military lab in the mid-20th century, a team of engineers believed they were on the brink of success. They had developed a flamethrower-like device, capable of launching a stream of burning liquid over great distances. The demonstration was impressive, the flames licking across the surface of a pond and refusing to be extinguished. But something was missing. The fire didn't have the same mythical quality described in the ancient accounts. It lacked the eerie, almost supernatural persistence that had made Greek fire so feared. The researchers declared it a victory, but in their hearts, they knew they had fallen short. The obsession with Greek fire was not limited to scientists and militaries. Artists, writers, and filmmakers wove the weapon into their stories, portraying it as a force of nature, a symbol of human ingenuity or divine wrath. Each retelling added new layers to the myth, blurring the line between fact and fiction. The fire became larger than life, a phantom that haunted history and refused to be pinned down. Yet the more its legend grew, the more determined some became to uncover the truth. In one university lab, a historian and chemist worked side by side, poring over ancient texts late into the night. The historian traced her fingers over the faded script, her voice steady as she read aloud the descriptions of the fire's effects. The chemist took notes, jotting down ideas for their next experiment. Their partnership was built on mutual respect, each bringing a different perspective to the puzzle. Yet for all their efforts, the answer remained elusive. The texts were riddled with contradictions, as if the scribes themselves had been unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. The historian often wondered if the secret was meant to stay hidden. She thought of the Byzantines, their empire under siege from all sides, clutching this weapon as their last line of defense. They had guarded it fiercely, trusting only a select few with its creation and use. Perhaps they had known that such power could not be entrusted to just anyone. Perhaps they had deliberately let the secret die with them, choosing to leave behind a legacy of awe rather than a weapon of destruction. One evening, the chemist decided to test a new hypothesis. He mixed the ingredients carefully, his movements deliberate as he added each component to the flask. The liquid hissed and bubbled, a faint wisp of smoke rising from its surface. He poured a small amount into a metal dish and set it alight. The flames roared to life, bright and fierce, their heat intense enough to make him step back. For a moment, he thought they had done it. But as the flames began to die down, his excitement faded. It wasn't Greek fire. It was just fire. Failure after failure piled up, yet the attempts never stopped. Each generation of researchers brought new tools and new ideas, convinced that they would be the ones to solve the mystery. Some were motivated by a desire for knowledge, others by the allure of fame or the potential for military advantage. But the fire refused to be tamed, its secret slipping through their fingers like smoke. The lab fell silent again, the flames extinguished, leaving only the faint scent of burnt resin in the air. The chemists exchanged glances, their faces a mix of disappointment and determination. They packed away their equipment, their minds already racing with ideas for the next experiment. The answer was out there, somewhere, waiting to be found, or perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps Greek fire was never meant to be understood, its true nature forever shrouded in mystery. But as long as the legend burned brightly in their hearts, they knew they would keep searching, chasing the elusive spark that had lit up the past and refused to fade away. In the dead of night, a lone figure moved silently through the narrow streets of Constantinople. Cloaked in darkness, he clutched a small, leather-bound scroll to his chest as though his very life depended on it. His heart pounded in his ears, a relentless rhythm reminding him of the stakes. The scroll contained formulas, instructions, the essence of the Byzantine Empire's most guarded secret. A weapon so feared it had turned the tide of countless battles. And now, even the faintest whisper of its knowledge could doom the empire. A shadow stirred behind him. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. A hand emerged, gripping his shoulder with a force that sent his knees buckling. "Who sent you?" a voice hissed, low and cold. Before he could respond, another figure emerged from the shadows. It was over. He had underestimated the lengths to which the Byzantines would go to protect what was theirs. From the moment Greek fire first scorched enemy ships, its existence became a tightly held secret, one surrounded by layers of deception and control. The empire's survival depended on it. The recipe was not just a formula, it was a lifeline, a weapon of unparalleled power that gave them dominance on the seas. And they knew, if even a fragment of the secret fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. The guardians of this knowledge were no ordinary men. They were sworn to an oath that went beyond loyalty to the empire. It was a pact of silence, binding them until death. These alchemists worked in secluded workshops, hidden deep within the labyrinthine walls of Constantinople. Access was restricted, the entrances heavily guarded, the interiors monitored by watchful eyes. No outsider ever saw the process. Even among those entrusted with the secret, no one person held the entire formula. Each craftsman knew only his specific task, a measure of oil here, a pinch of resin there, so that even betrayal could not unravel the mystery. The emperors understood the power of fear and intrigue. They wove Greek fire into the fabric of Byzantine legend, letting tales of its devastation spread far and wide. These stories weren't just exaggerations, they were calculated moves, designed to instill dread in the hearts of their enemies. Sailors from rival fleets spoke in hushed tones about fire that clung to water, flames that seemed alive, devouring wood and flesh with equal hunger. The Byzantines fed these rumors, knowing that sometimes the mere threat of a weapon was as effective as the weapon itself. Every attempt to learn the secret was met with swift and ruthless action. Spies who sought to infiltrate the workshops rarely lived to tell the tale. Coded messages were intercepted, messengers disappeared, and whispers of treachery were silenced before they could echo. The Byzantines weren't just protecting a weapon, they were safeguarding an idea, a symbol of their superiority, and they would stop at nothing to ensure its preservation. One tale spoke of a foreign envoy, a man with charm and wealth, who sought to buy the secret with promises of gold and alliances. He wined and dined Byzantine officials, slipping them gifts and whispered offers. For weeks, it seemed his efforts might bear fruit. But then, without warning, he vanished. His possessions were confiscated, his name erased from records. Some said he had been imprisoned, others believed he had met a far grimmer fate. The message was clear: no amount of cunning or coin could breach the wall of secrecy surrounding Greek fire. The lengths to which the Byzantines went were extraordinary. When the ingredients were transported, they were disguised as mundane goods: wine, honey, olive oil, carried in unmarked barrels and guarded as though they contained the emperor's crown. Workers handling these materials were often blindfolded, their roles reduced to mechanical tasks, ensuring they could never piece together the whole picture. Even the terminology used in documents was encoded, the words chosen to mislead and confuse. But secrecy came at a cost. The alchemists lived as prisoners of their own knowledge. They could not share their work, their thoughts, their triumphs, even with their closest kin. They were shadows within the city, revered yet isolated, their existence defined by what they could never reveal. Some bore the burden with pride, seeing themselves as protectors of the empire's future. Others crumbled under the weight of their silence, their loyalty strained by the loneliness of their task. There were moments when the secrecy itself became a weapon. During a naval engagement, a captured enemy captain begged for mercy, offering information on an impending attack in exchange for his life. The Byzantine admiral smiled coldly, leaning close enough for the man to hear his whispered reply, "We already know. And now you will burn." As the captain was led away, the other prisoners exchanged terrified glances, their fear stoked not just by the flames, but by the empire's apparent omniscience. The secret of Greek fire was not just a matter of survival, it was a statement. It said to the world, "We are untouchable." But even as the Byzantines fought to preserve this advantage, they knew it was a race against time. Empires rise and fall, and with each passing year, the risk of the secret slipping out grew. The alchemists aged, their numbers dwindling, their knowledge at risk of fading with them. The emperors debated fiercely, should the formula be written down, stored in some secure archive? Or was the risk too great, the chance of betrayal too real? For centuries, they chose caution over convenience, trusting only in human memory and loyalty. The strategy worked, until it didn't. One day, the flames that had defended the empire for so long began to fade, their secret buried alongside the men who had created them. The Byzantine Empire would continue to fight, but a vital piece of its arsenal was lost forever. Still, the legend endured, the whispers of Greek fire echoing through the ages, a testament to the power of secrecy and the lengths to which people will go to protect what matters most. The sea, once a silent expanse of dark blue, suddenly erupted in chaos. The Arab fleet, a wall of ships stretching as far as the eye could see, pressed forward toward the great city of Constantinople. The mighty Byzantine Empire, perched on its peninsula, stood defiant in the face of its enemies. For years, the city had held strong, its massive walls a testament to the resilience of the people inside. But today, the walls were not enough. The Arab invaders had come, determined to take the city that lay at the crossroads of the world. The city's defenders knew the stakes. They had fought many battles before, but this was different. The air was thick with tension, and the streets buzzed with the urgency of preparation. Behind the fortifications, men and women alike sharpened their swords and prepared their shields. But in the heart of the Byzantine fleet, a different kind of preparation was underway, a weapon that could decide the outcome of the siege. As the Arab fleet approached, their ships bobbed like vultures over the waters, drawn by the scent of victory. These ships, sleek and fast, were designed to overwhelm, to strike with lightning speed and leave nothing but destruction in their wake. But the Byzantines had something the Arabs did not: Greek fire. The sea was quiet, almost eerily so, as both fleets took their positions. The sky was clear, the sun shining down on the calm waters, as though the world were holding its breath. Then, without warning, the air shattered with the roar of the Byzantine fleet's engines as they powered forward. The ships, each carrying the precious cargo of Greek fire, surged into position. The first wave of the Arab fleet came into range, their oars dipping into the water with rhythmic precision. In an instant, the first flames shot out from the Byzantine ships, cutting through the air like arrows of fire. The flames were not like any the Arabs had seen before. They were alive, relentless, and unforgiving. As they hit the first Arab vessel, the fire spread across its wooden frame with terrifying speed, eating through the ship's hull and turning it into a blazing inferno. The Arabs screamed in panic, their attempts to douse the flames useless. The fire didn't stop, it burned on the water, as if it had a life of its own. The smell of burning flesh, wood, and pitch filled the air, a bitter, choking stench that clawed at the throat. The Arabs, unprepared for this kind of destruction, scattered in every direction. Ships collided, oars snapped, and chaos descended as the fire consumed everything in its path. For every ship that tried to escape, another burst of Greek fire would catch it, turning it into a floating tomb. The Byzantines, their faces set with grim determination, stood firm. They knew what was at stake. The empire's survival rested on their shoulders, and they had no intention of letting the invaders breach their beloved city. As the fire continued to rain down from their ships, the Byzantines cheered, their voices rising above the din of the battle. This was not just a weapon, this was the embodiment of their resilience, their defiance, their hope. The Arabs, in contrast, were bewildered. They had expected a conventional battle, a contest of strength and numbers, but instead, they faced an enemy that seemed to have harnessed the very fury of the gods. The sea, once their ally, had become a killing field, a place where their ships were reduced to smoldering wrecks. They could do nothing but retreat, their pride shattered, their dreams of conquest slipping away with every burning vessel. But the Byzantines were not finished. They pressed their advantage, their ships cutting through the smoke-filled air with the precision of trained warriors. Each burst of Greek fire was a death sentence for the Arabs, and soon, the water was littered with the wreckage of their once proud fleet. The sound of crackling flames and the cries of the fallen filled the air, but the Byzantines stood firm, their eyes set on victory. As the battle raged on, the Byzantines knew that this was a fight not just for survival, but for their future. Greek fire was their shield, their sword, their last hope. And as long as they had it, they would fight to the bitter end. The Arabs, though relentless, could not match the fire that burned in the hearts of the Byzantines. In the weeks that followed, the Arabs would attempt to regroup, to return with reinforcements, but they were never able to shake the fear that Greek fire had instilled in them. The siege would drag on for months, but the decisive blow had been struck, and the legend of Greek fire would be etched into the annals of history. The Byzantine defenders stood victorious that day, their faith in their secret weapon unshaken. But as the fire died down, leaving behind nothing but charred wood and the bitter taste of salt water, they knew the truth: the battle was not over. Greek fire had saved them for now, but the world was always changing, always evolving. And the enemies of Constantinople would never stop trying to breach its walls. The story of that day, the day when the Byzantines held the line against overwhelming odds, when Greek fire turned the tide of battle, would live on, whispered from generation to generation. It would be a story of hope, of survival, of a people who refused to surrender, no matter the cost. And though the flames of that battle would one day fade, the memory of the fire that burned on the waters would never be extinguished. The sea was dark, a mirror of the sky, but beneath its surface, the tension was thick with promise. The Arab fleet was immense, hundreds of ships, their sails stretched high like the wings of 1,000 crows, their oars dipping rhythmically into the water, each stroke bringing them closer to the heart of the Byzantine Empire. Constantinople, the jewel of the East, stood proud and resolute, its towering walls stretching to the heavens. Yet beneath those walls, the whispers of fear spread like wildfire among the defenders. The siege had begun. In the stillness before the storm, men and women on the Byzantine side prayed. They knew what was coming, what the Arabs had come for, their city, their way of life. And they knew that the sea, their most dangerous enemy, was about to be tested in ways no one could foresee. The sun had barely kissed the horizon when the first fires lit the sky. The Byzantines, preparing for this very moment, watched as the enemy fleet advanced. They could see the swells of water ripple under the weight of so many ships, the mighty oarsmen steering their vessels like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Yet, within the Byzantine fleet, there was something else, an almost sacred silence, a sense of anticipation. Then, it happened. With a sudden roar, the first bursts of Greek fire leaped from the Byzantine ships, shooting out like arrows of flame that could not be stopped. The air, once cool and calm, now crackled with heat and destruction. The flames hit the Arab ships, their wooden frames splintering as the fire consumed them, eating away at the hulls with an unstoppable hunger. Men aboard the burning vessels screamed in terror, their clothes alight, their hopes shattered. There was nothing they could do to stop the inferno that raged across the water. But the fire did not just burn the ships, it burned their pride. It turned their vision of victory into a nightmare. The sea that had once been their ally had become their graveyard. The fire spread across the water with no mercy, following its target wherever it went. Nothing could extinguish it, water, wind, nothing. The Arabs, desperate and confused, tried everything they could to fight back, but it was like trying to quench the sun with a single bucket of water. The flames burned brighter, fiercer, and the sea became a hellish furnace. In the midst of the chaos, there was a moment when all fell silent. A ship, once mighty and full of life, was now a hollow shell, consumed entirely by the fire. Its wreckage bobbed on the water, a testament to the fury unleashed by the Byzantines. The flames lit up the faces of the men in the Byzantine fleet. Their eyes were not filled with joy, but with a quiet resolve. They had not won yet, but with Greek fire, they had taken the first step. The Arabs, shaken to their core, realized that they were not facing a typical enemy. The Byzantines had something that defied reason, something that burned with the fury of gods. And with each ship that was lost to the flames, their morale shattered further. They had come to conquer, to break the walls of Constantinople and carve out a new empire, but what they found instead was a force of nature they could not overcome. Days passed, and the battle raged on, but the Arabs had lost their edge. Greek fire, with its ability to burn on water and reduce entire fleets to ashes, had leveled the playing field. The once proud and vast Arab fleet was now a scattered, disorganized mess. Each new attack was met with an unrelenting storm of fire, and soon, even the bravest of the Arab sailors hesitated. It wasn't just the fire that struck fear into their hearts, it was the realization that they were fighting an enemy who had mastered not just the art of war, but the art of survival. The Byzantines, against all odds, had turned the tide. What was supposed to be an overwhelming force had become a desperate struggle for the Arabs to retreat and regroup. As the flames faded, leaving only the scent of burning wood and salt in the air, the Byzantines stood victorious, though not without cost. The battle had been won, but the price was high. The defense of Constantinople, the heart of the empire, would never come without sacrifice. And yet, with Greek fire in their hands, they had secured the city's future for just a little longer. In the days that followed, as the fire turned to smoke and the survivors of the Arab fleet retreated, the legacy of that day would be spoken of for generations. It would be a tale of how the seemingly invincible had been defeated, not by numbers, but by a force that could not be tamed. The city, though scarred, would stand proud. The flames of that battle would live on in the hearts of the people, a reminder of their resilience, their ingenuity, and their unbreakable spirit. As the Byzantine soldiers cleaned the remnants of battle from their ships and the streets of Constantinople, they knew the fight was far from over. The Arab sieges would continue, and new challenges would arise. But for today, they had faced the storm and emerged victorious, the flames of Greek fire still burning in their hearts. The sun was barely setting, casting a faint golden light across the sea as the ships of the Arab fleet cut through the water with quiet precision. The salty breeze whispered across the waves, but for the men aboard the Byzantine ships, there was an unsettling stillness. They knew what was coming, and the weight of it hung in the air like a storm. This wasn't just another battle. This was survival. The fate of Constantinople rested on this very moment. The Arabs, with their pride and confidence, had come for the city, expecting an easy victory. The towering walls, the grandeur of the empire, these were symbols of a civilization they believed to be on its last legs. Their ships were numerous, their forces well equipped. They had all but convinced themselves that victory was theirs. But in the darkened corners of the Byzantine navy, a terrifying weapon waited, unseen and unknown to the invaders. Then, from the depths of the Byzantine fleet, it came. With no warning, the first burst of Greek fire shot through the sky, its searing flames reaching out like a monstrous beast. It landed on the hull of one of the Arab ships, and before the sailors could even react, the fire spread like a living thing, devouring everything in its path. The wood splintered and cracked as the flames danced across the surface of the water, impossibly bright, impossibly fierce. The air turned thick with smoke and heat. The cries of men echoed across the sea, their voices full of horror as they tried to put out the flames with water, only to watch in disbelief as the fire only grew stronger. It was as if the very sea itself conspired against them. The invaders were not just fighting for control of a city. They were fighting something beyond their understanding, something that defied nature. The fires were not like anything they had ever seen before. There was no escape from it, no way to fight it off. The burning ships were sinking, their crews helpless as the fire consumed their vessels, eating away at everything. panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Men who had once stood tall, eyes filled with determination, were now running in all directions. There was no safe place. There was no place to hide. The terror wasn't just in the flames, it was in the realization that this was something they could not defeat. It was psychological warfare at its most powerful. On the Byzantine side, a silence fell over the ships. The crew, though weary from battle, understood the power of what they had unleashed. Their fire was not only a weapon, it was a message. It was a terror that gripped the heart of the enemy, a fear that twisted in their minds long after the flames had gone out. The Byzantines were not just defending a city, they were defending a secret, an ancient fire that no one had seen before, and that no one could ever hope to control. As the flames spread across the water, the Arab commanders could feel the shift in the air. Their men were no longer soldiers, they were animals caught in a trap. They could see it in their eyes, and the way their oarsmen faltered and their archers hesitated. They had not expected this kind of battle, not this kind of fear. The invaders had come to conquer, to spread their empire across the seas, but now they were being consumed by the very element they had once dominated, the sea itself. The word Greek fire soon passed from sailor to sailor, whispered in fear, a name that held no explanation, only terror. There were no answers, only questions. How could a fire burn on water? How could they fight something that could not be put out? The flames seemed to mock them, their existence defying all logic. It was as though the very fabric of nature had been ripped apart, and the invaders were powerless against it. The Byzantines watched as the invaders tried to regroup, only to be met with another deadly volley of fire. The men aboard the ships that were still floating could hear the sounds of the Arab sailors shouting in panic, the desperate cries for help. But there was no help. There was nothing that could save them from the terror of Greek fire. And in that moment, the invaders knew they had lost. They had underestimated their enemy, thinking that numbers alone could secure victory. But they hadn't counted on the psychology of fear. They hadn't counted on the way Greek fire could shake the very foundations of a man's resolve, how it could turn even the bravest warriors into quivering shadows of themselves. As the battle raged on, the fires continued to burn. Each ship that caught flame sent a wave of panic through the enemy ranks. Each burning vessel became a reminder of the cruelty of their fate, a reminder that they were facing an enemy who had something they could not comprehend. The fires did not just destroy, they broke spirits. The fire, like a phantom, whispered in the minds of the invaders, sowing doubt, fear, and confusion. It took away their will to fight. For the Byzantines, this was a victory not just of fire, but of the mind. Greek fire was not merely a weapon, it was a psychological tool. It had been crafted with the knowledge that terror could defeat an enemy just as surely as a sword or a spear. The very sight of it, the impossible, terrifying flames, was enough to shatter the will of even the most hardened warriors. And when the Arab fleet finally turned to flee, it wasn't the loss of their ships that marked their defeat, it was the loss of their hearts. The fear of the fire would follow them across the seas, and the memory of what had happened on those dark waters would haunt them for the rest of their lives. They had been confronted not just with a new weapon, but with the terror of the unknown, the kind of terror that strips away everything a man once believed in and leaves only a trembling, broken shell. As the flames finally died down, leaving nothing but smoke and the remnants of destruction, the Byzantines knew that they had done more than just protect their city. They had struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, creating a psychological legacy that would last for centuries. The terror of Greek fire had been unleashed, and the invaders would never forget it. The moon hung heavy over the sea, its pale light glimmering across the water's surface as the enemy fleet sailed closer, their ships cutting through the waves with chilling precision. The scent of salt and brine filled the air, mingling with the hushed murmurs of the sailors aboard the Byzantine ships. For months, they had prepared for this moment, knowing that their survival rested on a weapon whose power was as much in its fear as in its flames. The Arab fleet had come from across the sea, determined to breach the city of Constantinople. The towering walls of the city were impressive, but it was not the walls that made the invaders pause. It was the mystery of the fleet that awaited them. Unknown to the invaders, the Byzantines were ready with a weapon that no enemy had ever faced: Greek fire. On the decks of the Byzantine ships, there was a quiet sense of anticipation, mixed with fear. Men checked their weapons, eyes scanning the horizon, but deep within them, there was something else, a flicker of something far more unsettling. The flames would come soon, and with them, the terror they brought. As the first ships of the enemy drew near, the air seemed to thicken, as though the very world was holding its breath. Then, without warning, the night exploded into chaos. A volley of fire arced through the air, crashing onto the enemy ship with a ferocity that stole the breath from everyone who saw it. The flames were unlike any fire they had known. It was not a simple fire, it was a monster, a creature of the night that had come alive. The fire burned brighter than the moon, casting long shadows on the water. It spread across the wooden hull like a living thing, devouring everything in its path. The invaders screamed, the sound rising above the crackling of the flames. The ship's crew, once so confident, were now scrambling in panic, their hands uselessly slapping at the fire that wouldn't die. It clung to the wood, to the sails, to the men themselves, turning them into human torches. No matter how much water they poured, the fire only grew stronger, fed by the very sea itself. The terror was not just in the flames, it was in the impossibility of it all. The invaders, skilled sailors and seasoned warriors, had never known a fire that burned on water, never known a fire that wouldn't die. It wasn't just a weapon, it was fear made flesh. As the flames spread to other ships, the confusion among the enemy grew. The air was thick with smoke, and the night sky, once a vast expanse of stars, now seemed small and suffocating. The sea, once their ally, had turned against them. In the distance, the flicker of firelight danced on the waves, and the stench of burning flesh filled the air. The invaders began to pull back, their ships scattered, their resolve crumbling with each new wave of fire. The Byzantines watched from their ships, a calm force in the storm. For them, this was not just a victory, it was a message. Greek fire was more than a weapon, it was psychological warfare at its most devastating. They had not just broken their enemies' ships, they had broken their spirit. For the invaders, the flames had become a symbol of their defeat. It was not just the destruction of their ships, it was the destruction of their will to fight. They could not understand what they were up against. The more they tried to fight, the more the fire mocked them, twisting their efforts into futility. It was not a battle of strength or skill, it was a battle of terror. Greek fire had robbed them of their courage, their unity, and in the end, their sanity. The men who had once stood proud on their ships now found themselves stumbling in fear, their hearts heavy with dread. As the fire consumed the enemy fleet, the Byzantines could feel it, the weight of victory, not just in the flames that destroyed their enemies, but in the fear that burned in the hearts of those who had seen it. The invaders would never forget the terror of that night. They would tell their children about the flames that burned on water, about the enemy they could not defeat, about the weapon that turned their own strength into weakness. Greek fire was not just a weapon, it was a memory, a nightmare that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. On the Byzantine ships, the men knew they had something that could not be taken from them. They were not just defending their city, they were wielding the power of fear itself. And as the flames died down, leaving only the remnants of the enemy fleet drifting aimlessly on the water, the Byzantines understood something profound. It was not just the fire that had won the battle, it was the terror it had instilled. Fear had been the true weapon. As the last of the flames flickered out, a deep silence fell over the battlefield. The enemy was broken, scattered, defeated, not just by fire, but by their own terror. The Byzantines had unleashed something ancient, something primal. They had turned the tide not with strength or skill, but with something far more potent, fear. The fire had done its work. The invaders would never forget the terror of that night, the impossible flames that could not be quenched. And in the heart of Constantinople, the Byzantines would stand victorious, not just because of their walls or their strength, but because of the power of fear, fear of a weapon they could never understand, fear of something that could never be defeated. The wind howled through the rigging, the smell of salt water thick in the air, as the Byzantine fleet prepared for another battle. The sea was choppy, the waves rolling high, crashing against the sides of the ships. Yet, there was no fear on the faces of the men aboard. They were not ordinary sailors, nor ordinary warriors. They were the protectors of Constantinople, a city that had stood for centuries, and now they had a weapon like no other, Greek fire. As the enemy ships approached, their hulls cutting through the water with deadly purpose, the Byzantines readied themselves. They had fought many battles, but today would be different. Today, the sea itself would become their weapon, their ally. The enemy would never see it coming. On the Byzantine ships, the men moved swiftly but with purpose. The ships, long and lean, were built not just for speed, but for precision. Each was a floating fortress, armed with catapults and the infamous siphons, the delivery system for Greek fire. These were not mere weapons of destruction, they were instruments of terror, designed to strike fear into the hearts of anyone who dared to challenge the might of Constantinople. As the enemy ships drew closer, the Byzantines began to position themselves with uncanny precision. They knew their ships like the back of their hands, every rope and plank, every crevice and corner. The sea, in all its vastness, was their domain. And on this battlefield, they were masters. The first wave of attack came from the Byzantines. The enemy ships, dark and ominous, loomed on the horizon, their sails billowing in the wind. They had no idea what awaited them. The Byzantines, patient and calm, let them draw closer. It was a strategy born not just of military expertise, but of the power of anticipation. They knew the enemy would underestimate them, and that was their mistake. Suddenly, without warning, the Byzantine ships erupted in action. The siphons were unleashed, spewing forth streams of burning liquid that hit the enemy ships with the force of a thunderstorm. The flames shot through the air, bright as lightning, engulfing the hulls of the enemy vessels in an instant. The fire spread quickly, as though it had a mind of its own. The invaders, stunned and unprepared, could only watch in horror as their ships were consumed by the unrelenting fire. The flames twisted and danced, as though they were alive, crawling up the sails, licking at the men's skin, turning their vessels into infernos. The fire could not be stopped. It didn't just burn, it destroyed everything in its path. The wood of the ships was no match for the heat. The men screamed, their voices lost to the roar of the fire, as they tried to fight back, but the flames were relentless. They couldn't escape it. On the Byzantine ships, the men watched, their faces stoic but their eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a well-executed plan. The fire was working. It was breaking the enemy's resolve, stripping them of their will to fight. The Byzantines had not just unleashed a weapon, they had unleashed a force of nature. The enemy ships, once so confident in their numbers, now found themselves scattered and broken. The once proud vessels were now burning ruins, their crews in disarray. The sea, once their ally, had turned against them, and there was no escape. The Byzantines had learned long ago that the key to naval combat was not just strength, but strategy. And Greek fire was their ultimate strategy. It was not just a weapon, it was a tool of psychological warfare, a force that made men question their own sanity. As the enemy attempted to regroup, the Byzantines did not relent. The battle was far from over. The Byzantine ships maneuvered expertly, cutting through the water with the precision of trained predators. They were not just fighting for victory, they were fighting to send a message. Greek fire was their gift to the sea, a message that would be burned into the minds of anyone who dared to face them. The Byzantines knew their weapon well. It was not just about throwing fire at an enemy and hoping for the best. No, Greek fire required skill, timing, and coordination. The men on board knew when to strike and when to retreat. They knew how to maneuver their ships, how to position themselves just right so that the fire could reach its target with devastating accuracy. Each ship had its own role to play in this deadly dance. Some were tasked with drawing the enemy closer, while others waited for the perfect moment to strike, unleashing the fire from their siphons at just the right angle. The Byzantines had perfected the art of naval combat, and Greek fire was their secret weapon, one that would leave the enemy paralyzed with fear. The invaders, once so confident, now found themselves adrift in the sea of terror, their ships burning, their crews in disarray. The fire didn't just destroy the ships, it destroyed their spirit. The enemy began to flee, scattering in all directions, desperate to escape the flames that would not be extinguished. The sea had become a graveyard for their hopes, and Greek fire had become their undoing. For the Byzantines, this was more than a victory. It was a statement, a declaration that they were not just defenders of Constantinople, they were the masters of the sea. And Greek fire was the weapon that would ensure their dominance for generations to come. As the last of the enemy ships disappeared into the smoke, the Byzantines stood tall, their faces grim but proud. They had won, not through brute strength, but through cunning, through skill, and through the terrifying power of Greek fire. The battle was over, but the terror would linger, not just for the defeated, but for anyone who dared to challenge the might of the Byzantine Empire on the high seas. And as the ships sailed back to port, their sails filled with the wind, the men knew one thing for certain: Greek fire had changed the course of naval warfare forever. It was not just a weapon, it was an art, a science, a secret, and a symbol of Byzantine power. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the choppy sea. A cool breeze whipped through the air, but it didn't bring much comfort to the men aboard the Byzantine ships. Their eyes were fixed on the horizon, where enemy vessels appeared, their sails like black birds of prey against the pale blue sky. The stillness was shattered by the sudden command, "Prepare the siphons." In that instant, the atmosphere shifted. The men moved quickly, with a practiced urgency. The siphons, the Byzantine weapon of legend, were ready. Each ship had its own set of these strange devices, a mixture of engineering marvel and terrifying ingenuity. Their purpose was clear: to unleash a fire that could not be extinguished, a fire that would engulf the enemy's ships in moments. The crews worked in perfect harmony, their motions fluid, despite the urgency. On the deck, the air smelled of salt and oil, the pungency of fuel that had been prepared for this very moment. They weren't just preparing for a fight, they were preparing to unleash a storm of terror. The first siphon was fired, and a stream of liquid flame erupted from the ship. It shot out like a serpent, a trail of fire lashing through the air, crashing into the hull of the nearest enemy ship. The flame spread instantly, licking the wood, climbing the sails, and creeping into every crack and crevice. The enemy sailors were caught off guard, their eyes wide with terror as the fire seemed to appear from nowhere. Their cries were lost in the roar of the flames, but the Byzantines could hear the silence that followed. The fire was doing its work. There was no mistaking it now: the enemy was facing something that no man could have anticipated. The Byzantines, however, were in control. The siphons, those terrifying devices, could be used again and again, and they would keep on pouring the burning liquid until there was nothing left of their enemies. The tactics were simple, yet effective. The Byzantine ships, sleek and nimble, maneuvered around the slower, more cumbersome enemy vessels. Their crews had trained for years to use the siphons with precision. The men knew exactly where to stand, how to angle the siphons, how to unleash the fire with deadly accuracy. They would wait, watching as the enemy ships closed in, and then, at the perfect moment, the fire would strike. It was a strange kind of warfare, one that exploited both skill and fear. The siphons were not just weapons, they were psychological tools. The flames didn't just burn, they terrified, consuming not just the ships, but the very spirit of the enemy. The fire was relentless, consuming everything it touched, turning what had been an organized fleet into a chaotic, burning mess. The sailors who had once been proud of their ships now fought a losing battle against an unstoppable force. For the Byzantines, this was more than just a fight. This was their weapon of mastery, their advantage on the high seas. As the battle raged on, the crew members at the siphons fired again and again, never pausing, never wavering. The technique was flawless, just as it had been drilled into them for years. The ships, which had once been the pride of the enemy, were now burning wrecks. The Byzantines didn't just win by strength, they won by cunning, by exploiting the fear of their foes. As the flames ate away at the enemy's fleet, the Byzantines kept their cool, their faces hard, determined. The fire did the rest. The battle moved on, but the enemy was already lost. They could see it in the burning ships, hear it in the frantic shouts of their comrades as they tried to escape. The Byzantines had created not just a weapon, but a force of nature. A force that could not be controlled, could not be predicted. Greek fire was their weapon, and it would turn the tide of any battle on the seas. But it wasn't just about the technology of the siphons, it was about timing, strategy, and knowing when to strike. The Byzantines had perfected the art of naval warfare. They understood that the element of surprise was just as important as the strength of the weapon itself. And so, they waited, patient and calm, until the right moment came. As the enemy ships burned, the Byzantines watched with detached satisfaction. They knew that they were not just fighting for victory, they were fighting to send a message. This was not just a battle, it was a declaration of power, a reminder that the seas belonged to those who could master them. And with Greek fire, the Byzantines had done just that. The final moments of the battle arrived, and the sea was a chaos of smoke and burning ships. The Byzantines had turned the tide of battle with the precision of an artist wielding a brush. Their ships moved like shadows on the water, positioning themselves just so, unleashing the flames with brutal efficiency. And in the end, it wasn't the number of ships that mattered. It was the strength of the fire and the brilliance of the strategy that had won the day. When the smoke cleared, the Byzantines were still standing. Their ships were unscathed, their crews victorious. The enemy, once proud and eager for battle, was now scattered, their vessels sinking in the sea, consumed by the fire they could not escape. Greek fire had proven itself to be more than just a weapon, it had become a symbol of Byzantine power, a symbol of their dominance over the sea. The enemies who had once thought they could conquer Constantinople now knew that they faced a force unlike any other. And as the Byzantine fleet sailed back into the safety of the harbor, their mission complete, the crew members could already hear the stories being whispered about their victory. They had become legends, and their weapon would be remembered long after the battle was won. The sound of hammers striking iron echoed through the stone walls of Constantinople, a steady rhythm that kept pace with the tension growing outside the city's gates. Word had come in, thick and heavy, like the smoke of an impending storm. An enemy force, large and determined, was marching toward the city. Their intent was clear: they would breach the walls or burn them to the ground. They would take Constantinople, or die trying. But the people inside the walls were not afraid. They had something the enemy had not anticipated, a secret weapon that had once only belonged to the Navy but had now been adapted for land. The defenders, knowing what was coming, had been preparing for weeks. They could feel the weight of their city on their shoulders, but they also knew that this was a fight they could win. As the enemy army drew closer, the Byzantines set to work positioning their weapon, Greek fire. It had been a marvel of the seas, a terrifying force that had turned naval battles into one-sided massacres. But now, its use was being adapted for the land. The once terrifying siphons had been reworked into devices designed to spew fire in bursts, engulfing enemies in a deadly, unquenchable inferno. These new creations were placed in strategic positions along the walls and gates, ready for the assault. As the enemy approached, the defenders waited in tense silence. They had done all they could to prepare. The wooden structures the enemy had built outside the walls, those that would serve as ladders and siege towers, had been carefully watched. The air was thick with anticipation, the weight of knowing that this would be their moment. Then the silence shattered. The first wave of enemy soldiers charged forward, their shields raised high, their faces grim with determination. They had spent months preparing for this assault, and nothing could stop them now, nothing except the fire. With a single signal, the first siphons roared to life. A burst of fire shot out from the walls, streaking across the field like a dragon's breath. The enemy soldiers in the front ranks staggered back, blinded by the light and choking on the smoke. But it wasn't just the first blast that stopped them. It was the terror of it, the shock of seeing something so unnatural, so devastating. Men who had fought in countless battles, who had faced death on the battlefield time and time again, now froze in their tracks. Some turned to run, others dropped to their knees, covering their faces in desperation. But the fire didn't stop. The siphons continued to pour liquid flame over the battlefield, sweeping across the enemy lines, turning the very ground beneath them into a furnace. The flames didn't just burn, it consumed everything they touched. Wood, cloth, flesh, nothing was spared. It spread so quickly that even the enemy's best efforts to douse it were useless. The fires clung to the very air, as though it were alive. The sight was enough to break the spirit of any army. The invaders had been prepared for siege engines, for arrows, for swords and shields, but not this. They had heard the rumors, whispered tales of a fire that could not be stopped. But now they were facing it, and there was no escape. In the midst of the chaos, the Byzantines stood firm. Their own soldiers, though their hearts pounded with adrenaline, remained calm. They had trained for this. They had watched the flames burn through the night during the trials, had felt the heat on their own skin, and had learned to use the fire with precision. They knew where to direct the flames, where to hit hardest. It wasn't just brute force, it was art. The fire was not just a weapon, it was their signature, their shield, their promise to protect their city at all costs. The enemy, already shaken by the first barrage, now saw their siege towers ablaze. The ladders they had carefully constructed for the final climb to the walls were nothing but smoldering ruins. They tried to rally, to regroup, but it was no use. Greek fire had done its work. It had broken the will of the invaders, had shattered their resolve like a hammer striking glass. But the fire did more than break their spirits, it turned their strategy into ashes. The attackers, who had once marched confidently toward the gates, now found themselves running, disorganized and terrified, their screams lost in the roar of the flames. There was no order now, no command they could follow that would save them. In their desperation, they tried to retreat, but the fire didn't care about their plans. It followed them, clinging to their armor, their flesh, their hopes. On the walls, the Byzantine defenders watched, expressionless. There was no joy in the destruction they had wrought. They had seen too many battles, too many deaths, to revel in this. But there was something almost sacred in the way their strategy had worked, and the way Greek fire had acted as both sword and shield. It wasn't just the destruction, it was the protection, the assurance that they would not be broken. They had been given this gift, this terrible weapon, and they had used it to defend everything they held dear. As the last of the enemy forces fled the field, the city of Constantinople stood, its walls blackened by smoke, but its heart still beating strong. The fires had cleared, but their mark remained. The Byzantines had proven, once again, that they were not a people to be easily defeated. And though the fire had been a tool of destruction, it had also been a symbol of the strength of the Byzantine people, their resolve, and their unyielding spirit. The flames had protected them, just as the city had protected its people for centuries. The enemy may have come with the intention to break Constantinople, but it was the fire, both literal and metaphorical, that had been their undoing. The flames had spoken, and they had delivered a message that no one would ever forget. The sun was setting behind the ancient walls of Constantinople, casting long shadows over the city. Inside the gates, there was a tense quiet as the soldiers prepared. They knew something was coming, but they couldn't know what exactly. Rumors had spread like wildfire. A mighty fleet, larger than anything the empire had ever seen, was bearing down on the city. The enemies of Byzantium had gathered, their eyes set on the heart of the empire. They came by sea, their ships cutting through the water like wolves on the hunt. The air was thick with anticipation, and in the midst of it, the Byzantine soldiers stood, preparing their weapons. But their secret weapon, the one that had won them battles before and would do so again, was ready. Greek fire. As the wind howled and the waves crashed against the shore, the defenders stood ready to unleash it once more. On the horizon, the first of the enemy ships appeared, sleek and dark, their sails rising like the specters of death. They approached with speed, eager to strike. The men in the Byzantine navy stood at the ready, their eyes on the approaching enemy, but there was no fear. Greek fire was their shield, their sword, their savior. The order was given. The first siphons spouted their deadly flame, and the sea was set ablaze. The fire leaped from the ships, streaking through the air in brilliant arcs. It burned hotter than the sun itself, faster than the enemy could react. The first few ships were engulfed instantly. The enemy sailors scrambled, diving into the water, choking on the thick smoke and the heat. But the fire didn't care. It spread like an unstoppable force of nature, and the enemy ships were nothing more than kindling. The invaders, who had thought they would break through the city's defenses, were now running for their lives. The great fleet, so proud and powerful, was no match for the ferocity of the Byzantine flames. Men who had once sailed with confidence now wailed in terror as their ships burned. The waves seemed to swallow them whole, the fire clinging to them, refusing to let go. For the Byzantines, it was a victory they could feel in their bones. They knew this was more than just a battle won. It was a moment that would be remembered in the history of the empire, a reminder that they would never go down without a fight. Greek fire had once again turned the tide, forcing back an enemy that had been sure of victory. The flames did not just burn, they crushed the spirit of the invaders, leaving them shattered and broken. But that was just one battle. There were more stories where Greek fire had changed the course of history, moments where the flames seemed to come from the gods themselves, shifting the balance of power and fortune. There was the story of the Second Arab Siege of Constantinople in 717 AD, a time when the city stood at the very edge of its existence. The Arabs had brought an enormous fleet, their ships bristling with soldiers, their banners waving in the air. The Byzantines were outnumbered, and it seemed as if nothing could stop the relentless advance of the enemy. But once again, Greek fire was their salvation. As the Arab fleet approached, the Byzantines were ready. They unleashed their deadly weapon once more. The Arab ships, huge and imposing, caught fire with terrifying speed. The Byzantines watched as their enemies, who had thought they would break the city, were swallowed up by the flames. The fire did not stop at the ships, it burned the spirits of the invaders, extinguishing their hope as much as it destroyed their ships. The siege was broken, and the enemy fleet was scattered, their hopes dashed by the flames. Then there was the battle at the siege of Kherson in 941, a time when the city of Constantinople stood once more against the Rus, a fierce people from the north. The Rus had come with a great fleet, ready to conquer the Byzantine heartland. The sea was their path to victory, and their ships were the keys to their power. But the Byzantines, with their Greek fire, were not going to let that happen. The Rus had no idea what awaited them. As they approached the walls of the city, the Byzantine navy struck first. Greek fire erupted from the ships, like a great storm, and in an instant, the Rus fleet was ablaze. The flames caught hold of the wooden ships, and they burned like kindling. Panic set in, and the once confident invaders found themselves helpless against the fire. Their ships were consumed by the flames, their men drowning in the sea as they tried to escape the inferno. The fire was not just a weapon of destruction, it was a weapon of fear, a psychological force that broke the will of the invaders. To face Greek fire was to face something beyond the ordinary, something so terrifying that it shattered the confidence of even the bravest men. Through all these battles, one thing remained clear: Greek fire was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol of the empire's strength, its ingenuity, and its unyielding spirit. In moments of desperation, when all seemed lost, the fire would come and change the course of history. It was a weapon of hope for the Byzantines, a reminder that even in the darkest times, they had something that could turn the tide of war. The stories of these battles lived on, passed down through the centuries. They were the tales of a city that had been on the brink of destruction but had refused to fall. They were the stories of warriors who had stood firm, who had used their knowledge and their courage to defend their home. And they were the stories of a weapon that had not only defeated armies but had burned its name into the annals of history. The flame of Greek fire still flickered in the hearts of those who had witnessed its power, a flame that would never be forgotten. The sound of the sea crashing against the Byzantine ships was deafening, but it was drowned out by something far more terrifying: the roar of fire. Thick, black smoke billowed into the sky as flames licked the air, twisting and dancing like spirits in agony. Men screamed, some leaping into the water in desperation, others clutching at the deck, their faces contorted in terror as the inferno consumed their very souls. The fire did not care. It burned hotter, faster, more mercilessly than anything the invaders had ever seen. One witness, a soldier who stood at the edge of the Byzantine fleet, looked on in awe. He had seen many battles, but nothing like this. The enemy ships, proud and mighty, were reduced to charred wrecks in moments. He watched as Greek fire shot across the water, streaking through the night like liquid death, and in the blink of an eye, the invaders were no more than burning shadows on the sea. It was more than just a weapon, it was a nightmare made flesh. The soldier would later recount the scene to his comrades, his hands shaking as he spoke. He described how the fire had spread with a speed that seemed unnatural. It jumped from ship to ship, as though the sea itself had caught fire. The invaders, their eyes wide with panic, had no time to escape. Some of them tried to jump into the water, but the fire followed them, a hungry beast that would not let go. One moment, the enemy had been marching toward victory, the next, they were screaming in the flames, helpless and broken. Another witness, a scribe recording the events for the emperor's annals, painted a picture of horror in his words. He wrote of how the fire burned brighter than the sun, brighter than anything the city had ever known. He described how it spread over the waves like a living thing, consuming everything in its path. But what struck him most was the terror it inspired in the enemy. He could see it in their eyes as they watched their ships burn, an unbearable, primal fear that froze them in place, rendering them powerless to fight back. But it wasn't just the soldiers and sailors who experienced the terror. A priest who had been watching from the safety of the city walls wrote in his chronicle that he had seen something more. As the fire burned through the enemy ships, he saw the faces of the invaders reflected in the flames. They were not just fighting a battle. They were fighting an enemy they could not comprehend, an enemy that seemed to come from the very fires of hell itself. The priest described the scene in vivid detail. He saw men falling to their knees, their bodies writhing in agony as the fire reached them. Their faces twisted in unimaginable pain as the flames consumed them, their screams mixing with the roar of the fire, creating a sound that would haunt him forever. He wrote that, in that moment, the battle was no longer about soldiers or tactics, it was about survival against something far greater, far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Historians would later comb through the chronicles of those who had witnessed Greek fire in action. One particular account stood out, a letter from an Arab sailor who had been part of the fleet sent to conquer Constantinople during the First Arab Siege in 673 AD. His words were simple but chilling. He described the moment when the Byzantines had unleashed the fire, and how it had torn through their fleet. He spoke of the terror that spread among his comrades, how they had thought they could conquer the city with ease, only to find themselves helpless in the face of an enemy they could not see or fight. I had seen many battles, the letter read, but none like this. The fire came at us like a flood, and there was no way to fight it. We threw water, we tried to escape, but it followed us. It burned our ships, our bodies, our spirits. We were no longer men, but burning shadows on the sea. The letter ended with a stark line, "I do not know how we lost. I only know that the fire took us, and we could do nothing to stop it." The terror of Greek fire was not just physical, it was psychological. An anonymous Byzantine historian wrote about how the very sight of the fire was enough to break the will of the enemy. He spoke of how the enemy soldiers would often surrender without a fight, simply at the sight of the flames. They knew they could not outrun it, could not hide from it. The fire was inevitable. It was unstoppable. One of the most vivid accounts came from a Byzantine commander who had led a strike against a much larger invading fleet. He described the moment when Greek fire was unleashed with such force that the enemy seemed to vanish before his eyes. The flames cut through the ships like a knife through cloth, tearing them apart with an unstoppable fury. There were no cries of battle, the commander wrote. No clash of swords or arrows. Only the roar of the flames and the screams of men who knew they would not see another day. The fire consumed them. It consumed everything. And it was then that I realized I did not command a battle. I commanded a force of nature. The commander went on to explain how, in the aftermath, the enemy fleet was unrecognizable. The fire had left nothing but ashes and scorched wood. The soldiers, even those who had managed to escape the flames, were broken, no longer soldiers, but men who had witnessed something beyond their comprehension. In the centuries since, the stories of Greek fire have spread far and wide, passed down through generations. Each account paints a picture of something more than a weapon, a force that defies reason, that shapes history, and that leaves its mark not just on the body, but on the soul. Those who saw it, those who fought against it, would never forget the terror it instilled. The fire was more than just a weapon of war. It was a reminder that there are forces in this world that cannot be tamed, that cannot be reasoned with. It was a reminder of the power of the Byzantine Empire, of a city that stood against all odds and fought with everything it had to survive. And for those who witnessed Greek fire in action, it was a lesson they would carry with them for the rest of their lives. The flames roared, stretching their fingers toward the heavens, as the Byzantine fleet moved forward, igniting the sea with a weapon unlike anything the world had ever seen. For years, stories had swirled around the mysterious liquid fire that could burn on water, that could swallow entire fleets in moments, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. But amidst the terror and awe, one question lingered: how much of the legend was true? In the heat of battle, it was easy to become swept up in the spectacle. Soldiers, sailors, and even emperors told tales of Greek fire, their voices trembling with a mix of fear and wonder. They spoke of men being swallowed whole by the flames, of entire fleets reduced to smoldering heaps in the blink of an eye. Some claimed the fire could even melt stone, turning cities into ash. But as the years passed, these stories began to blend with exaggeration, as is often the case with legends. Was Greek fire truly the unstoppable force they made it out to be, or was it simply the product of imagination and the need to make sense of the unimaginable? A scribe, sitting by candlelight late into the night, carefully wrote down the accounts he had heard from those who had witnessed it firsthand. His quill moved in long, graceful strokes across the parchment, trying to capture the grandeur, the awe, the terror that Greek fire had inspired. Yet, there was a hesitation in his heart. He had spoken to men who swore the fire could burn forever, and others who said it could rise from the depths of the sea with no warning. But how much of it was fact? How much of it was a dream, a fear given form by the mind? One old sailor, with weathered hands and a face as craggy as the shores he had sailed, sat in front of the scribe. He spoke with a trembling voice, but his eyes, though tired, burned with the intensity of someone who had seen too much. The fire, he said, was like a spirit, a demon that could not be controlled. It would follow you, hunt you down. I've seen men burn with it, screaming, their faces contorted. But others said it could turn the sea to ash, turn ships to dust, just like that. His hands, gripping the edge of the table, tightened. Maybe it's the way our minds try to explain what we don't understand. Or maybe it was all true. But the scribe was not satisfied. The sailor's account was not the first to claim that Greek fire could melt stone or burn on the water forever. And yet, the scribe had seen none of these things himself. Was it possible that the fire was simply powerful enough to evoke such fear and wonder that the truth became lost in the telling? Another historian, younger and more cautious, insisted that much of what was said about Greek fire was simply exaggerated. It was dangerous, yes. But it was not invincible. There were times when it didn't burn, or it was put out before it could do real damage. Stories of it turning stone to dust or burning eternally were the stuff of legends, like the tales of monsters in the sea. The young historian's words were measured, but they lacked the conviction of those who had lived through the chaos. It seemed that, over time, the truth had been clouded by the very terror the fire had instilled. And yet, wasn't it the very nature of legends to evolve, to grow more powerful as they were retold? The young historian continued to write, trying to separate the reality of Greek fire from the myths. He knew the truth was somewhere between the extremes, between the terrifying reality of the fire and the fantastical tales that had woven themselves into its history. But in doing so, he couldn't shake the feeling that some of the mystery, the very magic, of Greek fire had been lost. One particularly haunting tale had been passed down from a Byzantine general who had led his men through countless battles, many of which had involved the use of Greek fire. The general's eyes shone with the firelight as he recounted a battle off the coast of Africa, where his fleet had faced a much larger enemy. His voice was steady, but it held the weight of someone who had fought not just with weapons, but with belief. "We did not just use fire," he said, his gaze piercing. "We used terror. We used something that could not be seen or touched, but was felt in the soul. His soldiers had called it the hand of God, a force so powerful that it left no room for mercy. But the general, like the young historian, knew better than to allow the myth to cloud the truth. It was fire, he said, his voice tinged with reverence. But it was fire wielded by men, not gods. It was not the unstoppable force people think. It could be contained, sometimes even extinguished. But in battle, at that moment, we had control of it. That was our strength. And yet, even the general could not deny the power of the fire in the moment. How could he, or anyone, describe the feeling of watching a fleet of enemies burn, knowing that it was the very flames they had unleashed that would determine the outcome? It was more than just strategy. It was psychology, it was fear. It was the belief that they could not be stopped, not because of any certainty in the fire's power, but because of the fear that it inspired. The historian could not ignore this. What was Greek fire, after all, if not a weapon that preyed on the human mind, that exploited the vulnerabilities of the heart? Perhaps it was this, the fear it caused, that fueled the legends. The stories of invincible fire, of ships burning on the water, of the fires that could never be extinguished, these were the echoes of fear, woven into the fabric of history. What was a weapon without the fear it inspired? Without that sense of terror, Greek fire would have been nothing more than fire in a bottle, not the fiery legend that it had become. In the end, the truth was elusive, and maybe it didn't matter. The tales had grown to serve their purpose, to create a legend that would never die, to make the fire an eternal symbol of the Byzantine Empire's strength and power. But even as the scribe wrote, he wondered if the fire itself was not as important as what it represented, how history is shaped not by the truth, but by the fear of what we cannot understand, and the legends that emerge to fill the gaps in our knowledge. The air in the darkened chamber was thick with the scent of sulfur, salt, and something else, something heavier, like the weight of forbidden knowledge. Torches flickered along the stone walls, casting dancing shadows over strange symbols etched into the floor. In the center, a robed figure bent over a collection of ancient vials and crucibles, his hand steady as he measured the delicate ingredients. He was a man of few words, but his mind was filled with them, whispers of wisdom handed down through the ages, drawn from the mysterious, secretive world of alchemy. And in that moment, he was working toward something that could change the course of history forever. For centuries, the Byzantines had nurtured a unique tradition, a blend of science, mysticism, and secrecy, passed down through the ancient Greeks, and refined by those who dared to seek knowledge beyond the known world. The alchemists of Byzantium were not simply men and women who sought to turn lead into gold or unlock the secrets of eternal life. They were the custodians of a fire that could not be controlled, a weapon forged not in the flames of war, but in the quiet, shadowed corners of their laboratories. This fire was Greek fire, a mysterious substance that could burn on water, that could swallow ships and strike terror into the hearts of enemies. How did such a thing come to be? What was its true nature? To many, it was a divine gift, a secret passed down by the gods. But for the alchemists, it was not divine, it was the product of the earth itself, drawn from the deep, ancient forces that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. These men were no mere magicians, they were scholars, seekers, people who believed that all things had a hidden order, a deeper truth that could be uncovered with the right knowledge. In the dim light of the chamber, the alchemist worked, his fingers moving deftly as he combined volatile substances. He wasn't just making fire, he was harnessing something far more powerful. With every measured step, with every precise movement, he was drawing closer to understanding the mystery of Greek fire. The Byzantines, like the alchemists who labored in their secretive workshops, were masterful at keeping their techniques hidden. The creation of Greek fire was one of the empire's most closely guarded secrets, passed down only to a select few. To reveal its recipe would have been to risk the downfall of an entire civilization. And so, the alchemists guarded their knowledge as if it were a sacred trust, protecting it from those who might use it for evil or, worse, those who might make it too common and weak. But the pursuit of Greek fire was never a simple matter of mixing ingredients. The true power of the substance lay not just in its composition, but in the philosophy that underpinned it. Alchemy in the Byzantine world wasn't just chemistry, it was a spiritual endeavor. The pursuit of Greek fire was as much about understanding the mysteries of the soul as it was about mastering the elements of the natural world. To create fire from nothing was to command a force as old as the earth itself, a force that could burn not just flesh, but the very fabric of the universe. The secrets of Greek fire were carefully encoded in the minds of those who knew it. A whispered phrase here, a secret gesture there. The knowledge was passed down in fragments, as much poetry as it was practical science. And yet, despite the danger, there was always the temptation, the pull of ambition to share, to reveal. Many tried. Those who failed often ended up as nothing more than ash, their ambitions consumed by the very fire they sought to control. One alchemist, whose name has been lost to time, once wrote in his journal, "In the moment of creation, when the fire is born, there is a glimpse of something divine. It is as if the hand of God touches the very soul of the earth, in turn, answers with a flame that cannot be extinguished." This wasn't the typical language of a chemist, it was the language of a man who had seen something more, who had touched the edge of mystery and felt the weight of it in his bones. The fire wasn't just a tool for war, it was a reflection of something ancient, something that lay beyond the realm of the physical. It was a reminder that even in the world of men, the divine could be felt in the most unexpected places. The alchemists weren't blind to the power of the fire they had created. They knew the devastation it could bring, the way it could turn the tides of battle, the way it could terrorize the hearts of entire armies. But they also understood that fire was a force of nature, unpredictable, unyielding. And perhaps that was the point. Perhaps the fire was not meant to be controlled. It was meant to be a reminder of the chaos, the raw power that lay beneath the surface of every human endeavor. The alchemists created Greek fire not just as a weapon, but as a symbol that the natural world could not be tamed, that even the most powerful empires could be brought to their knees by forces they did not understand. But it wasn't just the alchemists who understood the deeper significance of Greek fire. Those who wielded it on the battlefield, the generals, the soldiers, the emperors, understood its power as well. They knew that Greek fire was not simply a tool of destruction, it was a force of intimidation, a weapon that would break the will of an enemy before the first arrow was even fired. The flame spoke to something primal, something deeply buried in the human psyche. To see a ship go up in flames, to watch the sea itself catch fire, it was enough to make even the bravest of men falter. And when the enemy faltered, when fear took root, the Byzantines could strike, and strike swiftly. There were those who tried to recreate it, of course, those who sought to uncover the secret for themselves. Some were alchemists, others were mere thieves, but all of them shared the same burning desire, to understand the impossible. But no matter how hard they tried, none could replicate the mysterious substance. It was as if Greek fire was not something that could be captured or reproduced. It was a secret too great for any man to wield, a fire too pure for anyone to control. And so, the tradition of Byzantine chemistry, of alchemy, continued. The alchemists who worked in their shadowy workshops did not just create weapons. They were shaping a world in which men and fire, science and spirit, were intertwined in ways no one could fully comprehend. Greek fire was the culmination of that blending, a testament to the power of the natural world, the human spirit, and the eternal quest for understanding. It was a fire that could not be tamed, a weapon that would live on in legend, and a symbol of the mysterious, ever-elusive forces that continue to shape the world we live in. The roar of the sea was deafening, a cacophony of crashing waves and the relentless sound of wind. Yet, there was a stillness in the air as the Byzantine ships prepared for battle, each one lined with rows of soldiers gripping their weapons, eyes fixed ahead. But it wasn't the swords or the shields that would turn the tide today. It was something else, something that had never been seen before. In the heart of every ship, hidden beneath the wooden planks and beneath the feet of the soldiers, was a powerful secret, a force that had the potential to destroy everything in its path. The moment was about to come, and as the enemy ships approached, something stirred in the shadows of the Byzantine ships. The heat of anticipation hung in the air. Then, with a snap, a lever was pulled, and a sharp, hissing noise rang out. From the belly of the ship, a spout suddenly erupted, and an impossible stream of liquid fire shot across the water. The flames spread like living creatures, devouring the enemy ships in a terrifying, unstoppable wave. It wasn't just fire, it was chaos, an annihilation born from something both mechanical and mystical. This was the delivery system for Greek fire, and the world would never be the same. For centuries, the Byzantines had kept their weapons shrouded in secrecy. But what many didn't know was that Greek fire was not only a product of alchemy and chemistry, it was also the work of ingenious mechanical engineering. The fire itself was terrifying, but the method of its delivery was what made it so deadly. It wasn't just a flame thrown by hand, it was fire that could be hurled from a distance, controlled with precision, and launched at the enemy with ruthless efficiency. And it was all thanks to the intricate systems designed to harness the power of hydraulics and mechanics. The ships, often considered the beating heart of the Byzantine military, were equipped with these complex devices that turned the tide of countless battles. These weren't simple, one-time use tools. They were elaborate machines, designed for durability and effectiveness. They relied on the principles of hydraulics, a force that, when applied correctly, could propel liquid fire with the strength of an unstoppable wave. There were pumps, tubes, and barrels all carefully engineered to carry the fire from the hold of the ship to the surface, where it could then be unleashed upon the enemy. But this was no ordinary fire. The systems were designed not just to hold the fire, but to launch it with such force and precision that it could set entire fleets ablaze, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. In the depths of the Byzantine Empire, men and women worked tirelessly, constructing the very engines of destruction that would give their empire the power to defend itself against some of the most powerful enemies of the age. These machines were built with a deep understanding of pressure and flow, of force and restraint. The mechanics were not simply a matter of constructing pipes and valves, they were about controlling chaos itself. The devices were crafted with such care, such precision, that even in the heat of battle, they could function flawlessly, releasing their deadly payload with devastating accuracy. But it wasn't just the mechanical brilliance that made these systems so effective, it was the ingenuity behind them. One of the most important components was the siphon pump, a marvel of engineering that allowed the liquid fire to be transported and launched from the safety of the ship. The siphon used air pressure to push the fire through the pipes, creating a controlled, steady flow. And then, with the push of a lever or the turning of a wheel, the fire would explode from its container, sending flames racing across the water with terrifying speed. The fire didn't just burn the ships, it struck fear into the hearts of all who saw it, for it was a weapon unlike anything the world had ever seen. For those on the receiving end of Greek fire, the terror was overwhelming. There was no escaping the flames, they would cling to anything they touched, burn through wood, steel, and even water. But it wasn't just the physical destruction that was terrifying. It was the fact that no one knew how the fire worked. There were no warnings, no time to prepare. The flames came without mercy, and once they were unleashed, there was no way to stop them. Yet, in the midst of this destruction, there were moments when the machines themselves seemed almost like living creatures. The way the fire would erupt from the ships, leaping across the water, seemed as if it had a mind of its own. It moved with a certain fluidity, an almost purposeful intent, as if the machines were as much a part of the fire as the men who controlled them. In those moments, it was hard to tell where the machines ended and the fire began. The design of these devices was nothing short of genius. The ships, designed with careful attention to balance and placement, allowed the fire to be deployed at the perfect angle. The men who manned the devices were trained to handle them with the utmost care, knowing that a miscalculation or failure in the system could mean the difference between victory and defeat. The pressure had to be just right. The mechanics had to be flawless. Every pump, every valve, every piece of metal and wood had a purpose. It was a system that worked in harmony, a beautiful yet deadly combination of man's ingenuity and the raw power of nature. When the fire was released, it wasn't just a weapon, it was a spectacle. The bright orange glow of the flames against the dark sky, the hiss and crackle as the fire met the water, the terrified cries of those who were caught in its path, all of it combined into a terrifying moment, one that would haunt the memory of those who survived. Greek fire was more than just a weapon. It was an experience, one that would leave an indelible mark on history and on the souls of all who witnessed it. In the quiet aftermath of the battle, when the last flickers of flame had died away and the smoke still hung in the air, the Byzantines would retreat to their ships, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of what had just occurred. They had witnessed the power of their own creation, the brilliant, terrible fusion of mechanics, fire, and engineering. And in that silence, in the stillness of the aftermath, there was one undeniable truth: Greek fire was more than just a weapon. It was a legacy that would continue to burn bright long after the flames had faded away. The air was thick with smoke, and the clash of iron on iron echoed across the battlefield. The enemy fleet, once so confident, was now aflame, burning, disintegrating under a fire that seemed to have a life of its own. No one knew exactly what this fire was or where it came from, only that it was unstoppable, a force of nature beyond comprehension. But behind the flames and chaos, in the hidden workshops of the Byzantine Empire, there were whispers. Whispers of ingredients, of strange and elusive substances that made this fire not just a weapon, but a weapon with no equal. Saltpeter. Oil. Two simple names that would soon become known as the very lifeblood of the terrifying weapon known as Greek fire. It was said that the Byzantines were masters not just of warfare, but of alchemy, chemistry, and the natural world. They knew how to mix ingredients in ways that the world had never imagined. Saltpeter, with its ability to fuel fires that would burn hotter than any normal flame, combined with the thick, tar-like oil that clung to everything it touched, created something unstoppable, something that would haunt the nightmares of their enemies for centuries. Saltpeter, what was it? In the chaos of war, it was just another word, another ingredient, but its role in Greek fire was nothing short of magical. Saltpeter, the key element in gunpowder, had long been known for its ability to burn at incredibly high temperatures. It was a rare substance, difficult to find, but those who knew how to harness its power could create fire that could not be doused, not by water, not by anything. The very presence of saltpeter in Greek fire made it a force that defied nature, that defied the very elements. It wasn't just fire, it was an inferno that could not be put out. As the enemy ships burned, the flames would seem to reach out, as though the fire itself had a mind, a will to live, to spread, to devour. And it did. But what was it that made this fire so terrifying? What made it seem to defy every law of nature? Oil. Oil was the other half of the equation. It was thick, viscous, and sticky. Its properties made it cling to everything it touched. It didn't just burn, it clung, wrapped itself around the wood, the metal, the very souls of those unfortunate enough to be caught in its grasp. The oil made the flames spread, made them last longer, made them burn with a ferocity that no one had ever seen before. Once Greek fire touched something, it was as though the world itself had been set aflame. There was no escape, no way to extinguish it. And together, saltpeter and oil created something that no one could have predicted, a fire that burned hotter and longer, that couldn't be controlled or contained. It wasn't just the terror of the flames themselves that made Greek fire so feared. It was the terror of the unknown, of something that seemed to be born from the very earth and sky, something that was as natural as it was unnatural. But the true magic of Greek fire was in how it was used. It wasn't just something that was set on the ground, waiting to burn. It was a weapon that could be hurled, launched, directed with terrifying accuracy. The Byzantines had perfected a way of sending this fire through tubes and siphons, through nozzles that turned it into a living thing. It wasn't just a substance, it was a weapon that could be aimed, fired, and released with deadly precision. The men who used it had no fear, because they knew that no matter what happened, they had the power of the gods at their backs. And what could stop them? What could stand in the way of fire that was fueled by saltpeter and oil, fired with the fury of 1,000 storms? The empire's enemies knew they had to face the wrath of something they could not even understand. No matter how many ships they sent, no matter how many armies they raised, they could never escape the fires of Byzantium. Saltpeter, oil, and the ingenuity of the Byzantines had created a weapon that defied every law of war, and in the chaos of the battle, the flame became both the end and the beginning of everything. The enemy fleet would approach, confident in their numbers, but as the Byzantines fired, it was as if the very sea had turned against them. The fire would spread from ship to ship, faster than anything could be imagined, and soon, their fleet was nothing but a charred skeleton of what it once was. The Byzantines, with their saltpeter and oil, had delivered a message that no one could ignore. There were forces in this world that even the most powerful armies could not withstand. Behind the smoke, beyond the burning ships, in the quiet of the night, the secret of Greek fire remained hidden. The world would never know exactly how it was made. But those who had felt the terror of it, who had seen their enemies burned alive by the flames, would never forget. Saltpeter and oil had become not just ingredients, but symbols of power, of mystery, of fear. They had changed the world forever, for in the fire's glow, there was no escape. There was only the heat, the terror, and the knowledge that the Byzantines held the key to something the world had never seen, and might never see again. The fire had a life of its own. It leapt across the deck of the ship with the speed of a storm, consuming everything in its path. Men screamed, but their voices were drowned out by the roar of the flames. The heat was unbearable, worse than any fire they had ever felt. It wasn't just that the fire was hot, it was alive. It didn't just burn the wood, the cloth, the flesh, it seemed to thrive on them, growing stronger with each second, reaching higher, stretching further. The enemy had no time to understand what had just happened. There was no warning, no sign of what was coming. The fire had been sent from the Byzantines in the form of a strange, almost mystical force, launched from hidden tubes, from devices crafted with a deadly precision, and with an intensity that left the world in awe. There was no way to stop it. But how? How could a fire be so deadly, so unstoppable? The physics behind this unnatural force had been kept in secret for centuries, hidden away by those who created it. And yet, the truth, though elusive, was right there, burning bright in the eyes of those who had been unfortunate enough to encounter it. Greek fire was not magic, though it seemed like it. It wasn't a gift from the gods, though it seemed like one. No, it was the product of a deep understanding of the natural world, an understanding that blended alchemy, chemistry, and mechanics in ways that the world had not yet seen. The fire burned with an intensity that was almost impossible to explain until you understood the physics behind it. At the heart of Greek fire was the science of ignition. It wasn't just fire that was produced, it was an intense, self-sustaining combustion that refused to die. There was a reason that water, the one thing that could put out nearly any other fire, couldn't touch it. The fire, once lit, had a hunger that nothing could extinguish. The secret, it seemed, lay in the combination of ingredients that burned hotter and longer than anything seen before. Saltpeter was one of those ingredients. A substance that had been known to fuel fire to incredible temperatures, it was the key to the fire's ferocity. The saltpeter would mix with the oil, a thick, tar-like substance that clung to anything it touched. And as these ingredients combined, they created a chemical reaction that didn't just ignite, it created a fire that burned even hotter, one that didn't care for the natural laws of physics. When Greek fire was launched from a siphon or a tube, the reaction would begin instantly. The oil, when exposed to air, would ignite with a violent force. But it wasn't just the immediate flames that were terrifying. The fire seemed to spread, almost as if it had been waiting for that exact moment to take hold. It would climb, grow, and expand, seeming to defy gravity as it licked the sides of ships, climbed the walls of fortresses, and tore through the very air itself. The fire wouldn't just spread across wood, it would set the water around the ship on fire. It was the secret of the Byzantine Navy, the ability to fight on water, to make the seas themselves an extension of their weaponry. In the physics of Greek fire, the oil and saltpeter didn't just burn, they reacted with the water, creating a mixture that couldn't be put out. The fire would leap from ship to ship, not just from surface to surface, but from the very air itself to the water beneath. No ship could escape it, no sailor could avoid it. The fire wasn't bound by the rules of land, air, or water. It was simply everywhere. But what made this fire even more frightening was its ability to keep burning, to keep feeding itself. Unlike normal fire, which could be starved by cutting off its oxygen supply, Greek fire thrived on contact. It wasn't dependent on air, it didn't need fuel from the earth below. It existed in a state of perpetual combustion, a never-ending burn that could only be defeated by taking out the devices that produced it. And even then, only after the fire had already done its work. The physics of Greek fire were wrapped in mystery, but there was one undeniable truth: it burned because it had been designed to burn forever. The alchemists, the engineers, the men and women who crafted this weapon had understood something fundamental about combustion. They knew that the combination of saltpeter and oil created an energy so intense, so self-sustaining, that it would break all laws of nature. It was fire on its own terms, an unnatural creation that would burn long after every other flame had gone out. When the first ships caught fire, it must have seemed like the world itself was coming to an end. There was no escape from the flames. No matter how fast the ships tried to sail away, no matter how much water they poured over their decks, the fire would follow. It wasn't just a weapon, it was the embodiment of destruction itself, the ultimate force of nature unleashed. But even in the chaos, there were those who saw the genius behind it, the men who designed the mechanisms that could launch this fire, the engineers who knew the physics behind its creation. The weapon was more than just fire, it was a triumph of knowledge, a result of hours and hours spent studying the elements, understanding the ways in which saltpeter and oil could work together in perfect harmony. The fire was its own weapon, its own force, and the Byzantines had harnessed it. In the midst of the carnage, there were moments of clarity. The fire burned hot, but it also burned bright. The physics behind it wasn't just about destruction, it was about control. The Byzantines didn't just set the fire loose on their enemies, they had perfected a way to aim it, to control it, to make it work for them. The flame could be directed, shot through tubes with pinpoint accuracy, sent to strike at the heart of an enemy ship or fortress with the intensity of a storm. But no matter how much they tried to understand it, how much they tried to replicate it, the fire's true power remained elusive. It was a force beyond the boundaries of science, beyond the reach of ordinary fire. It burned not just because it could, but because it had been made to burn, made to defy the very laws that governed the natural world. And in that defiance, it became something more than a weapon, it became a legend. The sky darkened with the smoke of war, an acrid scent biting at the nostrils of those who fought below. A scream pierced the air, followed by the horrifying roar of flames consuming everything in their path. Soldiers dropped their weapons, their eyes wide with terror as the fire, unnatural and unstoppable, raced toward them. It wasn't just fire, it was something alive, something cruel, something that defied the world they thought they understood. Greek fire, a creation as enigmatic as it was devastating, changed the nature of battle forever. For centuries, war had been fought with swords, arrows, and shields. Men relied on their strength, their courage, their wit. But when Greek fire was unleashed, it wasn't strength or courage that mattered, it was survival. The weapon was unlike anything the world had ever seen, and its introduction marked a shift that rippled through the centuries. Before Greek fire, battles were personal. Men fought face to face, the clang of steel against steel echoing in the chaos. But the fire created a new kind of warfare. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a psychological assault. To see your comrades engulfed in flames, their screams silenced by the roar of a fire that could not be quenched, was to witness the end of hope. It shattered morale, turned bravery into panic, and left armies in disarray. This wasn't the first time chemical warfare had been imagined, but it was the first time it had been perfected to such devastating effect. Long before the Byzantines, ancient civilizations experimented with fire and poison. The Assyrians used sulfur and pitch to create choking fumes that could drive enemies from their strongholds. The Chinese developed incendiary bombs with mixtures of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, the early precursors to gunpowder. But Greek fire was different. It wasn't just fire, it was something more. It burned on water, clung to flesh, and refused to die. It was as if the Byzantines had reached into the very heart of the earth and pulled out a piece of hell itself. In the centuries that followed, the shadow of Greek fire loomed large over the history of warfare. Every army, every nation, every ruler who heard tales of its power wanted to harness it. But the secret of its composition remained locked away, guarded by the Byzantines with a zeal that bordered on fanaticism. And so, while others tried to replicate it, none could match its destructive force. Instead, the concept of chemical warfare evolved. In the Middle Ages, armies began using quicklime, a powder that could blind and burn when thrown into the faces of enemies. It was a cruel weapon, but one that paled in comparison to the horrors of Greek fire. During the Renaissance, alchemists experimented with powders and concoctions that could cause explosions or spread poison, laying the groundwork for the gunpowder revolution. And yet, even as new weapons emerged, the legend of Greek fire endured. It was a reminder of what was possible, of the devastating potential of science and chemistry in the hands of those who sought to conquer. When gunpowder was finally perfected, it carried with it echoes of Greek fire. Cannons roared, muskets spat death, and the battlefield became a place of fire and smoke, not unlike the decks of ships burned by the Byzantines centuries before. As time marched on, the scale of chemical warfare grew. In World War I, soldiers huddled in trenches as clouds of mustard gas rolled across the battlefield, burning their lungs and blinding their eyes. It was a new kind of horror, one that felt eerily familiar to those who remembered the stories of Greek fire. The weapon had evolved, but the fear it inspired had not. Even in the modern age, Greek fire's influence can be felt. Napalm, a weapon of fire and terror used in the 20th century, shares a chilling resemblance to the Byzantine creation. It clings, it burns, it destroys without mercy. The scientists who developed napalm may not have drawn directly from Greek fire, but its spirit is there, a reminder of the thin line between innovation and devastation. But Greek fire was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol of power, of knowledge, of the lengths humanity would go to in order to dominate one another. It wasn't just the fire itself that terrified, it was what it represented. It showed that war wasn't just about strength or numbers. It was about ingenuity, about finding ways to outthink and outmaneuver the enemy. Greek fire wasn't just a tool of destruction, it was a statement. It said, "We will fight, we will win, and we will do so in ways you cannot even comprehend." And so, the fire burned its way into the annals of history, leaving a trail of destruction and awe in its wake. It changed the way wars were fought, the way weapons were imagined, the way fear was wielded as a weapon in its own right. The Byzantines may have been the first to perfect it, but they were not the last to use its lessons. For those who faced it, Greek fire was a nightmare that could never be forgotten. For those who wielded it, it was a weapon of unmatched power. And for the world, it was a turning point, a moment when the rules of war were rewritten, and the future was set ablaze. The night was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that makes every breath sound louder than it should. The soldiers stood watch, their eyes scanning the darkness for any movement. Then, without warning, the sky erupted into a cascade of fire and smoke. The crackle and roar of the flames tore through the stillness, and for a moment, it was as if the heavens themselves were burning. In the midst of the chaos, men scrambled to understand what was happening. It wasn't just the fire, it was the way it seemed to come alive, twisting and leaping with an energy that defied logic. This was no ordinary flame. It was something ancient, something born of knowledge and fear, something that hinted at the power humanity could wield when curiosity and destruction intertwined. Greek fire was a marvel of its time, but it was only the beginning. Its creation sparked a path of invention and devastation that stretched far beyond the Byzantine Empire. For centuries, it stood as a pinnacle of pyrotechnic ingenuity, a weapon that combined chemistry and mechanics in ways few could fathom. But the story didn't end there. Fire, as a tool of war and wonder, would continue to evolve, reshaping the way battles were fought and civilizations advanced. In China, far to the east of the Mediterranean, another revolution was taking place. Alchemists, in their quest for the elixir of immortality, stumbled upon a mixture of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. The powder they created didn't grant eternal life, but it did ignite with a ferocity that changed the course of history. Gunpowder was born, and with it came a new era of warfare. The first uses of gunpowder were modest, fireworks to ward off spirits, simple incendiary devices to frighten enemies. But it wasn't long before its potential for destruction was fully realized. Cannons roared to life, their thunderous blasts echoing across battlefields. Armies armed with muskets and rifles marched into a future where the clash of swords would be replaced by the crack of gunfire. As the centuries passed, the evolution of pyrotechnics continued at a relentless pace. Each new invention built upon the knowledge of those who came before, each spark of inspiration leading to weapons and tools that were more powerful, more precise, and more devastating. From Greek fire to gunpowder, from muskets to modern artillery, the pursuit of fire as a weapon of war became a defining characteristic of human ingenuity and its capacity for destruction. The 19th century brought a new wave of innovation. Chemists and engineers, driven by both curiosity and the demands of war, pushed the boundaries of what was possible. Explosives like nitroglycerin and dynamite transformed not only warfare but also industry, allowing for the construction of railways, tunnels, and mines. Yet, even as these new tools reshaped the world, the shadow of Greek fire lingered. Its legacy wasn't just in the flames it unleashed, but in the way it symbolized the fusion of science and strategy, of knowledge and power. In the 20th century, the evolution reached terrifying new heights. World Wars I and II saw the development of incendiary bombs and flamethrowers, weapons that echoed the destructive force of Greek fire in both design and effect. Napalm, a substance as deadly and unquenchable as its Byzantine predecessor, became synonymous with the horrors of modern warfare. The skies over cities and battlefields burned once more, a grim reminder of humanity's ability to harness fire for destruction. But the story of pyrotechnics is not solely one of war. It is also a story of wonder, of celebration, of humanity's desire to light up the darkness. The same principles that gave rise to Greek fire and gunpowder have been used to create fireworks that dazzle and delight. Every burst of color in the night sky, every cascade of sparks that draws gasps from a crowd, is a testament to the dual nature of fire, a force that can both destroy and inspire. Yet, beneath the beauty of those fireworks lies a history forged in flames and blood. The evolution of pyrotechnics is a reminder of the choices humanity faces when wielding such power. It is a story of invention and imagination, of triumph and tragedy, of the fine line between creation and destruction. The soldiers who stood watch on that quiet night centuries ago could never have imagined the legacy of the fire that consumed their world. They couldn't have known that the flames would ignite a chain of events that would echo through history, shaping the way battles were fought and victories were won. But as the fire roared around them, as it devoured wood and steel and flesh, they understood one thing with chilling clarity: fire is a force unlike any other, a force that commands respect, fear, and awe. The story of Greek fire is not just the story of a weapon. It is the story of humanity's relationship with fire itself, a relationship marked by both brilliance and destruction, by the quest to control a force that is at once beautiful and terrifying. It is a story that continues to burn, even now, in the flicker of a match, the crackle of a campfire, the explosion of a firework. It is a story that reminds us of what we are capable of, for better or for worse. The sea stretched endlessly, a mirror reflecting the blazing hues of the setting sun. The Byzantine navy, once a formidable force that had ruled these waters with unmatched might, now seemed a shadow of its former self. Ships that once carried fear into the hearts of their enemies now floated silently, their sails ragged, their crews weary. The fire that had once defined their supremacy, the legendary Greek fire, was no longer the blazing inferno it had been. Its secrets were fading, just like the empire it had fiercely protected. Years ago, the sight of a Byzantine dromon slicing through the waves had been enough to scatter entire fleets. Armed with Greek fire, the ships were not mere vessels, they were harbingers of doom. Their crews had stood with unwavering confidence, knowing that their weapons could unleash destruction unlike anything the world had ever seen. But now, that era of glory was slipping through their fingers, the embers of Greek fire slowly cooling as the forces of history closed in. The decline did not come suddenly. It crept in, like the rising tide, unnoticed at first, but relentless in its approach. The Byzantine navy faced challenges it was unprepared for. New enemies emerged, ones who learned to counter the fiery wrath that had once been unstoppable. Innovations in naval tactics, stronger ships, and a growing familiarity with Byzantine methods began to chip away at their dominance. The element of surprise, once their greatest weapon, was no longer theirs alone. But the real death knell was not in the battlefield, it was within the empire itself. Betrayal, intrigue, and the corrosive power of greed ate away at the foundations of the Byzantine navy. The secret of Greek fire, guarded so closely for centuries, began to slip into obscurity. Those who knew the formula grew fewer and fewer. Alchemists who once mixed its volatile components were silenced by time or treachery. Some whispered of betrayals, of secrets sold to enemies for gold. Others spoke of neglect, of a lack of understanding of what had once been considered sacred knowledge. The empire's treasury, once overflowing with the spoils of war and commerce, grew emptier with each passing decade. Maintaining a navy capable of wielding Greek fire required resources, dedication, and skilled craftsmen. The Dramans, with their complex siphon systems and intricate designs, became too expensive to repair and too rare to replace. The alchemists who brewed the volatile mixture were left unsupported, their art forgotten by rulers who prioritized fleeting alliances and political games over the strength of their navy. One by one, the great fleets were dismantled, their ships left to rot in harbors that had once echoed with the sounds of preparation for war. The sailors who had stood proud on the decks of fire-spewing vessels became merchants or mercenaries, their memories of glory fading like the echoes of waves against the shore. The knowledge of Greek fire, once passed down with reverence, was lost in the chaos of time. Scrolls detailing its creation were burned, stolen, or simply misplaced. In the heart of Constantinople, where once the navy's commanders had met to plan their conquests, there was now only silence. The harbors that had bustled with activity grew still. The city's defenders, who had relied on the infernal blaze of Greek fire to turn back invaders, could only watch as their enemies grew stronger, more daring, and more numerous. The final blow came not from within but from outside, in the form of relentless sieges and unstoppable foes. The empire's borders shrank, and its enemies advanced. Without Greek fire, the Byzantine navy was just another fleet, vulnerable to the same tactics and weapons it had once risen above. The invincible became mortal, and the legend became a memory. The sea was no longer a shield but a gateway for enemies. The city's famed walls could hold back armies, but they could not stop the march of time or the tides of change. And so, Greek fire disappeared, its secrets buried with the empire that had birthed it. The flames that had once lit up the night with their unquenchable fury flickered out, leaving only whispers of their power in the pages of history. But on quiet nights, when the wind carries the salty tang of the sea and the stars reflect on the water like sparks of a distant fire, one might feel the ghosts of those flames. They linger still, in the stories of sailors and the dreams of alchemists, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what was once feared. The fire may have faded, but its memory burns on, a beacon of a time when the Byzantine navy ruled the waves with a weapon that seemed born of the gods themselves. The night air in Constantinople was thick with tension as the gates closed behind the last of the defenders. Far out in the distance, the sound of foreign ships could be heard, their sails swaying in the wind as they advanced toward the city's famed harbor. It was a sight seen before, but this time something was different. These ships did not just look like any ordinary fleet. They were prepared, their hulls gleaming with strange, unfamiliar designs. And most unsettling of all, the flickering light in the distance. There, on the horizon, a ship rose from the fog, its silhouette illuminated by the flames spewing from its decks. The glow was unmistakable. It was the same fire, the same relentless inferno that had once been the terror of the seas. But this time, it wasn't a Byzantine vessel. Who had stolen the secret? Who had learned the terrifying art of Greek fire and brought it to life on their own ships? The answers seemed to float on the breeze, carried from the shadows into the hearts of those who had witnessed the rise of this nightmare weapon. The flames were not Byzantine anymore. They belonged to something else. Someone else. For centuries, Greek fire had been the empire's greatest secret. It was a weapon of legends, feared across the known world for its sheer destructive power. The formula had been passed down from one generation to another, each alchemist sworn to silence by the emperor himself. Its ingredients were as mysterious as the weapon itself. Even when the empire faced its darkest hours, the flames burned brightly, saving Constantinople time and time again from those who sought to claim it. But what happens when a secret that powerful escapes into the world? The first whispers came in distant lands. Traders, travelers, and spies spoke of strange fires on the water, fires that did not die, no matter how hard the waves tried to douse them. At first, no one believed it. The idea seemed so impossible, so ridiculous, that it was easier to dismiss than to consider. But as more and more ships were destroyed by this new weapon, the story started to gain weight. Who were these new enemies wielding such terrifying fire? How had they learned to replicate the impossible? The empire was not blind to this growing threat. They knew Greek fire could not remain their exclusive weapon forever. There was always the risk that someone, an enemy, an ally-turned-traitor, a curious soul, would seek to uncover the secret. The Byzantine Empire had tried to protect it with every ounce of their strength. Yet, despite all their precautions, the flames had escaped, like a curse that could not be controlled. It was said that the first signs of the theft came from the Arab world. As their fleet began to make bold advances into Byzantine territory, the reports of fiery ships grew too frequent to ignore. Arab sailors, once in awe of the Byzantine dromons, now seemed to have their own vessels that spewed fire across the seas. The ships were different in design, but the flames, the smell of burning pitch and oil, were all too familiar. Had the Arabs found a way to steal the secret of Greek fire? Or had they developed their own version of it? Some historians believed that the Arabs had discovered the secret through espionage or by capturing Byzantine prisoners who had worked with the deadly chemical concoction. Others suspected that the formula had been passed through trade routes, through the ever-present network of merchants and thieves who moved between the empires. There were even rumors that Byzantine alchemists, desperate and disillusioned by their crumbling empire, had sold the secret to the highest bidder. As the years went on, other civilizations began to show signs of possessing the terrifying weapon. The fires had spread, their origin lost to time and secrecy. By the time the West became fully aware of the danger, Greek fire had become more than just a Byzantine weapon, it had become a weapon of fear across the Mediterranean, wielded by those who had no loyalty to the empire that had once created it. There were times when rumors suggested that the flames were not entirely the same. Some accounts claimed that the foreign versions of Greek fire were less effective, an imitation that lacked the true terror of the original. But in the hands of skilled sailors and warriors, even an imperfect version could wreak havoc on an unprepared fleet. The true power of Greek fire, however, was not just in its ability to burn, it was in the fear it invoked. In the courts of the great kingdoms, the stories were told and retold. Knights, nobles, and generals would listen to the tales of burning ships, of fire that would not go out even in the stormiest seas, and their hearts would pound in their chests. The terror was palpable. The very idea of such a weapon could break a nation's will before the first shot was ever fired. What truly made the theft of Greek fire so terrifying was its very mystery. No one could truly say how it had spread. Some believed it was through greed. Others thought it was fate. But as the years wore on, it became clear that Greek fire was no longer a weapon of just one empire. It was a part of the world's dark history, a terrifying reminder of how secrets, once stolen, can never be put back. What had been Byzantium's greatest asset was now the curse of the known world. Now, in a darkened corner of an enemy's ship, an alchemist bent over a crucible, carefully measuring ingredients. The fire that had once been exclusive to one empire now belonged to any who could unlock its secrets. The world would never be the same again. And with each flicker of flame, each roar of destruction on the seas, the memory of that ancient empire burned brighter than ever. The desert night was quiet, the kind of silence that settled only after the clash of swords and the cries of the wounded had faded into memory. Beneath a canopy of stars, a young Arab scribe sat cross-legged by the fire, his pen trembling in his hand as he recounted what he had witnessed earlier that day. He dipped his quill into ink and began to write, each word etched with the weight of fear and awe. "It is no ordinary fire," he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the crackling flames of their campfire. "It is alive." The battle on the sea had been like nothing he had ever seen before. Their ships, armed with courage and steel, had faced the Byzantine fleet with determination. But courage alone had not prepared them for the inferno that came upon them. He had seen it with his own eyes, a torrent of flame hurled through the air, defying the very nature of fire. It did not consume itself, did not flicker and fade as ordinary flames should. Instead, it clung to the hulls of ships, licking at the wood and spreading like a living beast. The sea, their ally in so many battles, had betrayed them, unable to quench the flames that danced and devoured. He closed his eyes, the image of the burning ships seared into his memory. The screams of sailors echoed in his ears, their desperate cries rising above the chaos. Some had leaped into the water, seeking refuge from the blaze, only to find that the fire followed them, floating on the surface like oil. It was as though the gods themselves had cursed them, sending this unholy weapon to remind them of their mortal frailty. Far away, in the cold, stone halls of a western monastery, a monk sat hunched over a parchment, his candle casting long shadows across the walls. He had never seen the fire himself, but the tales carried by returning crusaders had reached his ears. He wrote with a mixture of reverence and disbelief, his words carrying the weight of second-hand terror. "The Greeks," he wrote, "possess a weapon of the devil himself. A fire that neither water nor prayer can extinguish, a fire that consumes all in its path. They call it the liquid flame, and it is said to be the judgment of God upon their enemies." The monk paused, his hand trembling as he dipped his quill into ink. He had heard stories of the flames spreading across the decks of mighty ships, consuming warriors and vessels alike. One tale told of an entire fleet swallowed by the fire in a single night, the survivors left to drift aimlessly on the blackened sea. The Crusaders spoke of it with a mixture of fear and admiration, marveling at the ingenuity of the Byzantines even as they cursed their brutality. He wondered if the stories were true, if such a weapon could exist. But as the tales piled up, one after another, he began to believe. How could so many witnesses from so many lands speak of the same unearthly fire? How could they describe it with such vivid consistency? In the Arab world, scholars debated the nature of the fire with fervor, their curiosity ignited by the accounts of those who had survived its wrath. Some believed it to be a gift from Allah to the Byzantines, a test of faith for their enemies. Others, more skeptical, sought to understand the science behind it. They spoke of naphtha and sulfur, of oils and powders that could create such a phenomenon. But no matter how much they speculated, the truth remained elusive, a secret locked away in the hearts of Byzantine alchemists. One Arab chronicler, a man named Ibn Fadlan, wrote of a battle where the fire had turned the tide. He described it as a dragon unleashed upon the sea, its breath consuming everything in its path. "It is not fire as we know it," he wrote, "but something greater, something beyond our understanding. It does not burn like wood or oil, it devours as though it hungers for life itself." In the courts of Europe, kings and queens listened with rapt attention as knights returned from the east, their tales of Greek fire spreading like wildfire through the halls of power. Some dismissed it as exaggeration, the stuff of legends and fear. Others, however, took the stories to heart, commissioning alchemists and inventors to replicate the weapon. But no matter how many experiments they conducted, they could not recreate the liquid flame that the Byzantines wielded with such devastating precision. The stories spread across the lands, growing with each retelling. In the taverns of France, sailors whispered of Greek fire as though it were a curse, a specter that haunted their dreams. "It's not just fire," one grizzled captain said, his voice low and hoarse. "It's alive. It has a mind of its own, and it won't stop until it's taken everything." In the bustling markets of Cairo, merchants spoke of the fire with a mixture of fear and envy. They described it as a marvel of human ingenuity, a weapon that could tip the scales of power in any conflict. Some claimed to have seen it with their own eyes, watching in horror as ships burned to ash in the blink of an eye. Others spoke of Byzantine traders who hinted at the fire's secrets, their lips sealed by fear of imperial retribution. Back in Constantinople, the Byzantines guarded their secret with unwavering vigilance. They knew that the world was watching, that every kingdom and empire sought to claim their weapon as their own. Spies lurked in the shadows, their eyes searching for the alchemists who held the key to Greek fire. But the Byzantines were careful, their formula hidden away in the labyrinthine depths of the imperial palace, protected by layers of loyalty and fear. Yet despite their efforts, the tales of Greek fire continued to spread, carried by survivors and witnesses, by whispers and rumors. It became more than a weapon, it became a symbol, a reminder of the power and ingenuity of a fading empire. To the Arabs, it was a challenge, a mystery to be unraveled. To the West, it was a threat, a weapon to be feared and respected. And to those who had faced it on the battlefield, it was a nightmare, a fire that burned not just wood and flesh, but the very soul. As the scribe in the desert finished his account, he looked up at the stars, their light cold and distant. He thought of the fire, of the way it had consumed everything in its path. He thought of the men who had created it, of the minds that had turned nature into a weapon of war. And as he folded his parchment and set it aside, he whispered a prayer, not for the dead, but for the living, for those who might one day face the wrath of the liquid flame. The old storyteller's voice trembled, not from age, but from the weight of the tale he was about to share. Children and adults alike sat huddled around the fire, their eyes wide and unblinking. The night air carried the faint smell of burning wood, a fitting backdrop to a legend that had survived centuries. There was a flame, he began, his voice low and full of foreboding, a flame that came from the heavens or perhaps from the underworld itself. They called it the fire of the Greeks, but it was no ordinary fire. It could not be quenched by water. It moved like a serpent, consuming everything in its path. The children shivered, drawing their cloaks tighter around themselves, but they didn't look away. This was a story they had heard before, but each retelling felt as fresh and vivid as the first. There was once a great ship, he continued, laden with gold and jewels, sailing under the moonlight. Pirates, greedy and ruthless, pursued it, their swords ready to cut down any who dared resist. But the captain of the ship had a secret weapon, a gift from the Emperor of Constantinople himself. He paused, letting the silence stretch out, the only sound the crackling of the fire. The children leaned forward, holding their breath. They unleashed it, the storyteller said, his voice dropping to a whisper. A stream of liquid flame, roaring like a dragon's breath, shot from the ship's prow. It lit up the night like the sun itself, and the pirate ships, every single one of them, were swallowed by the fire. Their screams echoed across the sea, but no one could help them. The water did nothing to save them. The fire burned on, as if it had a life of its own. One of the older boys, trying to sound brave, asked, "But what happened to the ship with the treasure?" The storyteller smiled grimly. "They say it disappeared into the night, the fire protecting it until it reached the safety of Constantinople. Some say the treasure is still out there, hidden, guarded by the ghostly flames." The adults exchanged knowing glances. The story was one of many that had been told and retold, each version more fantastical than the last. But the power of Greek fire was no myth, it was a legacy etched into their collective memory, its shadow lingering in their tales. In another village, far away, a mother tucked her child into bed, her voice soft as she shared a different version of the legend. "Long ago," she said, "there was a brave soldier named Elias. He was tasked with defending a city under siege. The enemy was vast, their numbers stretching beyond the horizon. But Elias had faith in the flame. He stood atop the city walls with a strange contraption at his side, a bronze tube that spat fire." Her child's eyes grew wide. "What happened, Mama?" "He waited until the enemy was close," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then he unleashed the flame. It roared like a lion, leaping through the air, devouring the siege engines and scattering the enemy. They fled in terror, leaving their weapons and their pride behind." "Did Elias win?" the child asked, clutching his blanket. The mother nodded. "He did. But the flame was not meant to be used lightly. Some say that it could sense the intent of those who wielded it. If they were brave and just, it obeyed. But if they were cruel or greedy, the flame turned on them." The child shivered, not from fear, but from the strange sense of awe that the story inspired. Farther to the west, in a bustling port city, sailors shared their own version of the tale over mugs of ale. One grizzled man, his face withered by years at sea, slammed his mug down on the table, demanding attention. "You've all heard the stories," he growled, his voice rough as the waves. "But I'll tell you something you don't know. My grandfather saw it with his own eyes." The other sailors leaned in, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "It was during a storm," he said, his tone serious. "The kind of storm that makes you question whether the gods themselves are angry. Their ship was caught in the chaos, and they were about to be overtaken by enemy vessels. But then, from the darkness, came a light." He paused, letting the tension build. It wasn't lightning. It wasn't a lantern. It was Greek fire. It shot through the air, brighter than any star, and hit the enemy ship dead on. The whole thing went up in flames, like a bonfire on All Saints' Day. The storm couldn't put it out. The rain couldn't touch it. It burned until there was nothing left. One of the younger sailors, his voice filled with skepticism, asked, "And your grandfather? Did he survive?" The old man nodded slowly. "He did. But he said he could still see the flames every time he closed his eyes. He told me it wasn't just fire. It was something alive, something that couldn't be tamed." The table fell silent, the sailors too spooked to speak. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the faint scent of the sea. The stories were as varied as the people who told them, but they all carried the same thread, a mix of fear, reverence, and fascination for a weapon that seemed more like magic than science. Grandmothers warned their grandchildren not to anger the sea, for it might bring forth the flames. Travelers spoke of cursed artifacts, relics of Greek fire that still burned in hidden corners of the world. And soldiers prayed to never face it in battle, knowing that no shield or sword could stand against its wrath. Through the generations, the tales of Greek fire grew, shaping the folklore of many lands. It became more than a weapon, it became a symbol of power and mystery, a reminder of humanity's capacity to create and to destroy. And as the flames of the campfires dimmed and the storytellers' voices faded into the night, the legends lived on, burning bright in the hearts and minds of those who heard them. The emperor stood on the deck of his warship, the golden rays of the setting sun bathing the sea in a fiery glow. His cloak billowed in the wind, the deep crimson a vivid contrast against the shimmering blue of the waves. Ahead of him, an enemy fleet loomed, ships bristling with weapons, their sails taut with the promise of battle. It was an image meant to intimidate, to crush hope. But the emperor's eyes, sharp and unyielding, betrayed no fear. He had something far greater than numbers or steel. A signal was given, a single, deliberate motion of the emperor's hand. From the bow of the Byzantine ship, a great bronze tube was lowered, its nozzle gleaming like the fangs of some mythical beast. The crew worked quickly, their movements practiced and precise. And then it happened. A stream of liquid fire erupted with a sound like a dragon's roar, hissing and crackling as it tore through the air. The flames were golden red, brighter than the setting sun, a living, writhing force that seemed to hunger for destruction. The enemy fleet hesitated, then faltered as the first ship was consumed. Its mast toppled, its crew leapt into the water, their screams lost in the roar of the inferno. On the emperor's ship, the crew paused only briefly, their faces lit with awe and resolve. This was not mere fire, it was power incarnate. It was the will of Byzantium made manifest, and it turned the tide of battle in an instant. Far from the battlefield, word of such victories spread like wildfire, carried by merchants, envoys, and travelers. The stories grew in the telling, each retelling more vivid, more embellished, until Greek fire was no longer just a weapon, it was a symbol. It embodied the might of an empire that had held back the tides of conquest for centuries, a force as unyielding as the walls of Constantinople itself. In the bustling markets of the city, storytellers wove tales of invincible emperors and fleets of fire-breathing ships. The Romans of the East, they would say, do not fight with swords alone. They command the elements. Children would gasp, their imaginations alight with visions of glowing flames and unstoppable power. Foreign envoys, too, carried the tales back to their courts, and soon Greek fire was whispered of in distant lands, its very name striking awe into the hearts of those who heard it. One such envoy, a merchant from the far north, returned to his homeland with tales that defied belief. "They have tamed fire," he told his chieftain, his voice tinged with both wonder and fear. "Their ships spit flames that water cannot quench. Even the mightiest of warriors flee before it." The chieftain's hall fell silent, each warrior imagining the unthinkable, a force that no shield or courage could withstand. In Constantinople itself, Greek fire became more than just a weapon of war. It became a symbol of divine favor. Priests spoke of it in sermons, likening its unquenchable flames to the eternal light of God that protected the faithful. Artists immortalized it in mosaics and frescoes, depicting golden flames leaping from ships to smite the enemies of the empire. It was a message, bold and unmistakable. Byzantium was not merely a city or an empire, it was a chosen force, guided by both wisdom and fire. In the imperial court, the fire was a closely guarded secret, its formula and operation known only to a select few. To wield it was a privilege, and to understand it was a trust that bordered on sacred. The emperor himself was seen as its ultimate custodian, a guardian of a power that could reshape the fate of nations. Foreign dignitaries who visited the city often caught glimpses of Byzantine warships in the harbor, their bronze siphons gleaming in the sunlight. Though the ships were silent and still, the presence of those strange devices was enough to keep any ambitious invader at bay. There were whispers, of course, speculation about how the fire worked, rumors of its origins. Some said it was a gift from an alchemist who had made a pact with the heavens. Others claimed it was stolen knowledge, brought from lands far to the east. But none dared challenge its effectiveness. Every story, every whispered rumor only added to the mystique, making Greek fire not just a tool of war but a weapon of fear. The emperor understood this power better than anyone. He knew that the mere idea of Greek fire was as potent as the flames themselves. To his allies, it was a source of reassurance, a promise of security under the empire's protection. To his enemies, it was a nightmare made real, a reminder that Byzantium could strike down even the boldest challengers. Even during peacetime, the fire's legacy burned brightly. Festivals and parades would sometimes feature dramatic reenactments, with actors portraying battles where Greek fire had turned the tide. Crowds would cheer as mock flames consumed wooden ships in the harbor, their applause a testament to the pride they felt in their empire. It was a reminder to the people of Constantinople that they lived in a city unlike any other, a city guarded by walls, wisdom, and flame. But pride is a fragile thing, and power often casts a long shadow. The emperor, though confident, was not blind to the weight of such a symbol. He knew that the fire's brilliance was also a target. Rivals and spies lurked in every corner, each one desperate to uncover its secrets, each one eager to claim it for their own. It was a secret that had to be protected at all costs, for to lose it would be to lose more than a weapon. It would be to lose the image of invincibility, the very idea of Byzantium as an unassailable force. Yet for all its danger, Greek fire remained a beacon of hope and defiance. To the people of the empire, it was more than just flames, it was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, a spark of brilliance could light the way. And so, as the emperor's ship returned victorious from another battle, the people of Constantinople lined the shores, their cheers echoing across the water. For them, the sight of those fire-bearing ships was not just a symbol of war, it was a promise that their empire, their home, would endure. In a quiet laboratory, a lone scientist stood over a table strewn with ancient texts and modern equipment. The faint hum of machinery was the only sound in the room. A small vial of oil, its golden hue catching the sterile light, sat beside a fragment of aged parchment covered in faded Byzantine script. The air was thick with anticipation. It wasn't just an experiment, it was an attempt to touch history itself. The scientist's hands trembled slightly as they reached for the vial, as though the weight of centuries rested in that fragile glass container. The allure of Greek fire had never faded. It whispered to historians and chemists, conjuring images of unquenchable flames licking at the hulls of enemy ships, defying water, defying logic. It wasn't just the weapon itself that captured modern imaginations, it was the enigma surrounding it. No recipe. No definitive explanation. Just fragments of clues scattered across time, like breadcrumbs leading to a hidden treasure. The scientists stared at the ingredients laid out before them, a tantalizing puzzle that seemed both within reach and impossibly distant. Far from the lab, a film crew braved the heat of a remote archaeological site. Cameras focused on unearthed relics, twisted bronze siphons, scorched fragments of pottery. The host, a historian with a flair for drama, spoke passionately about the fire that had turned the tide of countless battles. Some say it was part alchemy, part divine intervention, she said, gesturing to the remnants of an ancient warship. The camera zoomed in on a charred plank, its surface blackened and cracked, a silent witness to a time when fire ruled the seas. Viewers at home leaned closer to their screens, captivated. There was something about Greek fire that refused to be forgotten. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a ghost, haunting the edges of human understanding. People wanted to believe it could be understood, replicated, maybe even controlled. But the mystery refused to yield so easily. In classrooms and lecture halls, professors introduced students to the weapon that seemed more myth than fact. They described its devastating impact with a reverence usually reserved for ancient wonders. It was not just fire, one professor declared, their voice echoing in the silent room. It was a force that changed the course of history. And we still don't fully understand it. Students exchanged glances, their notebooks half filled with hurried scribbles. Some were intrigued by the science, by the idea that chemistry could wield such power. Others were drawn to the stories, the secretive Byzantine engineers, the desperate naval battles, the awestruck enemies who called it liquid hell. The room buzzed with a shared realization. This wasn't just a lesson, it was an invitation to wonder. In the digital world, forums lit up with discussions about the fire's composition. Enthusiasts and experts alike debated theories with fervor, their words spilling out across screens like sparks from a forge. Saltpeter? Petroleum? Quicklime? Each post carried a sense of urgency, as though the answer might be found if only the right minds came together. The threads were a mosaic of speculation, frustration, and unrelenting curiosity, a testament to the enduring pull of the unknown. Even in art and literature, Greek fire found a second life. Writers wove it into stories of heroism and betrayal, their words crackling with the intensity of imagined flames. Painters captured the chaos of ancient battles, their canvases alive with the red and gold of Byzantine fury. Musicians composed haunting melodies that evoked the fear and wonder of those who had witnessed the fire firsthand. It was as if each medium sought to capture something of the weapon's essence, to make the intangible tangible. For those who sought answers, the search was as much about connection as it was about discovery. In dusty libraries and state-of-the-art labs, in conversations and solitary reflections, there was a sense of shared purpose. The people chasing the mystery of Greek fire were separated by time and space, yet united by their fascination with a question that refused to be answered. They weren't just studying history, they were part of it, adding their voices to a centuries-long dialogue that spanned generations. The mystery wasn't just in the how but in the why. Why had the Byzantines guarded their secret so fiercely? Why had it faded from use, leaving only echoes behind? And why, despite the passage of time, did it still call to us? These questions hung in the air, as weighty and unrelenting as the weapon itself. They invited contemplation, demanding more than facts. They demanded feeling, imagination, a willingness to stand at the edge of what was known and peer into the abyss. In the end, the fire's power wasn't just in its flames, but in its ability to ignite something far deeper. It burned in the minds of those who studied it, in the hearts of those who told its stories, in the imaginations of those who dreamed of rediscovering it. It was a spark that refused to be extinguished, lighting the way for anyone brave enough to seek it. The night was dark, the kind of darkness that seems to swallow the world whole. High atop Mount Olympus, the gods gathered, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of the celestial hearth. The fire danced, casting long shadows that whispered across the marble halls. Prometheus stood apart from the others, his gaze fixed on the mortals below. He saw their struggle, their shivering forms huddled in caves, their crude tools unable to tame the wildness of their world. A spark of defiance ignited within him. The gods had denied humans the gift of fire, but Prometheus knew it was the key to their survival. He waited until the others were distracted by the revelry of their immortality. With a swift, silent motion, he approached the sacred flames. His hand trembled as he reached out, not from fear, but from the gravity of what he was about to do. In an instant, he captured the fire, shielding it in a hollow reed, and began his descent. The world seemed to hold its breath as he carried the stolen flame down the mountain, his steps fueled by an unshakable belief that humanity deserved more. Centuries later, the story of Prometheus's daring act still burned in the hearts of the Greeks. Fire was no longer just a tool, it was a symbol of rebellion, of progress, of divine favor stolen and wielded by mortal hands. It was a thread that wove through their myths and their lives, connecting the mortal realm to the divine. And when the Byzantines unleashed their fiery weapon upon the seas, it was as if they had channeled that same defiance, that same spark of godlike power, into their creation. The sailors who faced Greek fire spoke of it as though it were alive. "The gods are punishing us," one survivor whispered, his voice trembling as he described the unrelenting flames that clung to their ships, defying water and logic. To them, it was no mere weapon. It was a manifestation of divine wrath, a reminder that humanity could wield fire, but never truly control it. In the smoky haze of battle, some saw Prometheus's gift in a new light. Had humanity overstepped? The fire that once warmed their hearths and lit their way through the darkness now consumed with a fury that seemed almost otherworldly. For those who wielded it, Greek fire was a blessing, a testament to their ingenuity and strength. For their enemies, it was a curse, a weapon that blurred the line between mortal innovation and divine retribution. Stories began to swirl, intertwining the legacy of Prometheus with the mystery of Greek fire. Some whispered that the Byzantines had discovered an ancient secret, a formula whispered to them by the gods or unearthed in a long-forgotten temple. Others claimed that the fire was not of this world, that it had been brought to them by a deity who saw their struggle and pitied their plight. These tales were told in hushed tones, around campfires and in the corners of crowded taverns, their words carrying the weight of both awe and fear. One tale spoke of a Byzantine alchemist who, in a dream, was visited by Prometheus himself. The Titan, his chain still clinging to his wrists, appeared bathed in a fiery glow. "The gods would see you fail," he said, his voice resonating like thunder. "But I will not." When the alchemist awoke, he found his hands stained with soot, his mind filled with visions of burning ships and victorious fleets. Whether the dream was real or the product of a fevered imagination, the alchemist's discovery soon followed, a fire that could not be quenched, a weapon that would secure the empire's power for generations. For the Byzantines, the fire was more than a tool of war, it was a symbol of their divine right to rule. The flames that engulfed their enemies seemed to proclaim that they were chosen, their empire blessed by the gods themselves. And yet, beneath the pride and triumph, there was a lingering unease. The fire's origins were shrouded in secrecy, its formula guarded as zealously as any holy relic. What if it fell into the wrong hands? What if its power, so closely tied to their identity, was turned against them? Even as Greek fire became a cornerstone of the Byzantine navy's dominance, the mythic undertones of its creation and use never faded. To the people who witnessed it, the fire was not just a weapon, it was a story, a connection to the divine, a reminder of the thin line between progress and hubris. It carried with it the legacy of Prometheus, the titan who defied the gods and paid the ultimate price. As the years passed, the myths surrounding Greek fire grew, their details shifting like the flames themselves. Some said it was Prometheus's revenge against the gods, a way to empower humanity even in the face of divine opposition. Others believed it was a test, a challenge to see if mortals could wield such power responsibly. But perhaps the most enduring belief was that fire, whether gifted by a titan or created by human hands, was a force that could never be fully tamed. It could warm, it could illuminate, but it could also destroy. In the glowing embers of these tales, one truth remained: the story of fire, from Prometheus to Greek fire, was the story of humanity itself, bold, curious, and unafraid to reach for the heavens, even at the risk of being burned. The forge blazed hotter than the noonday sun, its flames roaring like a living beast. Sparks leapt into the smoky air, illuminating a figure hunched over an anvil. Hephaestus, the god of fire and crafting, worked tirelessly, his hammer ringing out with a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth itself. His hands, calloused yet precise, shaped molten metal with a skill that transcended mortal comprehension. Each stroke of his hammer brought forth creations imbued with power, beauty, and mystery. In his workshop, nestled deep within the volcanic heart of Mount Etna, Hephaestus conjured wonders that defied reason. Shields that could withstand the wrath of titans, armor that glimmered with the light of stars, and golden automata that moved with the grace of living beings. Yet, it was his fire, the sacred, untamed force at his command, that gave his creations life. Fire was his ally and his muse, a gift from the depths of chaos that he alone could wield with such mastery. The other gods marveled at his work but rarely lingered in his domain. To them, Hephaestus was a paradox, a being of unparalleled genius, born of Olympus yet cast aside for his imperfections. His lameness marked him as different, an outcast among the divine. But in the solitude of his forge, Hephaestus found solace. The roar of the fire drowned out the scorn of the gods, and the glow of molten metal became his universe, a place where he held ultimate control. One night, as the forge's flames danced and cast their flickering shadows, a figure appeared at the entrance. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, stepped forward, her gaze steely yet curious. She brought with her a request, one that stirred the creative fire in Hephaestus's soul. A weapon, she said, that could alter the tide of battle, not one of brute force, but of alchemical precision. The idea intrigued him. Hephaestus had long dabbled in alchemy, blending the elements to create compounds that defied the laws of nature. Fire, earth, water, air, they were his to command, his to transform. Hephaestus agreed, and for days the forge burned brighter than ever. He experimented tirelessly, combining substances with the meticulous care of an artist painting a masterpiece. Sulfur hissed as it met quicksilver, saltpeter crackled as it fused with resin. He watched intently as elements merged, split, and ignited, their reactions a symphony of creation. With each failed attempt, his determination grew fiercer. He knew that within the chaos of the alchemical process lay the potential for something extraordinary. In the end, his efforts produced a substance unlike any other, a fiery concoction that burned with an intensity that defied the natural world. It was not just fire, it was a force that clung to surfaces, consuming them with an unrelenting hunger. Hephaestus marveled at its potency, its raw, almost malevolent energy. He had created something that mirrored his own existence, a force misunderstood, feared, and yet undeniably powerful. Athena returned to collect the weapon, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as she beheld the glowing substance. "What will you call it?" she asked, her voice steady but tinged with reverence. "It needs no name," Hephaestus replied, his eyes reflecting the fire's flicker. "Its power speaks for itself." The gods soon whispered of this creation, its devastating potential, and the mind that had brought it to life. Mortals, too, heard echoes of the tale, though in their retellings, the alchemical mastery of Hephaestus became intertwined with myth. They spoke of the god who could bend fire to his will, who could shape the elements into tools of divine and mortal consequence. Over time, these whispers gave rise to legends of alchemists striving to emulate the god's work, their experiments fueled by both curiosity and ambition. In the dimly lit workshops of Byzantium, where the air was thick with the scent of burning oils and sulfur, these stories found fertile ground. Artisans and scholars looked to Hephaestus as an inspiration, their imaginations ignited by the idea that fire could be more than destruction, it could be a tool, a symbol of innovation and resilience. Some claimed to have glimpsed the god in their dreams, his voice a low rumble as he imparted knowledge too profound to be contained in words. But Hephaestus's creations were not without consequence. The fire he had gifted to Athena, like all of his works, bore the dual edge of creation and destruction. When wielded wisely, it brought victory and protection. When unleashed without restraint, it consumed everything in its path. The god understood this better than anyone. In his forge, where fire was both ally and adversary, he had learned to respect its power. He knew that fire, like the gods themselves, could not be tamed, it could only be guided. As centuries passed, the memory of Hephaestus's alchemical prowess faded into myth, but the essence of his work endured. Each time a spark leapt from flint to kindling, each time molten metal was poured into a mold, his spirit was there, a reminder of the divine spark within creation. To the Byzantines, the legacy of Hephaestus was not just a story, it was a call to action, a challenge to harness the chaos of the elements and shape it into something extraordinary. Even now, in the flicker of a forge's flames or the crackle of a distant fire, there lingers a sense of his presence. Hephaestus, the god of fire and crafting, remains an eternal symbol of resilience, creativity, and the unyielding power of the human spirit to transform the world, one spark at a time. The night sky above Constantinople was a tapestry of stars, their light reflected in the restless waters of the Bosporus. The city, with its towering walls and golden domes, stood as an unyielding beacon of faith and power. But this night was different. An uneasy stillness hung in the air, broken only by the distant echoes of approaching warships. The Byzantines stood ready, their faces etched with determination and prayer, for they knew what awaited, the fire that burned not just with heat but with divine fury. When the flames erupted, they lit the water with a glow that seemed almost otherworldly. The liquid fire moved like a living thing, defying the waves, clinging to wood and flesh alike, consuming everything in its path. Soldiers and sailors whispered hurried prayers as they watched their enemies fall to chaos, convinced they were witnessing the hand of God. To the devout, Greek fire was no mere weapon. It was a miracle, an unshakable sign of divine favor bestowed upon the Byzantine Empire. How else could one explain its unrelenting power, its ability to defy water and spread with a will of its own? Priests declared it a holy gift, an instrument of God's justice against the empire's enemies. In sermons, they spoke of angels guiding its flames, of heavenly light burning away the sins of those who dared to challenge Constantinople. But in the shadows of this faith, others questioned. Was it truly a divine gift, or was it the brilliance of human hands and minds that had crafted such a terrible marvel? Among the artisans and alchemists who toiled in secrecy, some dared to admit the truth that this fire was born not of divine intervention, but of painstaking labor and knowledge passed down through generations. Yet these whispers rarely reached beyond their workshops. To challenge the narrative of divine origin was to risk accusations of heresy. In the grand halls of Hagia Sophia, where incense filled the air and sunlight streamed through stained glass, bishops debated the nature of Greek fire. Some saw it as a manifestation of God's providence, a tool given to protect the faithful. Others worried about the morality of its use, questioning whether such destruction could ever be justified, even in defense of the empire. The flames burned not just the bodies of enemies, but also the consciences of those who wielded them. On the battlefield, the lines between faith and fear blurred. Soldiers carried icons into battle, praying for victory as they prepared to unleash the fire. Their belief in its divine origin gave them courage, a conviction that they fought not just for their empire but for their God. Yet in the quiet moments, as they watched the smoldering wreckage of enemy ships, some could not ignore the gnawing doubt. Was this truly God's work, or had they become instruments of something darker? Among the common people, the stories grew even more vivid. Mothers told their children tales of saints who had blessed the fire, of holy men who had called down its flames in moments of greatest need. It was said that the Virgin Mary herself had guided the hands of the first alchemist who created it, her tears mingling with the oils to give the fire its unquenchable nature. These stories, passed from generation to generation, wove a tapestry of wonder and reverence around the fire, making it a symbol of hope and protection. Yet, not all were so quick to embrace the fire's holiness. In the quiet corners of Constantinople, where merchants and scholars gathered to exchange ideas, debates raged. Some pointed to ancient texts, to the knowledge of fire and oils that predated the empire. They argued that Greek fire was not divine, but the culmination of human ingenuity, a product of chemistry and cunning rather than celestial intervention. For them, the fire was a testament to what mankind could achieve, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The tension between these views, divine protection or human innovation, only grew as the years passed. Each new victory brought fresh proclamations of God's favor, while each new failure raised questions that could not easily be answered. When the fire failed to save the empire from later invasions, some began to doubt its divine origins altogether. If it was truly a gift from God, why had it not preserved Constantinople from all harm? The faithful argued that it was not the fire that had failed, but the people themselves, that their sins had weakened the bond between heaven and earth. And yet, the fascination with Greek fire endured. Whether seen as a miracle or a marvel, it held a power that went beyond the physical. It inspired awe, fear, and reverence in equal measure, a force that could not be easily explained or dismissed. For the Byzantines, it became a symbol of their identity, a reminder of their place as the protectors of faith and tradition. To their enemies, it was a warning, a fiery testament to the might of a people who believed they fought under divine protection. In the flickering light of the flames, the truth remained elusive. Perhaps it was both, a blend of human ingenuity and divine inspiration, a reminder that the boundaries between the mortal and the divine are not as clear as they seem. For those who stood before the fire, whether as wielders or victims, there was little time to ponder such questions. All they knew was the heat, the light, and the unshakable certainty that they were witnessing something extraordinary. And so, the fire burned on, its origins cloaked in mystery, its legacy a testament to the power of belief. Whether seen as a gift from above or a creation of human hands, it shaped the destiny of an empire and left its mark on the hearts and minds of all who encountered it. In the end, perhaps it did not matter where the fire came from. What mattered was what it meant, to those who wielded it, to those who feared it, and to those who dared to question its nature. The crackle of flames echoed through the ancient stone amphitheater, a ghostly reminder of an era long past. An actor stepped forward, his voice booming over the murmurs of the crowd, weaving a tale of fiery destruction and unstoppable power. The audience sat spellbound, their imaginations ignited by the story of a liquid inferno that consumed ships, armies, and empires. This was no ordinary fire, it was alive, relentless, and terrifying. Greek fire had once ruled the seas, and now it ruled their dreams. Long after its use in war had faded, the legend of Greek fire burned brightly in stories passed down through generations. Writers, poets, and playwrights found in its flames an endless source of inspiration. In their hands, the weapon became more than a tool of war, it became a symbol of unyielding power, divine wrath, and human ingenuity. In medieval epics, Greek fire was reimagined as the breath of dragons or the wrath of angry gods. Heroes quaked before its heat, and villains wielded it as the ultimate weapon of terror. Some tales spoke of secret orders sworn to guard its formula, their loyalty unbroken even under the harshest tortures. Others told of thieves who braved labyrinthine vaults and deadly traps to steal the recipe, only to find themselves consumed by the very flames they sought to command. Centuries later, as literature evolved, Greek fire found new life in the burgeoning genre of historical fiction. Novelists conjured vivid scenes of Byzantine ships cloaked in flame, their crews locked in desperate battle. Readers felt the heat of the fire, heard the screams of enemies, and smelled the acrid smoke that hung over the water. These stories blurred the line between history and imagination, pulling audiences into a world where every spark carried the weight of an empire's survival. In the world of modern fiction, Greek fire became a metaphor for ambition and destruction. Writers of science fiction and fantasy drew parallels between its unrelenting nature and the consequences of tampering with forces beyond human control. In one tale, a dystopian empire harnessed a futuristic version of Greek fire, its citizens living in constant fear of the weapon that ensured their ruler's dominance. In another, a group of rebels unearthed the ancient secret, turning it against their oppressors in a fiery act of defiance. Even in stories far removed from war, Greek fire left its mark. Poets used its imagery to describe love that burned too brightly, consuming everything in its path. In plays, characters spoke of it in hushed tones, invoking its name as a symbol of both hope and destruction. Its flames illuminated the human condition, reflecting the fragile balance between creation and chaos. As the age of cinema dawned, Greek fire leapt from the pages of books to the silver screen. Filmmakers brought its terror to life with blazing special effects, their audiences riveted by scenes of ships engulfed in roaring infernos. Directors used the fire not just as a spectacle, but as a tool for storytelling. In one film, a desperate captain ordered the use of Greek fire, only to watch in horror as it consumed friend and foe alike. In another, a scientist's quest to recreate the ancient formula spiraled into tragedy, his obsession mirrored in the uncontrollable flames. Television and video games followed, embracing Greek fire as both a plot device and a visual marvel. Players guided armies armed with the fire, its bright trails painting the screen as they battled for control of virtual empires. In one game, unlocking the secret of Greek fire became a central goal, the player's journey fraught with danger and betrayal. Meanwhile, television dramas used it to explore themes of power, faith, and the cost of innovation, their characters grappling with the ethical dilemmas posed by such a devastating force. Even today, the influence of Greek fire can be found in unexpected places. Writers of speculative fiction have drawn on its legend to create new weapons and technologies, their stories exploring what happens when humans play with fire on a grand scale. In one best-selling novel, a futuristic society stumbled upon an ancient cache of Greek fire, setting off a chain of events that reshaped their world. In another, scientists uncovered a way to harness its energy for good, only to face resistance from those who feared its destructive potential. The allure of Greek fire lies not just in its power, but in its mystery. Its true nature remains unknown, a puzzle that has captivated storytellers for centuries. Was it divine or human? A gift or a curse? In the hands of writers and artists, these questions become the fuel for endless tales, each one adding a new layer to the fire's legend. Its flames flicker in the hearts of characters who yearn for control, for vengeance, for redemption. They burn in the imaginations of readers and viewers, sparking wonder and fear. Greek fire is more than a weapon, it is a mirror, reflecting humanity's deepest desires and darkest fears. It reminds us of what we are capable of, for better or for worse, and of the line we walk between creation and destruction. In every story it touches, Greek fire leaves behind a trail of ash and light, a testament to its enduring power. It is a force that cannot be tamed, a flame that refuses to be extinguished. And as long as there are tales to be told, it will burn on, lighting the way for the storytellers of tomorrow. The crowd gathered in the shadow of Constantinople's great walls, their voices hushed as a lone figure stepped forward. Clad in ceremonial robes, the priest raised his hands to the heavens, calling upon divine protection for the city. Moments later, the air filled with an ominous hiss as Byzantine ships unleashed their dreaded weapon. A brilliant streak of fire roared across the water, igniting the enemy fleet in a blaze that seemed to touch the sky. To the watchers, it was not just a weapon, it was a miracle. Stories like this became the fabric of Byzantine mythmaking, each retelling adding a touch of the extraordinary to the already astounding reality of Greek fire. It was more than a liquid inferno, it was an act of divine intervention, a symbol of God's favor upon the empire. For those who witnessed it, there was no question that such power must have been otherworldly. How else could a mere substance defy water, burn with such intensity, and bring mighty fleets to ruin? Over time, the line between the practical and the magical blurred, giving rise to tales that painted Greek fire as a gift from the heavens. Some said it was delivered to the Byzantines by angels, entrusted to them as a sacred defense against their enemies. Others spoke of it as a relic of the Old Testament, a remnant of the fire that had rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah. These stories were told not only to awe but to reassure, to remind the faithful that their empire was chosen, their victories preordained. Among the most whispered legends was the story of Callinicus, the enigmatic alchemist said to have invented Greek fire. Some claimed he was guided by divine visions, his hands moving with unearthly precision as he combined the elements into a substance that defied nature itself. Others insisted he was merely a vessel, the formula revealed to him in dreams by a saint or prophet. To the Byzantines, his work was not just science but a sacred act, proof that their empire had the favor of both reason and faith. But not all stories cast Greek fire in such a divine light. Among the empire's enemies, whispers of dark sorcery spread like wildfire. They spoke of secret rituals performed under the cover of night, of incantations and sacrifices that gave the Byzantines their terrifying edge. To some, the fire was not a gift from God, but a curse conjured by those willing to dabble in forbidden arts. These tales added an air of dread to the weapon, making it not just feared but shrouded in ominous mystery. Within the empire, the myths served another purpose. They united the people in a shared narrative of strength and divine protection. When enemies threatened the city, citizens took solace in the knowledge that Greek fire was at their disposal. It was more than a weapon, it was a symbol of their resilience, their ingenuity, and their unshakable faith. Even those who doubted its divine origins could not deny the sense of wonder it inspired, the way its flames seemed to embody the empire's unyielding spirit. Yet beneath the awe and reverence, there were whispers of unease. Some wondered if wielding such power came at a cost, if the fire that protected them might one day consume them. Stories began to emerge of accidents and betrayals, of flames that turned on their masters and left devastation in their wake. These cautionary tales served as a reminder of the fine line between divine favor and hubris, a warning not to take such power for granted. For the Byzantine rulers, Greek fire became a tool not just of war but of propaganda. Its use was carefully staged, its impact amplified through art and literature. Mosaics depicted ships spewing flames like mythical beasts, their fiery breath a testament to the empire's might. Chronicles recorded its victories with reverence, their descriptions so vivid they bordered on the fantastical. Even emperors wove it into their narratives, portraying themselves as stewards of a sacred gift, chosen to wield it in defense of their people. These stories, both grand and whispered, spread far beyond the empire's borders. Travelers returned home with tales of a weapon so fearsome it seemed to defy reality. They spoke of flames that danced on water, of ships that burned to ash in moments, of an empire that seemed invincible. These accounts fueled the imaginations of distant lands, where Greek fire took on a life of its own. To some, it was proof of the Byzantines' genius, to others, a sign of their pact with forces best left undisturbed. In monasteries and marketplaces, around fires and in royal courts, the legends of Greek fire were told and retold, each version adding a new layer to the myth. Some said the formula had been inscribed on tablets of gold, hidden in a secret chamber beneath Hagia Sophia. Others claimed it could only be summoned by those pure of heart, its flames turning against any who sought to misuse it. These stories, as varied as they were, shared one common thread, the belief that Greek fire was no ordinary creation but a force touched by something greater. Even centuries after its last use, the myths persisted, their flames kept alive by those who marveled at its power. Scholars debated its origins, poets sang of its glory, and dreamers imagined what it must have been like to witness its fiery brilliance. To the Byzantines, Greek fire was more than a weapon. It was a testament to their place in the grand design of history, a flame that burned not just on the waters but in the hearts of their people. The screen flickers to life, and the sound of roaring flames fills the room. A lone figure stands on the deck of a warship, watching as jets of fire erupt over dark waters, illuminating the night in an eerie orange glow. This is an ancient Constantinople, but a scene crafted for the silver screen. Greek fire, the weapon of legend, is no longer confined to history. Its fiery tendrils have reached into modern media, igniting imaginations and breathing life into tales of power, survival, and destruction. In the world of film, Greek fire often becomes more than a weapon, it's a character in its own right, a force that shapes destinies. Directors use its flames to symbolize untamed power, a mystery that consumes everything in its path. In one movie, a desperate naval commander orders its use against an approaching enemy fleet. The camera lingers on the faces of the crew, fear and awe mingling as they unleash the weapon. Flames leap across the sea, their beauty masking the chaos they bring. The scene grips the audience, reminding them of the thin line between invention and devastation. Video games have turned Greek fire into a tool for players to wield, placing its destructive power at their fingertips. A player in a medieval strategy game might deploy it in a last-ditch effort to defend their castle, watching as waves of enemies fall to its searing embrace. The screen pulses with flames, the sound design capturing the crackling of fire and the anguished cries of those caught in its path. Victory comes with a pang of guilt, a reminder that power always carries a cost. In another game, players take the role of Byzantine engineers, tasked with crafting the perfect formula for Greek fire while navigating court intrigue and espionage. Each decision they make shapes their path. Will they guard the weapon's secret or risk its misuse for personal gain? The narrative threads draw players into the world of Byzantine myth and innovation, leaving them questioning what they would do if they held such power. Books, too, have embraced Greek fire, weaving it into the fabric of epic tales. A historical novel might recount its creation, following the life of a fictional alchemist whose genius and torment mirror the weapon itself. The story unfolds in vivid detail, the hiss of chemicals mixing, the heat of the flame as it first comes to life, the alchemist's trembling hands as he realizes what he's unleashed. The reader feels the weight of his discovery, the loneliness of knowing that some knowledge is too dangerous to share. Fantasy writers have taken Greek fire into realms where magic and science blur. In one tale, it is not an invention but a gift from the gods, a flame that can only be summoned by those with pure intentions. The protagonist, a reluctant hero, must learn to wield it without letting its power consume them. The fire becomes a metaphor for inner strength, its light revealing both the best and worst within. In dystopian fiction, Greek fire reemerges as a lost technology rediscovered by a crumbling society. Its flames become a beacon of hope and a weapon of terror, depending on whose hands hold the secret. The narrative pulses with tension as characters grapple with the ethics of wielding such a force, their choices shaping the fragile world around them. The flames illuminate not just the battlefield but the darkest corners of the human heart. Modern media doesn't merely retell the story of Greek fire, it reinvents it, pulling it into new contexts and challenging audiences to think about its implications. Whether on screen, in games, or within the pages of a novel, its fiery legacy continues to burn bright, captivating hearts and minds with its untamed brilliance. In the hushed stillness of the night, the flicker of a fire's glow dances across the water, its light casting eerie shadows against the walls of an ancient city. Onlookers watch in awe as the flames leap from the ship's decks, crackling with an unnatural energy, their ferocity consuming everything in their path. The air is thick with smoke and salt, and for a moment, time seems to freeze. Those who survived the onslaught speak of it as if they had witnessed the wrath of gods, a force beyond human understanding. The legend of Greek fire, like a fiery breath from the past, is born from the ashes of a time long gone. Over the centuries, the story of Greek fire has transformed from a military weapon into something more, a symbol of lost knowledge. It's a mythical idea, a flame that once burned so brightly and fiercely that it could not be contained, even by time itself. To those who came after, it became a story wrapped in mystery, whispered between generations. The Byzantines who first wielded it had held a secret, one so powerful it was whispered to be the gift of the gods themselves. As the empire crumbled, so too did the knowledge of how to create it, leaving behind only the charred remnants of its legacy. And thus, Greek fire passed from the realm of invention into the realm of myth. Imagine the bewilderment of scholars and adventurers over the centuries, tracing the stories of this elusive weapon, desperate to understand how something so devastating and beautiful could have been created. They found themselves searching through ancient texts, old scrolls, and forgotten ruins, their hearts filled with both fear and fascination. What was this fire, they wondered? Was it truly a creation of human hands, or had it been a gift, an otherworldly force imbued with a power that surpassed human understanding? As time passed, the stories of Greek fire transformed. To the people of the Middle Ages, the fire was no longer just a weapon, it was a divine creation, something touched by the gods themselves. It was an element of magic, a force that bent the laws of nature, and therefore, it could not have been created by mere mortals. Historians and theologians of the time began to spin elaborate tales, imagining the fire as something mystical, beyond the reach of ordinary human hands. The thought that such power could have existed and then vanished seemed incomprehensible, and the myth grew. The lost knowledge of Greek fire became more than just a historical curiosity. It became a symbol of everything the Byzantine Empire had been and everything it had lost. In the fading glow of Byzantium's splendor, Greek fire was remembered not only for its role in battle but as a metaphor for the empire itself, powerful, radiant, and ultimately doomed to fade into darkness. The fire was not just a weapon, it was a reflection of an empire that had once been at the center of the world, shining brightly before being swallowed by time. As centuries passed, the fire that had once rained down upon enemy fleets became a symbol of the power of knowledge itself, and of the fragility of civilization. Those who studied the fire often spoke of it with reverence, as though trying to reach into the past and grasp the secret of its creation. The flames seemed to embody something more than destruction. They represented the fleeting nature of human achievement, the fire that burns brightest but is also the hardest to hold onto. This mythologizing of Greek fire didn't just stop with the scholars of the past. It reached into the hearts of ordinary people who would gather around fires of their own, passing the story down through generations. They spoke of it in hushed tones, their voices full of wonder and awe, as if the mere mention of it would summon the flames once again. For them, the loss of Greek fire was not just the loss of a weapon, it was the loss of an entire way of life, a burning reminder that even the greatest empires could fall. The idea that such knowledge could be lost, never to be recovered, filled the minds of those who came after with longing and desire. It became the stuff of legends and dreams, a tantalizing glimpse into a world that had slipped through their fingers. It was the kind of knowledge that could change the world, and yet, it was always just out of reach. For centuries, it haunted the imaginations of adventurers, alchemists, and dreamers alike, each of them hoping to unlock the mystery of the fire. Was it an alchemical compound? A secret formula passed down only through bloodlines? Or was it simply a gift of the gods, never to be repeated? The myth of Greek fire became so intertwined with the fall of Byzantium that it almost felt as if the two were inseparable. The fire was both the height of the empire's ingenuity and the symbol of its demise. And so, it was cast into the darkness of myth, a story of something once great and now lost forever. It was as if the fire itself had burned out, leaving only the smoke and the memory of what had been. And yet, in the silence of the night, when the wind whispers through the streets of ancient cities and the sea crashes against forgotten shores, the legend still endures. The memory of Greek fire lives on, a flickering flame that refuses to die. It is a symbol of the Byzantine Empire's power, a reflection of the brilliance of human invention, and a reminder of the fragility of all things. Though the fire itself may have been lost, its legacy continues to burn brightly in the hearts of those who dare to dream of what might have been. The mystery of Greek fire remains, and perhaps it is this very mystery that gives it its power. In the absence of answers, the fire becomes something greater than it ever was, a symbol of the unknown, the unreachable, and the eternal flame of possibility. It is not just a story of a weapon, it is the story of humanity's constant search for knowledge, for power, and for the things that lie beyond our grasp. And in the end, that may be the most enduring legacy of all. In a dimly lit laboratory, the smell of sulfur and burning oil filled the air. Glass vials clinked together, their contents swirling with colors that seemed almost alive. A figure hunched over a table, scribbling furiously in a notebook, the faint flicker of a single candle casting their shadow onto the wall. This was no ordinary experiment. It was an obsession, a quest to recreate something lost to the ages, a weapon that once turned the tides of war and terrified armies. Greek fire. The words themselves felt like a spell, whispered across centuries, tantalizing, elusive. It had started with the stories. Accounts of ships set ablaze on the open seas, flames leaping from Byzantine vessels like living creatures, unstoppable even against the crashing waves. They said the fire clung to anything it touched, wood, flesh, water itself, as if it were alive. The descriptions were almost too extraordinary to believe, but they were consistent, passed down through writings, engravings, and the terrified whispers of survivors. What was it? How had the Byzantines created such a force? And why had the formula vanished, leaving only fragments of its legend? Modern scientists and historians couldn't resist the allure. In secretive meetings and public declarations, they theorized about the fire's composition. Some said it must have been a cocktail of naphtha and quicklime, a reaction that would ignite on contact with water. Others argued for a mixture of sulfur, petroleum, and resin, substances known to the ancient world. But these were guesses, based on incomplete records and wild speculation. The Byzantine Empire had guarded the secret with a ferocity that rivaled the fire itself, entrusting the knowledge to only a select few. When the empire fell, the secret vanished with it, leaving behind nothing but ashes and questions. For some, the search became personal. There was the chemist in Athens who spent years poring over ancient texts, convinced he could decode the clues hidden within their faded pages. He claimed to have come close, too close. One night, his laboratory exploded in a burst of flames that lit up the neighborhood. When the fire was finally extinguished, there was nothing left but charred walls and the lingering scent of burnt oil. Neighbors whispered that he had succeeded, if only for a moment, before his discovery consumed him. Others approached the mystery from a different angle. In military circles, the idea of a weapon like Greek fire was irresistible. Some speculated that the fire was an early form of napalm, its composition remarkably advanced for its time. Governments funded research projects, cloaked in secrecy, hoping to replicate the substance for modern warfare. Yet every attempt ended in failure, or worse, disaster. The fire refused to be tamed, as if it carried the curse of those who had once wielded it. Historians joined the search, scouring Byzantine archives and ancient ruins for even the faintest trace of the formula. They traveled to monasteries in remote corners of the world, hoping that a monk's scribbled note might hold the key. They examined old manuscripts with ultraviolet light, uncovering hidden texts that had been erased or overwritten. They unearthed pottery fragments, residue in jars, and shipwrecked vessels, hoping for a clue. But the closer they seemed to get, the more the mystery slipped through their fingers. And then there were the dreamers, those who believed the fire was more than a mere chemical concoction. To them, it was a symbol of divine inspiration, a gift from the gods that could never be recreated by mortal hands. They spoke of the fire in almost reverent tones, as if its flames carried the soul of Byzantium itself. To try and replicate it, they said, was to challenge the gods, a hubris that would surely end in ruin. Still, the search continued, fueled by an insatiable need to know. In modern laboratories, scientists mixed compounds with trembling hands, their faces bathed in the eerie glow of experiments gone wrong. Historians debated fiercely at conferences, their voices rising with passion as they argued over the scant evidence that remained. Filmmakers and writers wove the fire into their works, imagining what it might have looked like, sounded like, felt like. And through it all, the fire burned, not in reality, but in the hearts of those who sought it. One particularly bold researcher claimed to have deciphered the formula, based on a fragment of a Byzantine letter discovered in a forgotten archive. The letter mentioned liquid fire and listed ingredients that seemed to align with historical accounts. Excitement spread like wildfire through the academic community. But when the researcher attempted to recreate the fire in a controlled environment, the results were far from what anyone expected. Instead of a blazing inferno, there was only a sputtering flame, weak and unimpressive. The disappointment was palpable, but the researcher refused to give up. "We're missing something," they said, their voice tinged with both frustration and determination. "There's something they're not telling us." And perhaps that was the point. Greek fire was more than a weapon, it was a legend, a story that had taken on a life of its own. Its power lay not just in its flames, but in the mystery that surrounded it, a mystery that had captivated minds for centuries. To solve it completely might be to extinguish its allure, to reduce it to nothing more than a formula on a page. Perhaps the Byzantines had understood this, guarding the secret not just for its strategic value, but for the immortality it would bring to their empire. The modern search for Greek fire is a story of hope and obsession, of triumphs and failures, of humanity's unending desire to reach back into the past and touch something extraordinary. It is a testament to the fire's enduring power, not just to destroy but to inspire, to ignite the imagination, to keep the flame of curiosity alive. And as long as there are those who dream of unraveling its mystery, the fire will never truly be extinguished. The night was quiet, the sea a shimmering expanse of ink under a canopy of stars. On the deck of a Byzantine warship, sailors moved with hushed urgency, their faces tense but resolute. They knew what was coming, a fleet of enemy vessels, dark silhouettes on the horizon, their sails full of wind and their oars slicing through the water like the strokes of a predator. Fear hovered in the air, heavy and palpable. But among the Byzantine crew, there was also something else, a fierce, unshakable confidence. They had a weapon, one that the enemy neither understood nor expected. As the enemy ships drew closer, the silence shattered. Arrows rained down, the clash of metal echoed, and the waters turned violent with the churn of battle. Then it happened, a sudden burst of light, a roar like the wrath of gods, and flames erupted from the Byzantine vessel. But these weren't ordinary flames. They leaped from the ship's siphons with an almost supernatural ferocity, streaking through the air to engulf the enemy ships. The fire clung to wood, sails, and flesh, devouring all in its path. Panic spread among the enemy ranks as they realized that the water, their sanctuary, could not extinguish the flames. Their ships became infernos, their cries lost in the roar of the fire. This was the power of Greek fire, a weapon so devastating and so mysterious that it reshaped the very nature of warfare. It was not just a tool of destruction, it was a statement, a declaration of Byzantine ingenuity and dominance. The sight of it was enough to strike terror into the hearts of even the bravest adversaries, a reminder that innovation could be as deadly as any sword or spear. In the annals of military history, Greek fire stands as a pivotal moment, a lesson in how technology can redefine the rules of combat. For the Byzantines, it was a lifeline, a way to level the playing field against larger, more formidable enemies. Their empire, surrounded by hostile forces on all sides, relied on cleverness and strategy to survive. Greek fire was their ace, their secret weapon, their symbol of resilience. But it wasn't just the weapon itself that carried significance. It was the strategy behind it, the way it was deployed with precision and purpose. The Byzantines didn't use Greek fire recklessly, they used it to create fear, to break the morale of their enemies before a battle even began. Its mere existence was enough to give them an edge, a psychological advantage that could turn the tide in their favor. The legacy of Greek fire also lies in the way it inspired future innovations. Its principles, using chemistry to create a force that could outmatch traditional weapons, paved the way for countless advancements in military technology. The idea of harnessing the elements, of turning nature itself into a weapon, resonated across centuries. From gunpowder to napalm, from flamethrowers to missiles, the echoes of Greek fire can be seen in the evolution of warfare. Yet, with its innovation came questions, moral and ethical dilemmas that lingered long after its flames had died down. The destructiveness of Greek fire forced people to confront the darker side of human ingenuity, the capacity to create not for the sake of progress, but for the sake of annihilation. It was a double-edged sword, a reminder that the same brilliance that could build empires could also burn them to the ground. For the soldiers who wielded it, Greek fire was both a blessing and a burden. They were entrusted with a power so great that it could decide the fate of battles, the survival of their empire. But they also bore the weight of its consequences, the knowledge that they held in their hands the means to unleash unparalleled devastation. The fire was as much a test of character as it was a tool of war, a measure of how far one was willing to go in the name of victory. And yet, even as it burned its way into history, Greek fire remained shrouded in mystery. Its exact composition, its methods of deployment, all were guarded secrets, passed down through generations of Byzantine craftsmen. This secrecy was as much a part of its power as the flames themselves. It was a weapon of myth as much as reality, a force that lived on in the imaginations of those who heard its stories. It became a legend, a symbol of ingenuity and dominance, a reminder of the lengths to which humanity would go to protect what it held dear. In the quiet moments after battle, when the fires had been extinguished and the smoke had cleared, the lessons of Greek fire lingered. It was a testament to the power of innovation, to the ability of a single idea to change the course of history. But it was also a warning, a flickering shadow on the edge of human ambition. For in the flames of Greek fire, one could see not only the brilliance of its creators, but also the fragility of the world they sought to defend. The city stood like a jewel, its golden domes gleaming in the sunlight, a beacon of resilience and splendor. Constantinople, the heart of Byzantium, was more than stone and mortar. It was an idea, a dream held aloft by centuries of culture, faith, and ingenuity. Within its walls, the people walked with pride, their shoulders squared under the weight of their shared history. For Byzantium was not merely a land, it was a story, and one of its most powerful chapters burned with the fire of legend. On the sea, a Byzantine fleet glided across the water, their banners snapping in the wind. The ships were small compared to the might of the advancing enemy armada, but the sailors did not falter. They knew they carried a legacy as fierce and unyielding as the flames they bore. It was more than a weapon, it was part of their identity, a symbol of the empire's defiance in the face of countless sieges and battles. When the first enemy ship drew near, the Byzantines acted. From a distance, the vessels appeared evenly matched, wooden hull against wooden hull, each vulnerable to the other's firepower. But then came the siphons, the strange devices mounted on the Byzantine ships, and from them erupted torrents of liquid fire. It was no ordinary blaze. It moved with a will of its own, clinging to surfaces, devouring sails and flesh, even raging on the water's surface as though fed by the sea itself. The sight of it was more than devastating, it was transformative. To their enemies, it was a terror, an unearthly force that shattered morale and dissolved resolve. To the Byzantines, it was something more profound, a reminder of their ingenuity, their divine favor, and their enduring strength. The fire burned not just on the waters but in their hearts, kindling a sense of unity and purpose that transcended the battlefield. Greek fire became a story told in hushed voices, in homes and marketplaces, in monasteries and courts. It was a tale of survival, of an empire that had weathered storms of invaders and emerged stronger. It was whispered of as a gift from God, proof that Byzantium was chosen to stand against the darkness that pressed on its borders. Mothers told their children about the fire that defended their city, and soldiers swore oaths by it, binding their fates to the empires. In art and mosaics, the flames were immortalized, curling in vibrant reds and golds, a symbol of the empire's unbreakable spirit. In sermons, priests invoked it as a metaphor for divine protection, a fiery shield wielded by angels on behalf of the faithful. The fire became woven into the identity of the Byzantines, a part of who they were and how they saw themselves. But identity is never just glory, it is also struggle. For the Byzantines, the fire was a reminder of their precarious position, their constant need to innovate and adapt in a world that sought to swallow them whole. It was both their pride and their burden, a symbol of the delicate balance they walked between survival and collapse. Each time it was used, it reinforced the narrative of a people who refused to be extinguished, who fought not just with swords, but with their minds, their resourcefulness, and their belief in something greater. In the quiet of their homes, the people prayed for the strength to endure. They prayed to the saints and martyrs who had once walked their streets and to the Virgin Mary, whom they believed had personally intervened to save their city. The fire, to them, was not just a weapon, it was an answer to those prayers, a sign that their faith and their culture had meaning in a world of chaos. When Constantinople was under siege, the fire became a symbol of hope. As the walls shuddered under the weight of enemy attacks, as the people huddled together in fear, it was the thought of those flames, leaping and defiant, that gave them courage. Even as supplies dwindled and the odds grew insurmountable, the fire remained a source of belief in their leaders, in their God, and in themselves. Generations passed, and still, the memory of Greek fire burned bright in the Byzantine psyche. It was no longer just a weapon, it was a story passed down through the ages, a thread that tied them to their ancestors. Even as the empire's power waned, even as its borders shrank, the fire lived on, a flicker of what had once been, a reminder that they were more than conquerors or survivors. They were creators, visionaries, and protectors of a legacy that refused to be forgotten. In times of peace, the fire was a source of pride, a reminder of past glories and a call to preserve the spirit of Byzantium. In times of war, it was a rallying cry, a beacon that brought people together, reminding them of what they were fighting for. And when the empire finally fell, the memory of the fire remained, carried in the hearts of those who had lived in its light. To the Byzantines, Greek fire was not just a tool or a weapon. It was an idea, a flame that burned not just on the waters of battle but in the soul of an empire that refused to be extinguished. It was proof that even in the darkest moments, there is a light that cannot be quenched, a fire that defines who we are and what we stand for. The wind howled across the Bosporus, carrying with it the scent of salt and the echoes of battles long past. On the horizon, the faint outline of a fleet appeared, sails taut with purpose, oars cutting through the waves like the relentless march of time. Inside the walls of Constantinople, a soldier stood guard, his hand gripping his spear, eyes fixed on the distant ships. He felt the weight of his armor, not as a burden but as a testament to the centuries of resilience that had defined his people. They had stood against countless foes, and though they had been scarred, they had never been broken. The Byzantine Empire was a living paradox, a force that endured while others crumbled, a flame that flickered but refused to die. It was Greek fire, its most iconic creation, that came to symbolize this resilience, burning through the chaos of history like a stubborn, unyielding spark. The soldier knew the fire wasn't just a weapon, it was a promise. It whispered of defiance, of survival, of a people who refused to be extinguished no matter how fiercely the winds of war raged against them. When the enemy fleet drew closer, the Byzantine ships moved to meet them. The scene that unfolded on the water was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As the Byzantine sailors unleashed their secret weapon, the sea itself seemed to ignite. Flames roared to life, leaping from ship to ship, consuming wood, cloth, and flesh with a ferocity that was almost alive. The enemy's cries mingled with the crackling inferno, and soon the fleet was reduced to smoldering wreckage. The fire raged on the water's surface, defying nature, defying logic, and defying those who dared to challenge Byzantium. The soldier watched from the walls, his heart pounding. He felt pride swelling in his chest, not just for the victory but for what it meant. They were more than an empire, they were a legacy. The fire was not just a tool of destruction but a metaphor for their enduring spirit. It burned bright and wild, untamed by the forces that sought to extinguish it. But resilience comes at a cost, and the Byzantines knew this better than anyone. The empire had risen from the ashes of Rome, carving out a new identity in a world that was often hostile to its survival. Each century brought fresh challenges, hordes of invaders, internal strife, the relentless ebb and flow of power. And yet, like the fire that had become its symbol, Byzantium endured. It was not always glorious, the flame sputtered at times, reduced to embers. But it never went out completely. It clung to life, just as the people clung to their faith, their traditions, and their belief that they were destined to endure. Greek fire was a paradox, much like the empire itself. It was a weapon of war, yet it inspired hope. It was a force of destruction, yet it became a symbol of survival. When the Byzantines looked at the flames, they saw themselves, tenacious, unpredictable, and impossible to extinguish. In the quiet moments between battles, the soldier would think of the stories he'd heard as a child. Tales of emperors who had wielded the fire to protect their city, of sailors who had carried its secret to the grave, of saints and angels who had guided the empire through its darkest hours. The fire was not just a weapon, it was a thread that wove through the fabric of their history, binding them together as a people. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 was a wound that still burned in the hearts of those who remembered. The walls that had stood for centuries were breached, the city that had defied empires was lost. And yet, even in its fall, Byzantium left behind a legacy that could not be erased. The story of Greek fire lived on, a reminder that even the mightiest flames must one day fade, but not without leaving their mark on the world. As the soldier's watch ended, he turned to face the city behind him. The streets were quiet, the golden domes of Hagia Sophia gleaming faintly in the moonlight. He thought of the countless generations who had walked those streets, who had fought and prayed and dreamed within these walls. The fire that burned in their hearts was the same fire that lit the waters during battle. It was a fire of resilience, a refusal to surrender to the forces that sought to snuff them out. The soldier knew that one day, even the greatest empires would fall. But as long as their stories were told, as long as the flames of memory continued to burn, they would never truly be gone. Byzantium was more than a place, it was an idea, an unyielding fire that could not be extinguished. And as long as there were people to remember, that fire would burn on. In the hushed glow of a flickering oil lamp, a monk bent over a fragile parchment, his quill dancing across the surface with steady, deliberate strokes. Around him, the cool stone walls of the scriptorium seemed to hum with quiet purpose. The air was thick with the faint scent of ink and old parchment, mingling with the distant echoes of the world outside. The monk's hand paused for a moment as he carefully traced the final curve of a letter, ensuring its perfection. This was no ordinary act of writing, it was an act of preservation, of defiance against the sands of time. Byzantium was a fortress, not just of stone and steel but of knowledge and culture. Its people were the keepers of wisdom, safeguarding the treasures of antiquity that might otherwise have been lost to war and decay. From the works of Plato and Aristotle to the medical texts of Galen, from treatises on astronomy to manuals on engineering, the Byzantines became the guardians of a legacy that stretched back centuries. Their libraries were sanctuaries, their scribes unsung heroes who waged a quiet war against oblivion. In the shadows of history, Byzantium stood as a bridge between the ancient and the modern, a golden thread connecting the distant past to an uncertain future. The empire was not only a military power but also a beacon of intellectual light in a world often shrouded in darkness. Its scholars translated texts from Greek into Syriac, Arabic, and Latin, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancients would reach new audiences across continents and generations. In preserving these works, they preserved something far greater, the essence of human curiosity and creativity. The great libraries of Constantinople were wonders in their own right. The Imperial Library held thousands of manuscripts, some dating back to the earliest days of Greek civilization. It was said that walking through its halls was like stepping into the collective memory of humanity. Scrolls and codices lined the shelves, their contents whispering of distant stars, mathematical theorems, and the mysteries of the natural world. For every work copied, there was a tacit acknowledgement of its value, a promise that it would not be forgotten. But preservation was not enough. The Byzantines were innovators, building upon the knowledge they inherited. Their mathematicians expanded on ancient principles, their engineers crafted wonders like the Theodosian walls, and their physicians pushed the boundaries of medicine with techniques that would influence practices for centuries. The preservation of knowledge became a foundation for growth, a wellspring from which new ideas could emerge. One cold evening, as the city slept under a blanket of stars, a young apprentice found himself entrusted with a delicate task, to carry a bundle of precious manuscripts from the library to a nearby monastery. The parchments were wrapped in silk, their contents too valuable to risk exposure to the damp night air. As he stepped onto the cobblestone streets, the weight of his responsibility pressed upon him. These were not mere texts, they were fragments of the world's soul, pieces of wisdom that had survived countless storms. The apprentice moved quickly, his footsteps echoing against the silent buildings. Every shadow seemed to hold the threat of disaster, a thief, a fire, a misstep that could cost the world a piece of its heritage. He clutched the bundle tightly, his heart pounding as he imagined the faces of those who had written these words so many centuries ago. Did they know their voices would endure, carried by strangers across time and space? As he reached the monastery, the sight of the illuminated doorway filled him with relief. A robed figure greeted him with a solemn nod, and together they placed the manuscripts in a safe room. The apprentice lingered for a moment, staring at the ancient texts now resting in their temporary haven. In that moment, he understood the profound significance of his task. He was not just a messenger, he was a link in a chain that stretched back to the philosophers of Athens and forward to a future he could only imagine. Through centuries of upheaval, the Byzantines clung to this role as guardians of knowledge. Even as invaders threatened their borders and the empire itself began to shrink, their commitment to preserving and sharing wisdom remained unshaken. When Constantinople fell in 1453, it was not just a city that was lost, but a world of ideas, a vibrant intellectual hub that had stood at the crossroads of East and West. And yet, even in its fall, Byzantium succeeded in one final act of resilience. Refugees fleeing the city carried with them the manuscripts and teachings that would ignite the Renaissance in Western Europe. The flame of Byzantine knowledge did not extinguish, it transformed. It traveled in the hands of scholars and scribes, finding new homes in the libraries of Venice, Florence, and beyond. The works they carried inspired new generations of thinkers, sparking revolutions in science, art, and philosophy. The legacy of Byzantium lived on, woven into the fabric of human progress. For the monk in the scriptorium, for the apprentice on his midnight journey, for every scholar who risked everything to save a single page of text, the act of preservation was a sacred duty. They were not just saving words, they were saving the dreams and discoveries of countless minds. They were guardians of humanity's collective memory, protectors of the fragile spark that lights the path of civilization. Through their efforts, Byzantium became more than an empire. It became a testament to the power of knowledge, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the pursuit of wisdom can be a light that guides us forward. A ship erupted into flames, the sea around it boiling and hissing as though alive. The fire danced unnaturally, spreading across the water with a hunger that defied logic. Sailors screamed as the blaze leapt from ship to ship, defying every attempt to quench it. The enemy fleet, once poised for victory, was now a graveyard of glowing embers. From the shore, Byzantine soldiers stood in grim silence, watching as their secret weapon turned chaos into triumph. The fire wasn't just a tool of war, it was a force of nature, or perhaps something even more mysterious. Centuries later, the memory of that unearthly fire lingers like a ghost. Its name, Greek fire, whispers through the corridors of history, evoking awe and wonder. What was it, truly? A chemical marvel? A divine gift? Or something too extraordinary to categorize? The lack of answers only heightens the fascination, making it more than a weapon. It has become a symbol, a mystery that refuses to fade. The power of Greek fire lies not just in its destructive force, but in its ability to elude understanding. Historians, scientists, and dreamers have all tried to piece together its secrets, but the truth remains tantalizingly out of reach. Some say it was a concoction of pitch, sulfur, and quicklime, a deadly recipe that ignited on contact with water. Others claim it was something far more advanced, a precursor to modern napalm. Yet the formulas, the techniques, the very essence of Greek fire were guarded so closely by the Byzantines that they disappeared with the empire itself. In this absence of certainty, imagination takes over. Stories of Greek fire become larger than life, blurring the line between fact and myth. Picture an alchemist in a shadowy workshop, his hands stained with soot as he mixes volatile ingredients. A single spark could ignite catastrophe, yet he works with a steady, almost reverent precision. The recipe is known only to him, passed down through whispers and oaths, and he knows that the secret he guards could change the fate of empires. Outside, the world teeters on the brink of war, and the alchemist's work becomes not just a duty but a destiny. It is easy to see why Greek fire captivates us. It is the perfect marriage of science and legend, a testament to human ingenuity wrapped in an enigma. There is something irresistible about the idea of a weapon so powerful, so transformative, that it could turn the tide of history. And yet, it is the mystery itself that gives Greek fire its enduring allure. Without concrete answers, it becomes a canvas onto which we project our hopes, fears, and fantasies. Think of the countless tales woven around it. Writers and filmmakers have imagined Greek fire as a relic of a lost civilization, its secrets hidden in forgotten texts or guarded by ancient societies. In one story, a treasure hunter stumbles upon a crumbling monastery, its walls lined with manuscripts written in a language no one alive can read. Among the pages lies a formula, incomplete but tantalizing, promising a power that could reshape the modern world. The treasure hunter's excitement quickly turns to dread as he realizes the implications of his find. Greek fire is not just a curiosity, it is a force that could burn brighter than any ambition and consume more than just its enemies. Even in games and popular culture, Greek fire holds a unique place. It is the ultimate wildcard, a symbol of chaos and control, destruction and salvation. Players wield it with awe, knowing that its use carries weight and consequence. It becomes a metaphor for the dual-edged nature of power, capable of defending what is precious but also of wreaking unspeakable havoc. The fascination extends beyond fiction, finding a home in the minds of modern scientists and historians. Laboratories buzz with experiments attempting to recreate the legendary substance. Researchers mix chemicals with cautious enthusiasm, their imaginations fired by the thought that they might be the ones to unlock a secret that has eluded the world for centuries. But as the experiments fizzle or flare out of control, the mystery of Greek fire only deepens. Its very elusiveness seems to mock our confidence in progress, reminding us that some things are meant to remain unknown. And perhaps that is its greatest power. In a world where answers are often just a search away, Greek fire stands as a rare exception, a puzzle that defies resolution. It invites us to wonder, to speculate, to let our imaginations roam. It reminds us that the past is not a closed book but a living, breathing presence, full of unanswered questions and untold stories. There is a kind of magic in that mystery, a sense that Greek fire is more than just a historical artifact. It is a symbol of resilience, of human creativity in the face of adversity. It is the spark that ignites curiosity, the flame that refuses to be extinguished. And as long as it remains shrouded in uncertainty, it will continue to burn brightly in our collective imagination. The night was deathly silent, the kind of silence that stretches just before chaos erupts. Beneath the crescent moon, the waters of the Bosphorus shimmered like molten silver. The enemy fleet advanced steadily, their torches casting flickering light over the dark waves. On the Byzantine walls, soldiers gripped their weapons, their breath coming in quick bursts of fear and determination. But behind them, in the shadows, the real weapon waited, an invention so feared that whispers of its name alone were enough to unnerve even the most seasoned warriors. When the first ship came close, the silence shattered. A single roar erupted from the Byzantine defenses as a stream of liquid fire arced through the air. It was like a living creature, writhing and snarling, devouring everything in its path. The flame struck the water and, impossibly, continued to burn, spreading hungrily across the waves. Screams rang out from the enemy ships as sailors frantically tried to douse the inferno, only to realize their efforts were in vain. The fire clung to their vessels, unrelenting, consuming wood, sails, and flesh alike. Within moments, the once mighty fleet was reduced to ash and wreckage, the sea itself seemingly conspiring with the Byzantines to defend their city. Greek fire was not just a weapon, it was a force that transformed the battlefield into a theater of terror. For centuries, armies relied on swords, spears, and arrows, tools of war that demanded skill and strategy. But Greek fire was something else entirely. It was a weapon of pure destruction, a tool that could shift the balance of power in an instant. In its blazing fury, it seemed less like an invention of men and more like the wrath of the gods made manifest. No one knew exactly how it worked, and that only added to its mystique. The Byzantines guarded its formula with ferocious secrecy, ensuring that it became as much a psychological weapon as a physical one. Stories spread of its unquenchable flames, of its ability to burn even on water, of its terrifying unpredictability. For those who faced it, the sight of Greek fire was enough to shatter morale, turning disciplined soldiers into panicked crowds. But Greek fire was more than a tool of destruction. It was a symbol of ingenuity, a testament to the lengths to which humans would go to protect what they held dear. In a world where survival often depended on innovation, the Byzantines had created something unparalleled, a weapon that defied the laws of nature and reshaped the art of war. Imagine the courage, or desperation, it must have taken to use it. A single mistake could spell disaster for the user as easily as for the enemy. The soldiers who wielded Greek fire were not just warriors, they were keepers of a terrible power, entrusted with a responsibility that must have weighed heavily on their shoulders. To them, Greek fire was not just a weapon, it was a lifeline, a guardian, a last resort in the face of overwhelming odds. And yet, for all its terror, there was something undeniably awe-inspiring about it. In the glow of its flames, one could glimpse the unrelenting drive of humanity to overcome, to adapt, to survive. It was a weapon that demanded respect, not just for its destructive potential, but for the ingenuity and determination it represented. Over time, Greek fire became more than a military tool, it became a legend. Its name echoed through the corridors of history, evoking images of blazing seas and impenetrable walls. It was whispered about in the courts of kings and the camps of soldiers, a reminder that even in the chaos of war, there were forces that could not be tamed. It stood as a symbol of resilience, of the will to endure against all odds. But legends often outlast the realities that birthed them. As centuries passed, Greek fire became shrouded in mystery, its secrets lost to time. Yet its story continued to burn brightly in the collective memory of humanity. It became a metaphor for the power of invention, a reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction. Even now, its name stirs something primal within us. It reminds us of the fragility of peace, the cost of conflict, and the enduring power of human ingenuity. It is a story of fire, not just the kind that destroys, but the kind that inspires, that burns within us all, driving us to fight for what we believe in, to protect what we hold dear. In its flames, we see the reflection of our own struggles and triumphs, the unyielding spirit that refuses to be extinguished. And perhaps that is why Greek fire continues to captivate us, not just as a weapon of war, but as a symbol of the enduring power of the human spirit. The moonlight poured over the ruins of an ancient fortress, its broken stones whispering of battles long past. In the stillness, a scholar traced their fingers over an inscription carved into the weathered stone, eyes alight with wonder and a flicker of frustration. The words were worn, fragmented, much like the truth they sought to uncover. A story lingered here, buried beneath centuries of dust and distortion, a story of fire that could not be quenched and a civilization that wielded it with a power both feared and revered. The scholar's thoughts wandered, as they often did, to the legends that had enshrouded the history of Greek fire. Was it truly the miraculous weapon of lore, or had time and retelling inflated its significance, stretching facts into fantastical shapes? They had spent countless nights poring over ancient texts, each claiming to hold the truth, but truth itself seemed elusive, dancing between what was real and what was imagined. In those texts, Greek fire was described as a weapon of divine origin, a gift from God to the Byzantines to shield them against invaders. Priests, it was said, had blessed the flames, their prayers entwined with the alchemical process to give the fire its miraculous strength. Other accounts told of a brilliant inventor, Callinicus, who had unlocked the secrets of this weapon, blending science and strategy to forge a legacy. And yet, no matter how detailed the descriptions, they all stopped short of one critical detail, the formula itself. It was lost, deliberately hidden or inadvertently forgotten, leaving only speculation and shadows. Stories about Greek fire weren't just told, they were sung, painted, and embroidered into the cultural fabric of the Byzantines and those who came after them. In the retellings, flames leapt higher, the weapon's reach grew longer, and its power more invincible. Myths do that, they breathe life into history, transforming it into something larger, more luminous, and sometimes less real. But myths are rarely born of fiction alone. Beneath the gilded layers of exaggeration lies a core of truth, sharp and unyielding. The scholar could imagine the original spark of those tales, a night when Byzantine sailors hurled their weapon into the sea, setting enemy ships ablaze as water erupted into fire. The terror in the eyes of those who witnessed it must have been as searing as the flames themselves. That fear, that awe, had taken on a life of its own, each retelling fanning the embers into a blaze of myth. And yet, myths are double-edged. They preserve memory but also obscure it, wrapping history in layers of romanticism and intrigue. The scholar thought of the sailors who had wielded Greek fire, who had likely seen it not as a gift from the heavens, but as a tool, a dangerous one at that. Did they feel the weight of the legends they were unknowingly creating? Or were they too preoccupied with survival to imagine their actions would echo across centuries? The scholar stepped back from the inscription, gazing at the ruins with a mixture of awe and melancholy. The walls around them, once sturdy and proud, now stood fractured, much like the story of Greek fire itself. It was impossible to separate what was real from what had been shaped by imagination and memory. That balance, the thin line between fact and fiction, was both frustrating and beautiful. It was human. Memories are slippery, even in the present, the scholar mused. How much more fragile, then, are the memories of a civilization lost to time? History records what it can, but legends are the ones that endure, filling in the gaps with color and emotion. Legends make us feel connected to the past, even as they blur the lines of truth. The firelight of camp torches flickered in the distance, and the scholar's thoughts turned to those who had lived through the Byzantine Empire's most desperate moments. What was it like to see Greek fire in action, to stand on the deck of a ship as it scorched through enemy fleets, or to defend a city wall as it turned the tide of an attack? Those who survived must have whispered about it in hushed tones, their voices trembling as they tried to comprehend what they had witnessed. Greek fire, to them, was not just a weapon but a symbol, a beacon of resilience, ingenuity, and divine favor. Over time, it became a legend that transcended its material existence. It was no longer about the chemical reaction or the engineering that made it work. It was about what it represented: power, protection, and the triumph of a people who refused to fall. But legends, no matter how powerful, are not the whole truth. The scholar wondered what was lost when history was mythologized. Did the stories overshadow the human hands that mixed the chemicals, the minds that strategized its use, the fear in the eyes of those who wielded it? The myth of Greek fire was grand, but the reality, the ingenuity, the sacrifice, the effort, was, in many ways, even more extraordinary. The stars began to emerge, scattered across the darkening sky, and the scholar felt a pang of longing. Myths are not lies, they thought. They are reflections, shimmering like the stars in the surface of a dark sea. They tell us something true, not about the events themselves, but about how those events were felt, remembered, and transformed by those who came after. And so, Greek fire burned on, not in the seas of Byzantium, but in the imagination of those who told its story. It became more than a weapon. It became a metaphor, a memory, a mystery. For every fact that was uncovered, a dozen questions remained unanswered, and perhaps that was fitting. Some fires are meant to flicker in the shadows, their full brilliance only hinted at, their mysteries never fully resolved. The cold wind swept across the deserted harbor, carrying with it whispers of the past. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the Aegean waves lapped against unseen shores, their rhythm timeless. Yet the air was thick with something intangible, as if the shadows of long-gone fleets still lingered, their forms blurred and ghostly, their fires still burning somewhere beyond human sight. There, in the haunting quiet, the imagination turned to a different kind of flame. Not the campfires that sailors once huddled around for warmth, nor the torches that lined the watchtowers of Byzantium. No, this was a flame that seemed eternal, one that needed no kindling yet could never be extinguished. It burned not in the material world, but in the collective memory of humankind, bright and consuming, an emblem of both wonder and fear. Greek fire. Its story was one of invention, born in an era when survival demanded not just strength but brilliance. When it was first unleashed, it must have felt as if the natural order had been upended. Fire, after all, was supposed to yield to water, its age-old nemesis. Yet here was a flame that defied expectation, that danced and hissed across the surface of the sea, relentless and alive. What kind of mind conceived of such a thing? What hands dared to hold it? And what heart could watch it consume everything in its path without trembling at the sight? The thought stirred something visceral, and all that was almost painful. This was no ordinary innovation. It was a testament to what humanity was capable of at its most brilliant and its most desperate. In the workshops of Byzantium, where formulas were whispered like prayers and guarded like treasure, there was no room for error. One misstep and the very creators of this flame could become its victims. It demanded precision, understanding, respect, a balance as delicate as life itself. But Greek fire was more than just a weapon. It was a statement, a proclamation to friend and foe alike that Byzantium was a force of resilience and ingenuity. When enemies approached the city walls, they did not merely face soldiers or stone fortifications. They faced a mystery they could not replicate, a power they could not predict. The sight of the flames alone was enough to break the will of an advancing fleet, sending ships scattering like leaves before a storm. And yet, Greek fire's legacy was not just one of destruction. It was also one of preservation. In a world teetering on the edge of chaos, the Byzantines clung to their knowledge, their culture, their very identity. Every spark that lit those infamous flames was also a spark of human persistence, an unwillingness to surrender to the dark tides of history. The fire that burned on the sea was a mirror of the fire that burned in their hearts, fierce and unyielding. Centuries later, when the Byzantine Empire had faded into memory, the flame endured. Not in its physical form, its formula was lost, scattered to the winds like so many other secrets of the ancient world. But in its myth, it persisted, growing brighter with each retelling. It became a symbol, not just of the empire that created it, but of the human spirit itself, inventive, mysterious, and powerful. The irony was that its mystery was perhaps its greatest strength. For all the attempts to rediscover its composition, to replicate the miracle of a flame that could burn on water, the truth had remained elusive. And so, Greek fire became something more than a weapon. It became a legend. People spoke of it not just as a historical fact, but as a metaphor for what humanity could achieve when pushed to the limits of imagination and necessity. There was a peculiar beauty in its elusiveness. In an age when so much is known, when answers are only a search away, Greek fire stood as a reminder of the unknown, the unknowable. It beckoned to the curious, the dreamers, the ones who looked at the world and saw not just what it was but what it could be. It whispered of potential, of the fire within each of us to create something extraordinary, something enduring. And yet, the memory of Greek fire carried a weight, too. For all its brilliance, it was born in a time of struggle, wielded in moments of fear and desperation. Its light came at a cost, one that could not be ignored. It asked hard questions of those who sought to understand it. What are we willing to create? What are we willing to destroy? Where is the line between innovation and recklessness, between defense and devastation? Perhaps that was why the flame never truly went out. It was not just a relic of the past, but a challenge to the present, a call to consider how we wield the powers we create. It reminded us that fire, no matter how controlled, always carries the risk of consuming its maker. And yet, without fire, there is no light, no warmth, no progress. The balance was fragile, like the flicker of a flame in the wind, but it was necessary. As the stars emerged above the silent harbor, the vision of Greek fire burned brighter than ever, not in the sea but in the imagination. It was a flame that refused to die, one that leapt across centuries, defying the boundaries of time and space. It was more than history, it was a part of the human story, a reminder of what we are capable of at our most daring, our most inventive, our most human. The eternal flame of Byzantium burned on, untouchable yet unforgettable, a symbol of a civilization that refused to be extinguished and a testament to the enduring power of mystery, innovation, and resilience.